which he regards as totally unenlightened. Had not the noble and elect remained in the background, new depravity would have broken out in the human race, and through regents, priests, and Freemasons, reason would have been banished from this earth. In Weishaupt's Masonic system, therefore, the designs of the order with regard to religion are not confined to the mere Freemasons, but only to the Illuminati. Under the heading of Higher Mysteries, Weishaupt writes, "The man who is good for nothing better remains a Scottish knight. If he is, however, a particularly industrious coordinator, observer, worker, he becomes a priest. If there are amongst these high speculative intellects, they become magi. These collect and put in order the higher philosophical system and work at the people's religion, which the order will next give to the world. Should these high geniuses also be fit to rule the world, they become regents. This is the last degree." Philo, the Baron von Nigge, also throws an interesting light on the religious designs of the Illuminati. In a letter to Cato, he explains the necessity of devising a system that will satisfy fanatics and freethinkers alike. So as to work on both these classes of men and unite them, we must find an explanation to the Christian religion. Make this the secret of Freemasonry and turn it to our purpose. Philo continues, "We say then, Jesus wished to introduce no new religion, but only to restore natural religion and reason to their old rights. Thereby he wished to unite men in a great universal association, and through the spread of a wiser morality, enlightenment, and the combating of all prejudices, to make them capable of governing themselves. So the secret meaning of his teaching was to lead men without revolution to universal liberty and equality. There are many passages in the Bible which can be made use of and explained, and so all quarreling between the sects ceases if one can find a reasonable meaning in the teaching of Jesus, be it true or not. As, however, the simple religion was afterwards distorted, so were these teachings imparted to us through disciplinum arcani, and finally through Masonry. And all Masonic hieroglyphics can be explained with this object. Spartacus has collected very good data for this, and I have myself added to them, and so I have got both degrees ready. Now, therefore, that people see that we are the only real and true Christians, we can say a word more against priests and princes. But I have so managed that, after previous tests, I can receive pontiffs and kings in this degree. If the higher mysteries, we must then A, disclose the pious fraud, and B, reveal from all writings the origin of all religious lies and their connection. So admirably did this ruse succeed that we find Spartacus writing triumphantly. You cannot imagine what consideration and sensation our priest degree is arousing. The most wonderful thing is that great Protestant and Reformed theologians who belong to Illuminism still believe that the religious teaching imparted in it contains the true and genuine spirit of the Christian religion. Oh, men of what cannot you be persuaded? I never thought that I should become the founder of a new religion. It is on the Illuminized clergy and professors that Weishaupt counts principally for the work of the order. Through the influence of the brothers, he writes, the Jesuits have been removed from all professorships, and the University of Ingolstadt has been quite cleansed of them. Thus the way is cleared for Weishaupt's adepts. The Institute of Cadets also comes under the control of the order. All the professors are members of the Illuminati. So will all the pupils become disciples of Illuminism. Further, we have provided our clerical members with good benefices, parishes, posts at court. Through our influence, Arminius and Cortez have been made professors at Ephesus. The German schools are quite under the influence of, and now only members have charge of them. The Charitable Association is also directed by. Soon we shall draw over to us the whole Bartholomew Institute for young clergymen. The preparations have already been made, and the prospects are very good. By this means we shall be able to provide the whole of Bavaria with proper priests. But religion and Freemasonry are not the only means by which Illuminism can be spread. We must consider, says Weishaupt, how we can begin to work under another form. If only the aim is achieved, it does not matter under what cover it takes place, and a cover is always necessary, for in concealment lies a great part of our strength. For this reason we must always cover ourselves with the name of another society. The lodges that are under Freemasonry are in the meantime the most suitable cloak for our high purpose, because the world is already accustomed to expect nothing great from them which merits attention. As in the spiritual orders of the Roman Church, religion was, alas, only a pretense, so must our order also in a nobler way try to conceal itself behind a learned society or something of the kind. A society concealed in this manner cannot be worked against. In case of a prosecution or of treason, the superiors cannot be discovered. We shall be shrouded in impenetrable darkness from spies and emissaries of other societies. In order to give a good appearance to the order, Weishaupt particularly indicates the necessity for enlisting esteemed and respectable persons, but above all young men whom he regards as the most likely subjects. I cannot use men as they are, he observes, but I must first form them. Youth naturally lends itself best to this process. Seek the society of the young people, Weishaupt writes to Ajax. Watch them, and if one of them pleases you, lay your hand on him. Seek out young and already skillful people. Our people must be engaging, enterprising, intriguing, and adroit, above all, the first. If possible, they should also be good-looking, beautiful people. Ceteris paribus. Such people have generally gentle manners, a tender heart, and are, when well practiced in other things, of the greatest use in undertakings, for their first glance attracts, but their spirit n'a pas la profondeur de physiognomies sombres. They are, however, also less disposed to riots and disturbances than the darker physiognomies. That is why one must know how to use one's people. Above all, the high, the soulful eye pleases me, and the free, open brow. With these novices, the adept of Illuminism is to proceed slowly, talking backwards and forwards. One must speak first in one way, then in another, so as not to commit oneself, and to make one's real way of thinking impenetrable to one's inferiors. Weishaupt also insists on the importance of exciting the candidate's curiosity and then drawing back again, after the manner of the Fatimite days. I have no fault to find with your methods of reception, Spartacus writes to Cato, except that they are too quick. You should proceed gradually in a roundabout way by means of suspense and expectations, so as first to arouse indefinite, vague curiosity, and then, when the candidate declares himself, present the object, which he will then seize with both hands. By this means his vanity will also be flattered, because one will arouse the pleasure of knowing something which everyone does not know, and about which the greater part of the world is groping in darkness. For the same reason, the candidate must be impressed with the importance of secret societies and the part they have played in the destinies of the world. One illustrates this by the order of the Jesuits, of the Freemasons, by the secret associations of the ancients. One asserts that all events in the world occur from 100 secret springs and causes, to which secret associations above all belong. One arouses the pleasure of quiet, hidden power and of insight into hidden secrets. At this point, one is to begin to show glimpses and to let fall here and there remarks that may be interpreted in two ways, so as to bring the candidate to the point of saying, if I had the chance to enter such an association, I would go into it at once. These discourses, says Weishaupt, are to be often repeated. In the discourse of reception to the Illuminatus dirigens, the appeal to love of power plays the most important part. Do you realize sufficiently what it means to rule in a secret society, not only over the lesser or more important of the populace, but over the best men, over men of all ranks, nations, and religion, to rule without external force, to unite them indissolubly, to breathe one's spirit and soul into them, men distributed over all parts of the world? And finally, do you know what secret societies are? What a place they occupy in the great kingdom of the world's events? Do you really think they are unimportant, transitory appearances, etc.? But the admission of political aims is reserved only for the higher grades of the order. With the beginner, says Weishaupt, we must be careful about books on religion and the state. I have reserved these in my plan for the higher degrees. Accordingly, the discourse to the Minerval is designed to put him off the track. Thus, the initiator is to say to him, After 2 years' reflection, experience, intercourse, reading of the graduated writings and information, you will necessarily have formed the idea that the final aim of our society is nothing less than to win power and riches, to undermine secular or religious government, and to obtain the mastery of the world, and so on. If you have represented our society to yourself from this point of view, or have entered it in this expectation, you have mightily deceived yourself. The initiator, without informing the Minerval of the real aim of the society, then goes on to say that he is now free to leave it if he wishes. By this means, the leaders were able to eliminate ambitious people who might become their rivals to power and to form their ranks out of men who would submit to be led blindly onward by unseen directors. My circumstances necessitate, Spartacus writes to Cato, that I should remain hidden from most of the members as long as I live. I am obliged to do everything through 5 or 6 persons. So carefully was this secret guarded that until the papers of the Illuminati were seized in 1786, no one outside this inner circle knew that Weishaupt was the head of the order. Yet, if we are to believe his own assertions, he had been throughout in supreme control. Again and again he impresses on his in times the necessity for unity of command in the order. One must show how easy it would be for one clever head to direct hundreds and thousands of men. And he illustrates this system by the table reproduced on the next page, to which he appends the following explanation. I have 2 immediately below me into whom I breathe my whole spirit, and each of these 2 has again 2 others, and so on. In this way I can set 1,000 men in motion and on fire in the simplest manner, and in this one way must impart orders and operate on politics. Thus, as in the case of Abdullah ibn Maymun's society, the extraordinary result was brought about that a multitude of men of diverse beliefs were all working together for an object known only to a few of them. Enough has now been quoted from the correspondence of the Illuminati to show their aims and methods according to their own admissions. We shall now see how far their apologists are justified in describing them as men of the strictest morality and humanity. Doubtless there were many excellent people in the outer ranks of the order, but this is not the contention of Mr. Gould, who expressly states that all the prominent members of this association were estimable men both in public and private life. These further extracts from their correspondence may be left to speak for themselves. Character of the Illuminati. In June 1782, Weishaupt writes to Cato as follows, "Oh, in politics and morality you are far behind, my gentlemen. Judge further if such a man as Marcus Aurelius finds out how wretched it appears in Athens. What a collection of immoral men, of whoremongers, liars, debtors, boasters, and vain fools they have amongst them. If he saw all that, what do you suppose the man would think? Would he not be ashamed to find himself in such an association, in which the leaders arouse the greatest expectations and carry out the best plan in such a miserable manner? And all this out of caprice, expediency, etc. Judge whether I am not right. From Thebes, facing, I hear fatal news. They have received into their lodge the scandal of the whole town, the dissolute debtor, Propitius, who is trumpeted abroad by the whole of personnel of Athens, Munich. From Thebes, facing, I hear fatal news. They have received into the lodge the scandal of the whole town, the dissolute debtor, Propitius, who is trumpeted abroad by the whole personnel of Athens, Munich, Thebes, and Erzurum, Eichstatt, also appears to be a bad man. Socrates, who would be a capital man, ein capital man, is continually drunk. Augustus, in the worst repute, and Alcibiades sits the whole day with the innkeeper's wife, signing and pinning. Tiberius tried in Corinth to rape the sister of Democedes, and the husband came in. In heaven's name, what are these for Areopagites? We upper ones write, read, and work ourselves to death, offer to the circle with the dot our health, fame, and fortune, whilst these gentlemen indulge their weaknesses, go a-whoring, cause scandals, and yet are Areopagites, and want to know about everything. Concerning Arminius, there are great complaints. He is an unbearable, obstinate, arrogant, vain fool. Let Celsus, Marius, Scipio, and Ajax do what they will. No one does us so much harm as Celsus. No one is less to be reasoned with than Celsus, and perhaps few could have been so much use to us as Celsus. Marius is obstinate and can see no great plan. Scipio is negligent, and of Ajax I will not speak at all. Confucius is worth very little. He is too inquisitive and a terrible chatterer. Agrippa must be quick struck off our list, where the rumor goes round that he has stolen a gold and silver watch together with a ring from our best fellow worker Sulla. It will doubtless be suggested at this point that all these letters merely portray the lofty idealist sorrowing over the frailties of his erring disciples. But let us hear what Weishaupt has to say about himself. In a letter to Marius Hertel, he writes, "And now in the strictest confidence, a matter near my heart, which robs me of all rest, makes me incapable of anything and drives me to despair. I stand in danger of losing my honor and my reputation, which gave me so much power over our people. Think, my sister-in-law is expecting a child. I have for this purpose sent to Eurofon in Athens to solicit the marriage license and promotorial from Rome. You see how much depends on this, and that no time must be lost. Every minute is precious. But if the dispensation does not arrive, what shall I do? How shall I make amends to the person, since I alone am to blame? We have already tried several ways to get rid of the child. She herself was resolved for anything. But Eurofon is too timid, and yet I could see no other expedient. If I could ensure the silence of Celsus, he could help me indeed. He already promised me this 3 years ago. If you can help me out with this dilemma, you will give me back my life, honor, peace, and power to work. I do not know what devil led me astray, I who always, in these circumstances, took extreme precautions." A little later, Weishaupt writes again, "All fatalities happened to me at the same time. Now there is my mother dead, corpse, wedding, christening, all in a short time, one on top of the other. What a wonderful mix-up." So much for what Mr. Gould calls the rare qualities of Weishaupt's heart. Let us now listen to the testimony of Weishaupt's principal coadjutor, Philo, the Baron von Nigge, to whom the historian of Freemasonry refers as a lovable enthusiast. In all subversive associations, whether open or secret, directed by men who aim at power, a moment is certain to arrive when the ambitions of the leaders come into conflict. This is the history of every revolutionary organization during the last 150 years. It was when the inevitable climax had been reached between Weishaupt and Nigge that Philo wrote to the most loving Cato in the following terms: "It is not Mohammed and A who are so much to blame for my break with Spartacus, as the Jesuitical conduct of this man, which has so often turned us against each other in order to rule despotically over men, who, if they had not perhaps such a rich imagination as himself, also do not possess so much cuteness and cunning, etc." In a further letter, Philo goes on to enumerate the services he has rendered to Weishaupt in the past. "At the bidding of Spartacus, I have written against ex-Jesuits and Rosicrucians, persecuted people who never did me any harm, thrown the strict observance into confusion, drawn the best amongst them to us, told them of the worthiness of the circle with a dot in the middle, of its power, its age, the excellence of its chief, the blamelessness of its higher leaders, the importance of its knowledge, and given great ideas of the uprightness of its views. Those amongst us who are now working so actively for us but clinch much to religiousness, and who feared our intention was to spread deism, I have sought to persuade that the higher superiors had nothing less than this intention. Gradually, however, I shall work it as I please. If I now were to give a hint to the Jesuits and Rosicrucians as to who is persecuting them, if I were to make known to a few people the Jesuitical character of the man who leads perhaps all of us by the nose, uses us for his ambitious schemes, sacrifices us as often as his obstinacy requires, if I were to make known to them what they have to fear from such a man, from such a machine behind which perhaps Jesuits may be concealed or might conceal themselves, if I were to assure those who seek for secrets that they have nothing to expect, if I were to confide to those who hold religion dear the principles of the general, if I were to draw the attention of the lodges to an association behind which the Illuminati are concealed, if I were again to associate myself with princes and Freemasons, but I shrink from the thought vengeance will not carry me so far. We have now seen enough of the aims and methods of the Illuminati and the true characters of their leaders from their own admissions. To make the case complete, it would be necessary also to give a resume of the confessions made by the ex-Illuminati, the four professors, Kosendi, Grundberger, Utschneider, and Renner, as also of the further published works of the Illuminati, but space and time forbid. What is needed is a complete book on the subject, consisting of translations of the most important passages in all the contemporary German publications. From the extracts given above, can it, however, be seriously contended that Beruel or Robeson exaggerated the guilt of the order? Do my literal translations differ materially in sense from the translations and occasional paraphrases given by the much-abused couple? Even those contemporaries, Monnier and the member of the Illuminati who set out to refute Beruel and Lombard de Langres, merely provide further confirmation of their views. Thus Monnier is obliged to confess that the real design of Illuminism was to undermine all civil order, and ancient Illumin asserts in language no less forcible than Beruel's own that Weishaupt made a code of Machiavellism, that his method was a profound perversity, flattering everything that was base and rancorous in human nature in order to arrive at his ends, that he was not inspired by a wise spirit of reform, but by a fanatical enmity, inimical to all authority on earth. The only essential points on which the opposing parties differ is that whilst Monnier and ancient Illumin deny the influence of the Illuminati on the French Revolution and maintain that they ceased to exist in 1786, Beruel and Lombard de Langres present them as the inspirers of the Jacobins and declare them to be still active after the Revolution had ended. That on this point, at any rate, the latter were right, we shall see in a further chapter. The great question that presents itself after studying the writings of the Illuminati is, what was the motive power behind the order? If we admit the possibility that Frederick the Great and the strict observance working through an inner circle of Freemasons at the Lodge of St. Theodore may have provided the first impetus, and that Colmer initiated Weishaupt into Oriental methods of organization, the source of inspiration from which Weishaupt subsequently drew his anarchic philosophy still remains obscure. It has frequently been suggested that the real inspirers were Jews, and the Jewish writer Bernard Lazare definitely states that there were Jews, Kabbalistic Jews, around Weishaupt. A writer in Leville, France, went so far as to designate these Jews as Moses Mendelssohn, Wesley, and the bankers Itzig, Friedlander, and Meyer. But no documentary evidence has ever been produced in support of these statements. It is therefore necessary to examine them in the light of probability. Now, as I have already shown, the theosophical ideas of the Kabbalah play no part in the system of Illuminism. The only trace of Kabbalism to be found amongst the papers of the order is a list of recipes for procuring abortion, for making aphrodisiacs, aqua tofana, pestilential vapors, etc., headed Kabbalah Major. It is possible, then, that the Illuminati may have learnt something of benefic magic and the use of certain natural substances from Jewish Kabbalists. At the same time, Jews appear to have only been in rare cases admitted to the order. Everything indeed tends to prove that Weishaupt and his first coadjutors, Zwack and Massenhausen, were pure Germans. Nevertheless, there is between the ideas of Weishaupt and of Lessing's Folk a distinct resemblance. Both in the writings of the Illuminati and in Lessing's dialogues, we find the same vein of irony with regard to Freemasonry, the same design that it should be replaced by a more effectual system, the same denunciations of the existing social order and of bourgeois society, the same theory that men should be self-governing, the same plan of obliterating all distinctions between nations, even the same simile of the beehive as applied to human life, which, as I have shown elsewhere, was later unadopted by the anarchist Proudhon. It may, however, legitimately be urged that these ideas were those of the inner Masonic circle, to which both Lessing and Weishaupt belonged, and that, though placed in the mouth of Falk, they were in no sense Judaic. But Lessing was also the friend and admirer of Moses Mendelssohn. who has been suggested as one of Weishaupt's inspirers. Now, at first sight, nothing seems more improbable than that an Orthodox Jew such as Mendelssohn should have accorded any sympathy to the anarchic scheme of Weishaupt. Nevertheless, certain of Weishaupt's doctrines are not incompatible with the principles of Orthodox Judaism. Thus, for example, Weishaupt's theory, so strangely at variance with his denunciations of the family system, that as a result of Illuminism, the head of every family will be what Abraham was, the patriarch, the priest, and the unfettered lord of his family, and reason will be the only code of man, is essentially a Jewish conception. It will be objected that the patriarchal system as conceived by Orthodox Jews could by no means include the religion of reason as advocated by Weishaupt. It must not, however, be forgotten that to the Jewish mind the human race presents a dual aspect, being divided into two distinct categories: the privileged race, to whom the promises of God were made, and the mass of great humanity, which remains outside the pale. Whilst strict adherence to the commands of the Talmud and the laws of Moses is expected of the former, the most indefinite of religious creeds suffices for the nations excluded from the privileges that Jewish birth confers. It was thus that Moses Mendelssohn wrote to the pastor Lavater, who had sought to win him over to Christianity. Pursuant to the principles of my religion, I am not to seek to convert anyone who is not born according to our laws. This proneness to conversion, the origin of which some would fain tack on the Jewish religion, is nevertheless diametrically opposed to it. Our rabbis unanimously teach that the written and oral laws which form conjointly our revealed religion are obligatory on our nation only. Moses commanded us a law, even in the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. We believe that all other nations of the earth have been directed by God to adhere to the laws of nature and to the religion of the patriarchs. Those who regulate their lives according to the precepts of this religion of nature and of reason are called virtuous men of other nations, and are the children of eternal salvation. Our rabbis are so remote from proselytomia that they enjoin us to dissuade by forcible remonstrances everybody who comes forward to be converted. The Talmud says proselytes are annoying to Israel like a scab. But was not this religion of nature and of reason the precise conception of Weishaupt? Whether, then, Weishaupt was directly inspired by Mendelssohn or any other Jew must remain for the present an open question. But the Jewish connections of certain other Illuminati cannot be disputed. The most important of these was Mirabeau, who arrived in Berlin just after the death of Mendelssohn, and was welcomed by his disciples in the Jewish salon of Henrietta Hertz. It was these Jews, ardent supporters of the French Revolution at its outset, who prevailed on Mirabeau to write his great apology for their race under the form of a panegyric of Mendelssohn. To sum up, I do not so far see in Illuminism a Jewish conspiracy to destroy Christianity, but rather a movement finding its principal dynamic force in the ancient spirit of revolt against the existing social and moral order, aided and abetted perhaps by Jews who saw in it a system that might be turned to their own advantage. Meanwhile, Illuminism made use of every other movement that could serve its purpose. As the contemporary Deluchette has expressed it, the system of the Illumines is not to embrace the dogmas of a sect, but to turn all errors to its advantage, to concentrate in itself everything that men have invented in the way of duplicity and imposture. More than this, Illuminism was not only the assemblage of all errors, of all ruses, of all subtleties of a theoretic kind. It was also an assemblage of all practical methods for rousing men to action, for, in the words of von Hammer on the assassins, that cannot be too often repeated. Opinions are powerless so long as they only confuse the brain without arming the hand. Skepticism and free thinking, as long as they occupied only the minds of the indolent and philosophical, have caused the ruin of no throne. It is nothing to the ambitious man what people believe, but is everything to know how he may turn them for the execution of his projects. This was what Weishaupt so admirably understood. He knew how to take from every association, past and present, the portions he required, and to weld them all into a working system of terrible efficiency. The disintegrating doctrines of the Gnostics and Manichaeans, of the modern philosophers and encyclopedists, the methods of the Ismailis and the Assassins, the disintegrating doctrines of the Gnostics and Manichaeans, of the modern philosophers and encyclopedists, the methods of the Ismailis and the Assassins, the discipline of the Jesuits and Templars, the organization and secrecy of the Freemasons, the philosophy of Machiavelli, the mystery of the Rosicrucians. He knew, moreover, how to enlist the right elements in all existing associations, as well as isolated individuals, and turn them to his purpose. So in the army of the Illuminati we find men of every shade of thought, from the poet Goethe to the meanest intriguer, lofty idealists, social reformers, visionaries, and at the same time the ambitious, the rancorous, and the disgruntled, men swayed by lust or embittered by grievances. All these differing in their aims, yet by Weishaupt's admirable system of watertight compartments, precluded from a knowledge of these differences, and all marching unconsciously or not towards the same goal. Although this was not the invention of Weishaupt, but had been foreshadowed many centuries earlier in the East, it was Weishaupt, so far as we know, who reduced it to a working system for the West. A system which has been adhered to by succeeding groups of world revolutionaries up to the present day. It is for this reason that I have quoted at length the writings of the Illuminati, all the ruses, all the hypocrisy, all the subtle methods of camouflage which characterize the order will be found again in the insidious propaganda both of the modern secret societies and the open revolutionary organizations, whose object it is to subvert all order, all morality, all religion. I maintain, therefore, with greater conviction than ever, the importance of Illuminism in the history of world revolution. But for this coordination of methods, the philosophers and encyclopedists might have gone on forever inveighing against thrones and altars, the Martinists evoking spirits, the magicians weaving spells, the Freemasons declaiming on universal brotherhood. None of these would have armed the hand and driven the infuriated mobs into the streets of Paris. It was not until the emissaries of Weishaupt formed an alliance with the Orleanists leaders that vague subversive theory became active revolution. Chapter 10. The Climax. The first Masonic body with which the Illuminati formed an alliance was the Strict Observance, to which the Illuminati Niggi and Bode both belonged. Cagliostro had also been initiated into the Strict Observance near Frankfurt and was now employed as agent of the Combined Order. According to his own confession, his mission was to work so as to turn Freemasonry in the direction of Weishaupt's projects. And the funds he drew upon were those of the Illuminati. Cagliostro also formed a link with the Martinists, whose doctrines, though derided by Weishaupt, were useful to his plan in attracting by their mystical character those who would have been repelled by the cynicism of the Illuminati. According to Barrowell, it was the Martinists who, following in the footsteps of the Rosicrucians, had suggested to Weishaupt the device of presenting Christ as an Illuminatus, which had led to such triumphant results amongst the Protestant clergy. But if Weishaupt made use of the various Masonic associations, they on their account found in him a valuable ally. The fact is that by this time both the French and German Freemasons were very much at sea with regard to the whole subject of Masonry, and needed someone to give a point to their deliberations. Thus, at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad, convened on July 16, 1782, and attended by representatives of Masonic bodies from all over the world, the first question propounded by the Grand Master of the Templars, i.e. the Strict Observance, was, what is the real object of the order and its true origin? So says Mirabeau in relating this incident, this same Grand Master and all his assistants had worked for more than 20 years with incredible ardor at a thing of which they knew neither the real object nor the origin. 2 years later, the Freemasons of France do not appear to have been any less in the dark on this matter, for we find them writing to General Rainsford, one of the English Masons who had been present at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad, as follows. Since you say that Masonry has never experienced any variation in its aim, do you then know with certainty what this unique object is? Is it useful for the happiness of mankind? Tell us if it is an historical, political, hermetical, or scientific nature. moral, social, or religious? Are the traditions oral or written? But Weishaupt had a very definite object in view, which was to gain control of all Freemasonry. And though he himself was not present at the Congress, the coadjutor Niggi, who had been traveling about Germany proclaiming himself the reformer of Freemasonry, presented himself at Wilhelmsbad, armed with full authority from Weishaupt, and succeeded in enrolling a number of magistrates, savants, ecclesiastics, and ministers of state as Illuminati, and in allying himself with the deputies of St. Martin and Willermas. Vanquished by this powerful rival, the strict observance ceased temporarily to exist, and Illuminism was left in possession of the field. On February 15, 1785, a further congress took place in Paris, convened this time by the Philalethes, at which the Illuminati Bode, alias Emilius, and the Baron de Buch, alias Bayard, were present. Also, it was been stated, the magician Cagliostro, the magnetizer Mesmer, the Kabbalist de Chantal, and of course the leaders of the Philalethes, Savalette de Langes, who was elected president, the Marquis de Chefdebien, and a number of German members of the same order. This Congress led to no very practical results, and a further and more secret one was convened in the following year at Frankfurt, where at Grand Lodge had been established in 1783. It was here that the deaths of Louis XVI and Gustavus III of Sweden are said to have been decreed. But already in this same year of 1785, the first act of the revolutionary drama had been played out. The famous affair of the necklace can never be understood in the pages of official history. Only an examination of the mechanism provided by the secret societies can explain that extraordinary episode, which, in the opinion of Napoleon, contributed more than any other cause to the explosion of 1789. In its double attack on church and monarchy, the affair of the necklace fulfilled the purpose of both Frederick the Great and of the Illuminati. Cagliostro, we know, received both money and instructions from the order for carrying out the plot, and after it had ended, in his own and the Cardinal de Rohan's exoneration and exile, we find him embarking on fresh secret society work in London, where he arrived in November of the same year, announcing himself as the Count Sutkowski, member of a society at Avignon. He visited the Swedenborgians at their Theosophical Society meeting rooms in the Middle Temple, and displayed minute acquaintance with their doctrines, whilst claiming a superior knowledge. According to a generally received opinion, Cagliostro was the author of a mysterious proclamation which appeared at this moment in the Morning Herald, in the cipher of the Rose Croix. But in the year before these events, an extraordinary thing had happened. An evangelist, preacher, and Illuminatus named Lance had been sent in July 1785 as an emissary of the Illuminati to Silesia, but on his journey he was struck down by lightning. The instructions of the order were found on him, and as a result its intrigues were conclusively revealed to the government of Bavaria. A searching inquiry followed, the houses of Zwack and Bassus were raided, and it was then that the documents of other incriminating evidence referred to in the preceding chapter of this book were seized and made public under the name of the Original Writings of the Order of the Illuminati, 1787. But before this evidence of 4 ex-Illuminati professors of Munich was published in 2 separate volumes. The diabolical nature of Illuminism now remained no longer a matter of doubt, and the order was officially suppressed. The opponents of Beruel and Robeson therefore declared that Illuminism came finally to an end. We shall see later by documentary evidence that it never ceased to exist, and that 25 years later, not only the Illuminati but Weishaupt himself was still active as ever behind the scenes in Freemasonry. But for the present we must follow its course from the moment of its apparent extinction in 1786. This course can be traced not only through the German Union, which is believed to have been a reorganization of the original Illuminati, but through the secret societies of France. Illuminism in reality is less an order than a principle, and a principle which can work better under cover of something else. Weishaupt himself had laid down the precept that the work of Illuminism could best be conducted under other names and other occupations, and henceforth we shall always find it carried on by this skillful system of camouflage. The first cover adopted was the Lodge of the Amos Runis in Paris, with which, as we have already seen, the Illuminati had established relations. But now in 1787, a definite alliance was effected by the aforementioned Illuminati. Bode and Bush, who in response to an invitation from the secret committee of the Lodge arrived in Paris in February of this year. Here they found the old Illuminatus Mirabeau, who with Talleyrand had been largely instrumental in summoning these German brothers, and according to Gustave Borde, two important members of the strict observance, the Marquis de Chefdebien, d'Ormesson, Equus, a Capet Isgeleto, and an Austrian, the Comte Leopold de Kolorath, Krakowski, Equus ab Aquila Fulgente, who also belonged to Weishaupt's Order of Illuminati, in which he bore the pseudonym of Numenius. It is important here to recognize the peculiar part played by the Lodge of the Amos Runis. Whilst the Lodge de Neuf Soeurs was largely composed of middle-class revolutionaries such as Brissot, Danton, Camille Desmoulins, and Chamfort, and the Lodge de la Candeur of aristocratic revolutionaries, Lafayette, as well as the Orleanists, the Marquis de Sillery, the Duc d'Aquillon, the Marquis de Costin, and the Lameths. The Lodge de Contrat Social was mainly composed of honest visionaries who entertained no revolutionary projects, but, according to Barruel, were strongly royalist. The role of the Amos Runis was to collect together the subversives from all other lodges. Philalethes, Rose-Croix, members of the Lodge de Neuf Soeurs and the Lodge de la Candeur, and of most the secret committees of the Grand Orient, as well as deputies from the Illumines in the provinces. Here, then, at the lodge in the Rue de la Sordière, under the direction of Savalet, de Langes, were to be found the disciples of Weishaupt, of Swedenborg, of Saint Martin, as well as the practical makers of revolution, the agitators and demagogues of 1789. The influence on German Illuminism on all these heterogeneous elements was enormous. From this moment, says a further Bavarian report of the matter, a complete change took place in the order of the Amos Runis. Hitherto only vaguely subversive, the Chevalier Bonfaisant became the Chevalier Malfaisant. The Amos Runis became the Enemies Runis. The arrival of the two Germans, Bode and Bush, gave the finishing touch to the conspiracy. The avowed object of their journey was to obtain information about magnetism, which was just then making a great stir. But, in reality, taken up with the gigantic plan of their order, their real aim was to make proselytes. It will be seen that the following passage exactly confirms the account given by Barruel. As the Lodge of the Amos Runis collected together everything that could be found out from all other Masonic systems in the world, so the way was soon paved there for Illuminism. It was also not long before this lodge, together with all those that depended on it, was impregnated with Illuminism. The former system of all these was as if wiped out, so that from this time onwards the framework of the Philalethes quite disappeared, and in the place of the former Kabbalistic magical extravagance came in the philosophical political. It was therefore not Martinism, Kabbalism, or Freemasonry that in themselves provided the real revolutionary force. Many non-Illuminized Freemasons, as Barruel himself declares, remained loyal to the throne and altar. And as soon as the monarchy was seen to be in danger, the royalist brothers of the Contrat Social boldly summoned the lodges to coalesce in defense of king and constitution. Even some of the upper Masons, who, in the degree of Knight Kadosh, had sworn hatred to the Pope and Bourbon monarchy, rallied likewise to the royal cause. The French spirit triumphed over the Masonic spirit in the greater number of the brothers. Opinions as well as hearts were still for the king. It needed the devastating doctrines of Weishaupt to undermine the spirit and turn the degrees of vengeance from vain ceremonial into terrible fact. If, then, it is said that the revolution was prepared in the lodges of Freemasons, and many French Masons have boasted of the fact, let it always be added that it was Illuminized Freemasonry that made the revolution, and that the Masons who acclaim it are Illuminized Masons. inheritors of the same tradition introduced into the lodges of France in 1787 by the disciples of Weishaupt, patriarch of the Jacobins. Many of the Freemasons of France in 1787 were thus not conscious allies of the Illuminati. According to Cadet de Gessecourt, there were in the lodges only 27 real initiates. The rest were largely dupes who knew little or nothing of the source whence the fresh influence among them derived. The amazing feature of the whole situation is that most enthusiastic supporters of the movement were men belonging to upper classes and even to the royal families of Europe. A contemporary relates that no less than 30 princes, reigning and non-reigning, had taken under their protection a confederation from which they stood to lose everything, and had become so imbued by its principles that they were inaccessible to reason. Intoxicated by the flattery lavished on them by the priests of Illuminism, they adopted a religion in which they understood nothing. Weishaupt, of course, had taken care that none of these royal dupes should be initiated into the real aims of the order, and at first adhered to the original plan of excluding them altogether. But the value of their cooperation soon became apparent, and by a supreme irony it was with a Grand Duke that he himself took refuge. But if the great majority of princes and nobles were stricken with blindness at this crisis, a few far-seeing spirits recognized the danger and warned the world of the impending disaster. In 1787, Cardinal Caprera, Apostolic Nuncio at Vienna, addressed a confidential memoir to the Pope, in which he pointed out that the activities carried on in Germany by the different sects of Illumines, Perfectibilists, of Freemasons, etc., were increasing. The danger is approaching, so far from all these senseless dreams of Illuminism, of Swedenborgianism, of Freemasonry, a frightful reality will emerge. Visionaries will have their time. The revolution they forebode will have its time also. A more amazing prophecy, however, was the Essai sur la secte des Lumens by the Marquis de Luchet, a liberal noble who played some part in the revolutionary movement, yet who nevertheless realized the dangers of Illuminism. Thus, as early as 1789, before the revolution had really developed, de Luchet uttered these words of warning. Deluded people, learn that there exists a conspiracy in favor of despotism against liberty, of incapacity against talent, of vice against virtue, of ignorance against enlightenment. This society aims at governing the world. Its object is universal domination. This plan may seem extraordinary, incredible, yes, but not chimerical. No such calamity has ever yet afflicted the world. De Luchet then goes on to foretell precisely the events that were to take place 3 and 4 years later. He describes the position of a king who has to recognize masters above himself and to authorize their abominable regime, to become the plaything of an ambitious and fanatical horde which has taken possession of his will. See him condemned to serve the passions of all that surround him, to raise degraded men to power, to prostitute his judgment by choices that dishonor his prudence. All this was exactly fulfilled during the reign of the Girondin ministry of 1792. The campaign of destruction carried out in the summer of 1793 is thus foretold. We do not mean to say that the country where the Illumines reign will cease to exist, but it will fall into such a degree of humiliation that it will no longer count in politics, that the population will diminish, that the inhabitants who resist the inclination to pass into a foreign land will no longer enjoy the happiness of consideration, nor the charms of society, nor the gifts of commerce. And de Luchet ends with this despairing appeal to the powers of Europe. Masters of the world, cast your eyes on a desolate multitude. Listen to their cries, their tears, their hopes. A mother asks you to restore her son, a wife, her husband, your cities for the fine arts that have fled from them, the country for citizens, the fields for cultivators, religions for forms of worship, and nature for beings of which she is worthy. 5 years after these words were written, the countryside of France was desolate. Art and commerce were destroyed, and women, following the tumbril that carried Fouquier, Tinville, to the guillotine, cried out, "Give me back my brother, my son, my husband." So this was amazing prophecy fulfilled. Yet not one word has history to say on the subject. The warning of Delouchet has fallen on deaf ears amongst posterity as amongst the men of his own day. Delouchet himself recognizes the obstacle to this obtaining a hearing. There are too many passions interested in supporting the system of the Illumines. Too many deluded rulers imagining themselves enlightened, ready to precipitate their people into the abyss, whilst the heads of the order will never relinquish the authority they have acquired, nor the treasure at their disposal. In vain Delouchet appeals to the Freemasons to save their order from the invading sect. Would it not be possible, he asks, to direct the Freemasons themselves against the Illumines by showing them that whilst they are working to maintain harmony in society, those others are everywhere sowing the seeds of discord and preparing the ultimate destruction of their order? So far it is not too late, if only men will believe in the danger that it may be averted. From the moment they are convinced, the necessary blow is dealt to the sect. Otherwise, Delouchet prophesies a series of calamities of which the end is lost in the darkness of time. A subterranean fire smoldering eternally and breaking forth periodically in violent and devastating explosions. What words could better describe the history of the last 150 years? The Essai sur le secte des Lumens is one of the most extraordinary documents of history, and at the same time one of the most mysterious. Why it should have been written by the Marquis de Lachette, who is said to have collaborated with Mirabeau in the Galerie de Portraits published in the following year, why it should have been appended to Mirabeau's Histoire secrète de la Cour de Berlin, and accordingly attributed to Mirabeau himself, why Beruel should have denounced it as dust thrown in the eyes of the public, although it entirely corroborated his own point of view, are questions to which I can find no reply. That it was written seriously and in all good faith it is impossible to doubt, whilst the fact that it appeared before instead of after the events described renders it even more valuable evidence of the reality of the conspiracy than Beruel's own admirable work. What Beruel saw, de Lachette foresaw with equal clearness. As to the role of Mirabeau at this crisis, we can only hazard an explanation on the score of his habitual inconsistency. At one moment he was seeking interviews with the king's ministers in order to warn them of the coming danger. At the next he was energetically stirring up insurrection. It is therefore not impossible that he may have encouraged Delouchet's exposure of the conspiracy, although meanwhile he himself had entered into the scheme of destruction. Indeed, according to a pamphlet published in 1791 entitled Mystères de la Conspiration, the whole plan of revolution was found amongst his papers. The editor of this brochure explains that the document here made public, called Croquis, a project de révolution de Monsieur de Mirabeau, was seized at the house of Madame Léger, the wife of Mirabeau's publisher, on October 6, 1789. Beginning with a diatribe against the French monarchy, the document goes on to say that, in order to triumph over this hydra-headed monster, these are my ideas. We must overthrow all order, suppress all laws, annul all power, and leave the people in anarchy. The laws we establish will not perhaps be enforced at once, but at any rate, having given back the power to the people, they will resist for the sake of their liberty, which they will believe they are preserving. We must caress their vanity, flatter their hopes, promise them happiness after our work has been in operation. We must elude their caprices and their systems at will, for the people, as legislators, are very dangerous. They only establish laws which coincide with their passions. Their want of knowledge would be, besides, only give birth to abuses. But as the people are a lever which legislators can move at their will, we must necessarily use them as a support, and render hateful to them everything which we wish to destroy, and sow illusions in their path. We must also buy all the mercenary pens which propagate our methods, and which will instruct the people concerning their enemies, whom we attack. The clergy, being the most powerful through public opinion, can only be destroyed by ridiculing religion, rendering its ministers odious, and only representing them as hypocritical monsters. For Mahomet, in order to establish his religion, first defamed the paganism which the Arabs, the Sarmates, and the Scythians professed. Libels must at every moment show fresh traces of hatred against the clergy. to exaggerate their riches, to make the sins of an individual appear to be common to all, to attribute to them all vices, calumny, murder, irreligion, sacrilege. All is permitted in times of revolution. We must degrade the noblesse and attribute it to an odious origin, establish a germ of equality which can never exist but which will flatter the people. We must immolate the most obstinate, burn and destroy their property in order to intimidate the rest, so that if we cannot entirely destroy this prejudice, we can weaken it, and the people will avenge their vanity and their jealousy by all the excesses which will bring them to submission. After describing how the soldiers are to be seduced from their allegiance, and the magistrates represented to the people as despots, since the people, brutal and ignorant, only see the evil and never the good of things, the writer explains they must be given only limited power in municipalities. Let us beware above all of giving them too much force. Their despotism is too dangerous. We must flatter the people by gratuitous justice, promise them a great diminution in taxes and more equal division, more extension in fortunes and less humiliation. These fantasies will fanaticize the people, who will flatten out all resistance. What matter the victims and their numbers, spoliations, destructions, burnings, and all the necessary effects of a revolution? Nothing must be sacred, and we can say with Machiavelli, what matter the means as long as one arrives at the end? Were all these the ideas of Mirabeau, or were they, like the other document of the Illuminati found amongst his papers, the program of a conspiracy? I incline to the latter theory. The plan of campaign was, at any rate, the one followed out by the conspirators, as Chamfort, the friend and confidant of Mirabeau, admitted in his conversation with Marmontel. The nation is a great herd that only thinks of browsing, and with good sheepdogs the shepherds can lead it as they please. Money and the hope of plunder are all powerful with the people. Mirabeau cheerfully asserts that with 100 louis one can make quite a good riot. Another contemporary thus describes the methods of the leaders. Mirabeau, in the exuberance of an orgy, cried one day, "That Quenelle well deserves to have us for legislators." These professions of faith, as we see, are not all democratic. The sect uses the populace as revolution fodder, as prime material for brigandage, after which it seizes the gold and abandons generations to torture. It is veritably the code of hell. It is this code of hell set forth in the Project of Revolution that we shall find repeated in succeeded documents throughout the last 100 years, in the correspondence of the Alta Vendetta, in the dialogues aux enfers entre Machiavelli and Montesquieu by Maurice Joly, in the revolutionary catechism of Bakunin, in the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and in the writings of the Russian Bolsheviks today. Whatever doubts may be cast on the authenticity of any of these documents, the indisputable fact thus remains that as early as 1789, this Machiavellian plan of engineering revolution and using the people as a lever for raising a tyrannical minority to power has been formulated. Further, that the methods described in this earliest protocol have been carried out according to plan from that day to this. And in every outbreak of the social revolution, the authors of the movement have been known to be connected with secret societies. It was Adrien Duport, author of The Great Fear, that spread over France on July 22, 1789. Duport, the inner initiate of the secret societies, holding in his hands all the threads of the Masonic conspiracy, who on May 21st, 1790, set forth before the Committee of Propaganda the vast scheme of destruction. M. de Mirabeau has well established the fact that the fortunate revolution which has taken place in France must and will be for all the peoples of Europe the awakening of liberty, and for kings the sleep of death. But Duport goes on to explain that whilst Mirabeau thinks it advisable at present not to concern themselves with anything outside France, he himself believes that the triumph of the French Revolution must lead inevitably to the ruin of all thrones. Therefore we must hasten among our neighbors the same revolution that is going on in France. The plan of Illuminized Freemasonry was thus nothing less than a world revolution. It is necessary here to reply to a critic who suggested that in emphasizing the role of the secret societies in world revolution, I had abandoned my former thesis of the Orleanist conspiracy. I wish therefore to state that I do not retract one word I wrote in the French Revolution on the Orleanist conspiracy. I merely supply a further explanation of its efficiency by enlarging on the aid it received from the party I referred to as the Subversives, outcome of the Masonic lodges. It was because the Orleanists held the whole Masonic organization at their disposal that they were able to carry out their plans with such extraordinary skill and thoroughness, and because they had at their back men bent solely on destruction, that they could enlist a following which would not have rallied to a mere scheme of usurpation. Even Montjoie, who saw in the Revolution principally the work of the Duc d'Orléans, indicates in a very curious passage of a later work the existence of still darker intrigue behind the conspiracy he had spent his energies in unveiling. I will not examine whether this wicked prince, thinking he was acting in his personal interests, was not moved by that invisible hand which seems to have created all the events of our revolution in order to lead us towards a goal that we do not see at present, but which I think we shall see before long. Unfortunately, after this mysterious utterance, Montjoie never again returns to the subject. At the beginning of the Revolution, Orleanism and Freemasonry thus formed a united body. According to Lombard de Langres, France in 1789 counted more than 2,000 lodges affiliated to the Grand Orient. The number of adepts was more than 100,000. The first events of 1789 were only masonry in action. All the revolutionaries of the Constituent Assembly were initiated into the third degree. We place in this class the Duc d'Orléans, Valence, Sillery, Laclos, Saïz, Pétion, Menu, Biron, Montesquieu, Fauché, Condorcet, Lafayette, Mirabeau, Garat, Rabot, Dubois-Krantz, Thibault, La Rochefoucauld, and others. Amongst these others were not only the Brissotins, who formed the nucleus of the Girondin party, but the men of the Terror, Marat, Robespierre, Danton, and Desmoulins. It was these fiercer elements, true disciples of the Illuminati, who were to sweep away the visionary Masons dreaming of equality and brotherhood. Following the precedent set by Weishaupt, classical pseudonyms were adopted by these leaders of the Jacobins. Thus, Chalmette was known as Anaxagoras, Cloutz as Anacharsis, Danton as Horace, Lacroix as Publicola, and Ronsin as Scaevola. Again, after the manner of the Illuminati, the names of towns were changed and a revolutionary calendar was adopted. The red cap and loose hair affected by the Jacobins appear to have been foreshadowed in the lodges of the Illuminati. Yet, faithfully as the terrorists carried out the plan of the Illuminati, it would seem that they themselves were not initiated into the innermost secrets of the conspiracy. Behind the convention, behind the clubs, behind the revolutionary tribunal, there existed, says Lombard de Langres, that the most secret convention, which directed everything after May 31st, an occult and terrible power of which the other convention became the slave, and which was composed of the prime initiates of Illuminism. This power was above Robespierre and the committees of the government. It was this occult power which appropriated to itself the treasures of the nation and distributed them to the brothers and friends who had helped on the great work. What was the aim of this occult power? Was it merely the plan of destruction that originated in the brain of a Bavarian professor 20 years earlier? Or was it something far older, a live and terrible force that had lain dormant through the centuries, that Weishaupt and his allies had not created but only loosed upon the world? The reign of terror, like the outbreak of Satanism in the Middle Ages, can be explained by no material causes. The orgy of hatred, lust, and cruelty, directed not only against the rich, but still more against the poor and defenseless. The destruction of science, art, and beauty, the desecration of the churches, the organized campaign against all that was noble, all that was sacred, all that humanity holds dear. What was this but Satanism? In desecrating the churches and stamping on the crucifixes, the Jacobins had in fact followed the precise formula of black magic for the purpose of infernal evocation. It is requisite to profane the ceremonies of the religion to which one belongs and to trample its holiest symbols underfoot. It was this that formed the prelude to the Great Terror, when to those who lived through it, it seemed that France lay under the sway of the powers of darkness. So in the great shipwreck of civilization, as a contemporary has described it, the projects of the Kabbalists, the Gnostics, and the secret societies for which nearly 18 centuries had sapped the foundations of Christianity found their fulfillment. Do we need to detect an echo of the Toldat Yeshu in the blasphemies of the Marquis de Sade concerning the Jewish slave and the adulterous woman, the courtesan of Galilee? And in the imprecations of Marat's worshippers, Christ was a false prophet, a repetition of the secret doctrine attributed to the Templars. Jesus is not the true God. He is a false prophet. He was not crucified for the salvation of humanity, but for his own misdeeds. Are these resemblances accidental, or are they the outcome of a continuous plot against the Christian faith? What, then, was the role of the Jews in the Revolution? In this connection, it is necessary to understand the situation of the Jews in France at this period. After the decree of banishment issued by Charles VI in 1394, Jewry as a body had ceased to exist. But towards the end of the 15th century, a certain number of Jews driven out of Spain and Portugal were allowed to settle in Bordeaux. These Spanish and Portuguese Jews, known as Sephardim, appeared to acquiesce in the Christian religion and were not officially regarded as Jews, but enjoyed considerable privileges conferred on them by Henry II. It was not until the beginning of the 18th century, during the Regency, that Jews began to reappear in Paris. Meanwhile, the annexation of Alsace at the end of the previous century had added to the population of France, the German Jews of that province known as the Ashkenazim. It is important to distinguish between these two races of Jews in discussing the question of Jewish emancipation at the time of the Revolution. For whilst the Sephardim had shown themselves good citizens and were therefore subject to no persecutions, the Ashkenazim, by their extortionate, usury, and oppressions, had made themselves detested by the people, so that rigorous laws were enforced to restrain their rapacity. The discussions that raged in the National Assembly on the subject of the Jewish question related therefore mainly to the Jews of Alsace. Already in 1784, the Jews of Bordeaux had been accorded further confessions by Louis XVI. In 1776, all Portuguese Jews had been given religious liberty and the permissions to inhabit all parts of the kingdom. The decree on January 28, 1790, conferring on the Jews of Bordeaux the rights of French citizens, put the finishing touch to this scheme of liberation. But the proposal to extend this privilege to the Jews of Alsace evoked a storm of controversy in the assembly and also violent insurrections amongst the Alsatian peasants. It was thus on behalf of the people that several deputies protested against the decree. The Jews, said the Abbé Maury, have traversed 17 centuries without mingling with other nations. They have never done anything but trade with money. They have been the scourge of agricultural provinces. Not one of them has known how to ennoble his hands by guiding the plow. And he went on to point out that the Jews must not be persecuted. They must be protected as individuals and not as Frenchmen, since they cannot be citizens. Whatever you do, they will always remain foreigners in our midst. Monseigneur de la Fère, Bishop of Nancy, adopted the same line of argument. They must be accorded protection, safety, liberty, but should we admit into the family a tribe that is foreign to it, that turns its eyes unceasingly towards a common country, that aspires to abandon the land that bears it? My Kahir orders me to protest against the motion that has been made to you. The interest of the Jews themselves necessitates this protest. The people have a horror of them. They are often in Alsace the victims of popular risings. In all this, as will be seen, there is no question of persecution, but of precautions against a race that willfully isolates itself from the rest of the community in order to pursue its own interests and advantages. The Jews of Bordeaux indeed recognized the odium that the German Jews were calculated to bring on the Jewish cause, and in an address to the Assembly on January 22, 1790, disassociated themselves from the aggressive claims of the Ashkenazim. We dare to believe that our condition in France would not today be open to discussion if certain demands of the Jews of Alsace, Lorraine, and the Trois Vichy had not caused a confusion of ideas which appears to reflect on us. We do not yet know exactly what these demands are, but to judge by the public papers, they appear to be rather extraordinary, since these Jews aspire to live in France under the special regime, to have laws peculiar to themselves, and to constitute a class of citizens separate from all the others. As for us, our condition in France has long since been settled. We have been naturalized French since 1550. We possess all kinds of properties, and we enjoy the unlimited right to acquire estates. We have neither laws, tribunals, nor officers of our own. In adopting this attitude, the Sephardim created a precedent which, if it had been followed henceforth consistently by their co-religionists, might have gone far to allay the prejudice against the Jewish race. It was the solidarity generally presented by the Jews towards the rest of the community which excited alarm in the minds of French citizens. 30 years earlier, the merchants of Paris, in a petition against the admission of the Jews to their corporations, indicated by an admirable simile the danger this solidarity offered to free commerce. The French merchant carries on his commerce alone. Each commercial house is in a way isolated, whilst the Jews are particles of quicksilver, which at least slant run together in a block. But in spite of all protest, the decree emancipating the Jews of Alsace was passed in September 1791, and hymns of praise were sung in the synagogues. But what part was actually played by the Jews in the tumults of the Revolution it is impossible to determine, for the reasons that they are seldom designated as such in the writings of contemporaries. On the point, Jewish writers appear to be better informed than the rest of the world, for Monsieur Léon Kahn, in his panegyric on the part played by his co-religionists in the Revolution, finds Jews where even Drummond failed to detect them. Thus we read that it was a Jew, Rosenthal, who headed the legion known by his name, which was sent against La Vendée, but took to flight, and which was the subject of complaint when employed to guard the royal family at the temple, that amongst those who worked most energetically to deprive the clergy of their goods was a Jewish ex-old clothes seller, Zalkind Horwitz, that it was a Jew named Lang who murdered 3 out of 5 Swiss guards at the foot of the staircase of the Tuileries on August 10th, that Jews were implicated in the theft of the crown jewels on September 16th, 1792, and that one named Liar was executed in consequence, that it was Klutz and the Jew PERIL, and not, as I had stated, Hebert, Chamet, and Momoro, who went to the Archbishop Gobel in November 1793 and induced him by the means of threats to abjure his Christian faith. All these facts were unknown to me when I wrote my account of these events. It will be seen then that, far from exaggerating the role of the Jews in the French Revolution, I very much underrated it. Indeed, the question of their complicity had not occurred to me at all when I wrote this book, and the only Jew to whom I referred to was Ephraim, sent to France by the Illuminati Frederick William II, and Bischofswerder, whom Mr. Kahn indicates as playing an even more important role than I had assigned to him. But illuminating as these incidents may be, it is yet open to question whether they prove any concerted attempt on part of the Jews to bring about the overthrow of the French monarchy and the Catholic religion. It is true, nevertheless, that they themselves boasted of their revolutionary ardor. In an address presenting their claims before the National Assembly in 1789, they declare, "Regenerators of the French Empire, you would not wish that we should cease to be citizens, since for already 6 months we have assiduously performed all duties as such, and the recompense for the zeal we have shown in accelerating the revolution will not be to condemn us to participate in none of its advantages now that it has been consummated. No, Signor, we are all very good citizens, and in this memorable revolution we dare to say that there is not one of us who has not proved himself." In all these activities, however, religious feelings appears to have played an entirely subordinate part. The Jews, as has been said, were free before the Revolution to carry on the rites of their faith, and when the great anti-religionist campaign began, Many of them entered wholeheartedly into the attack on all religious faiths, their own included. Thus, on the 21st Brumaire, whilst the Feasts of Reason were taking place in the churches of Paris, we find a deputation of Israelites presenting themselves at the National Assembly and depositing on the bosom of the mountain the ornaments of which they had stripped a little temple they had in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. At the same moment, a revolutionary committee of the reunion brings to the General Council crosses, suns, chalices, copes, and quantities of other ornaments of worship, and a member of this committee observes that several of these effects belong to individuals of the Jewish race. A minister of the religion of Moses, Abraham, and Jacob asks in the name of his co-religionists that the said effects should not be regarded as belonging to such and such a sect. This citizen is named Benjamin Jacob. Another member of the same committee pays homage to the patriotic zeal of the citizens heretofore Jews. Almost all have forestalled the wish of the Revolutionary Committee by themselves bringing their reliquaries and ornaments, amongst others the famous cope said to have belonged to Moses. On the 20th Frimaire at the Temple of Liberty, formerly the Church of the Benedictines, the citizen Alexandre Lambert fills a Jew brought up with the prejudices of the Jewish religion, uttered a violent harangue against all religions. I will prove to you, citizens, that all forms of worship are impostures equally degraded to man and to divinities. I will not prove it by philosophy, I do not know it, but only by the light of reason. After denouncing the iniquities of both the Catholic and Protestant faiths, Lambert demonstrates the absurdities of the Jewish religion, of this domineering religion. He thunders against Moses, governing a simple and agrarian people like all clever impostors. Again, the servile respect of the Jews for their kings, the ablutions of women, etc. Finally, he declares, the bad faith, citizens, of which the Jewish nation is accused does not come from themselves, but from their priests. Their religion, which would allow them only to lend to those of their nation at 5%, tells them to take all they can from Catholics. It is even hallowed as custom in our morning prayers to solicit God's help in catching out a Christian. There is more, citizens, and it is the climax of abomination. If any mistake is made in commerce between Jews, they are ordered to make reparation. But if on 100 louis a Christian should have paid 25 too much, one is not bound to return them to him. What an abomination! What a horror! And where does all that come from but from the rabbis, who have excited proscriptions against us? Our priests, us citizens, more than anything in the world we must abjure a religion which, by subjecting us to irksome and servile practices, makes it impossible for us to be good citizens. The encouragement accorded by the Jews to the French Revolution appears thus to have been prompted not by religious fanaticism, but by a desire for national advantage. That they gained immensely by the overthrow of the old order is undeniable, for apart from the legislation passed on their behalf in the National Assembly, the disorder of the finances in 1796 was such that, as M. Leon Kahn tells us, a contemporary journal inquired, has the revolution then been only a financial scheme? A speculation of bankers? We know from Proudhon to what race the financiers who principally profited by this disorder belonged. But if the role of the Jews in the revolution remained obscure, there can be no doubt of the part played by the secret societies in the revolt against all religion, all moral laws, and social order, which had been reduced to a system in the councils of the Illuminati. It was this conspiracy that reasserted itself in the Babovista Rising of 1796, which was directly inspired by the secret societies. After the death of Babeuf, his friend and inspirer, Buonarroti, with the aid of Marat's brother, founded a Masonic lodge, the Amos Sinceres, which was affiliated to the Philadelphians at Geneva and as Diacre Mobile of the Order of Sublime and Perfect Masons, created 3 new secret degrees in which the device of the Rose Croix, INRI, was interpreted as signifying Justum Necar Regis Injustus. The part to be assigned to each intrigue in preparing the world movement, of which the French Revolution was the first expression, is a question on which no one can speak with certainty. But, as at the present moment, the composite nature of this movement must never be lost to sight. Largely, perhaps, the work of Frederick the Great, it is probable that, but for the Orleanists, the plot against the French monarchy might have come to naught. Whilst again, but for his position at the head of Illuminized Freemasonry, it is doubtful whether the Duc d'Orleans could have commanded the forces of revolution. Further, how far the movement, which, like the modern Bolshevist conspiracy, appears to have had unlimited funds at its disposal, was financed by the Jews yet remains to be discovered. Hitherto, only the first steps have been taken towards elucidating the truth about the French Revolution. In the opinion of the early 19th century writer, the sect which engineered the French Revolution was absolutely international. The authors of the Revolution are not more French than German, Italian, English, etc. They form a particular nation which took birth and has grown in the darkness, in the midst of all civilized nations, with the object of subjecting them to its domination. It is curious to find almost precisely the same idea expressed by the Duke of Brunswick, formerly the Equus of Victoria, of the strict observance. Aaron of the Illuminati, and Grand Master of German Freemasonry, who, whether because the revolution had done its work in destroying the French monarchy and now threatened the security of Germany, or whether because he was genuinely disillusioned in the orders to which he had belonged, issued a manifesto to all the lodges in 1794, declaring that in view of the way in which Masonry had been penetrated by this great sect, the whole order must be temporarily suppressed. It is essential to quote a part of this important document verbatim. Amidst the universal storm produced by the present revolutions in the political and moral world, at this period of supreme illumination and of profound blindness, it would be a crime against truth and humanity to leave any longer shrouded in a veil things that can provide the only key to past and future events. Things that should show to thousands of men whether the path they have been made to follow is the path of folly or of wisdom. It has to do with you, VV, FF, of all degrees and of all secret systems. The curtain must at last be drawn aside, so that your blinded eyes may see that light you ever sought in vain, but of which you have only caught a few deceptive rays. We have raised our building under the wings of darkness. The darkness is dispelled, and a light more terrifying than darkness itself strikes suddenly on our sight. We see our edifice crumbling and covering the ground with ruins. We see destruction that our hands can no longer arrest. And that is why we send away the builders from their workshops. With a last blow of the hammer, we overthrow the columns of salaries. We have the temple deserted, and we bequeath it as a great work to posterity, which shall rise it again on its ruins and bring it to completion. Brunswick then goes on to explain what has brought about the ruin of the order, namely the infiltration of Freemasonry by the secret conspirators. A great sect arose which, taking for its motto the good and the happiness of man, worked in the darkness of the conspiracy to make the happiness of humanity a prey for itself. The sect is known to everyone. Its brothers are known no less than its name. It is they who have undermined the foundations of the order to the point of complete overthrow. It is by them that all humanity has been poisoned and led astray for several generations. The ferment that reigns amongst the peoples is their work. They founded the plans of their insatiable ambition on the political pride of nations. Their founders arranged to introduce this pride into the heads of the peoples. They began by casting odium on religion. They invented the rights of man, which it is impossible to discover, even in the book of nature, and they urged the people to wrest from their princes the recognition of these supposed rights. The plan they had formed for breaking all social ties and of destroying all order was revealed in all their speeches and acts. They deluged the world with a multitude of publications. They recruited apprentices of every rank in every position. They deluded the most perspicacious men by falsely alleging different intentions. They sowed in the hearts of youth the seeds of covetousness, and they excited it with the bait of the most insatiable passions. Indomitable pride, thirst of power, such were the only motives of this sect. Their masters had nothing less in view than the thrones of the earth, and the government of the nations was to be directed by their nocturnal clubs. This is what has been done and is still being done, but we notice that princes and people are unaware how and by what means this is being accomplished. That is why we say to them in all frankness, the misuse of our order, the misunderstanding of our secret, has produced all the political and moral troubles with which the world is filled today. You who have been initiated, you must join yourselves with us in raising your voices, so as to teach peoples and princes that the sectarians, the apostates of our order, have alone been and will be the authors of present and future revolutions. We must assure princes and peoples, on our honor and our duty, that our association is in no way guilty of these evils. But in order that our attestations should have force and merit belief, we must make for princes and people a complete sacrifice. So as to cut out to the roots the abuse and error, we must from this moment dissolve the whole order. This is why we destroy and annihilate it completely for the time. We will preserve the foundations for posterity, which will clear them when humanity in better times can derive some benefit from our holy alliance. Thus, in the opinion of the Grand Master of German Freemasonry, a secret sect working within Freemasonry had brought about the French Revolution, and would be the cause of all future revolutions. We shall now pursue the course of this sect after the first upheaval had ended. 3 years after the Duke of Brunswick issued his manifesto to the lodges, the books of Beruel, Robeson, and others appeared, laying bare the whole conspiracy. It has been said that all these books fell flat. This is directly contrary to the truth. Beruel's book went into no less than 8 editions, and I have described elsewhere the alarm that his work and Robeson's excited in America. In England, they led to the very tangible result that a law was passed by the English Parliament in 1799, prohibiting all secret societies with the exception of Freemasonry. It is evident, then, that the British government recognized the continued existence of these associations and the danger they presented to the world. This fact should be borne in mind when we are assured that Beruel and Robeson had conjured up a bogey which met with no serious attention from responsible men. For the main purpose of Beruel's book is to show that not only had Illuminism and Grand Orient Masonry contributed largely to the French Revolution, but that 3 years after that first explosion they were still as active as ever. This is the great point which the champions of the bogey theory are most anxious to refute. The Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, wrote Mr. Waite, was founded by Adam Weishaupt in 1776, and it was suppressed by the Elector of Bavaria in 1789. Those who say that it was continued in more secret forms have never produced one item of real evidence. Now, as we have seen, the Illuminati were not suppressed by the Elector of Bavaria in 1789, but in 1786, first error of Mr. Waite. But more extraordinary confusion of mind is displayed in his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, where in a Masonic chronology he gives this time under the date of 1784, suppression of the Illuminati, but under 1793, J.J.C. Bode joined the Illuminati under Weishaupt. As a matter of fact, this was the year Bode died. These examples will serve to show the reliance that can be placed on Mr. Waite's statement concerning the Illuminati. We shall now see that not only the Illuminati but Weishaupt himself still continued the intrigue long after the French Revolution had ended. Directly the reign of terror was over, the Masonic lodges, which during the Revolution had been replaced by the clubs, began to reopen, and by the beginning of the 19th century were in a more flourishing condition than ever before. It was the most brilliant epoch of Masonry, wrote the Freemason Bazot in his History of Freemasonry. Nearly 1,200 lodges existed in France under the Empire. Generals, magistrates, artists, savants, and notabilities in every line were initiated into the order. The most eminent of these was Prince Cambyses, Pro-Grand Master of the Grand Orient. It is in the midst of this period that we find Weishaupt once more at work behind the scenes of Freemasonry. Thus, in the remarkable Masonic correspondence published by M. Benjamin Fabre in his Equus Capit Gelato, of which, as has already been pointed out, the authenticity is admitted by eminent British Freemasons, a letter is reproduced from Pyrrhon, representative of Paris in the Grand Orient of Italy. to the Marquis de Chef de Bien, dated September 9th, 1808, in which it is stated that a member of the sect of Baveux has asked for information on a certain point of ritual. On December 29th, 1808, Pyrrhon writes again, by the words sect of B blank, I meant W blank, and on December 3rd, 1809, puts the matter quite plainly. The other word remaining at the end of my pen refers enigmatically to Weishaupt. So as M. Fabre points out, there is no longer any doubt that there is a question here of Weishaupt. And yet one observes that his name is not yet written in all its letters. It must be admitted that here Pyrrhon took great precautions when it was a matter of Weishaupt. And one is led to ask, what could the extraordinary importance of the role played at this moment in the Freemasonry of the First Empire by this Weishaupt, who was supposed to have been outside the Masonic movement since Illuminism was brought to trial in 1786? But the Marquis de Chef de Bien entertained no illusions about Weishaupt, whose intrigues he had always opposed, and in a letter dated May 12, 1806, to the Freemason routiers, who had referred to the danger of isolated Masonic lodges, he asked, in good faith, very reverend brother, is it in isolated lodges that the atrocious conspiracy of Philippe, the Duke d'Orleans, and Robespierre was formed? Is it from isolated lodges that those prominent men came forth, who assembled at the Hôtel de Ville, stirred up revolt, devastation, assassination? And is it not in the lodges bound together, co- and subordinated, that the monster Weishaupt established his tests and his horrible principles prepared? If then, as M. Gustave Bord asserts, the Marquis de Chef de Bien had himself belonged to the Illuminati before the Revolution, here is indeed illuminist evidence in support of Beruel. Yet, disillusioned as the equus capit gelato appears to have been with regard to Illuminism, he still retained his allegiance to Freemasonry. This would tend to prove that, however subversive the doctrines of the Grand Orient may have been, and indeed undoubtedly were, it was not Freemasonry itself, but Illuminism which organized the movement of which the French Revolution was the first manifestation. As Monsignor Dillon has expressed it, had Weishaupt not lived, Masonry might have ceased to be a power after the reaction consequent on the French Revolution. He gave it a form and character which caused it to outlive that reaction, to energize to the present day, and which will cause it to advance until its final conflict with Christianity must determine whether Christ or Satan shall reign on this earth to the end. If to the word Masonry we add Grand Orient, that is to say, the Masonry not of Great Britain, but of the continent, we shall be still nearer to the truth. In the early part of the 19th century, Illuminism was thus as much alive as ever. Joseph de Maistre, writing at this period, constantly refers to the danger it presents to Europe. Is it not also to Illuminism that a mysterious passage in a recent work of M. Lenotre refers? In the course of conversation with the friends of the false Dauphine Hervagaul, Monsignor de Savine is said to have made allusions in prudent and almost terrified terms to some international sect, a power superior to all others, which has arms and eyes everywhere and which governs Europe today. When in World Revolution I asserted that during this period that Napoleon held the reins of power, the devastating fire of Illuminism was temporarily extinguished. I wrote without knowledge of some important documents which proved that Illuminism continued without break from the date of its foundation all through the period of the Empire. So far, then, from overstating the case by saying that Illuminism did not cease in 1786, I understand it by suggesting that it ceased even for this brief interval. The documents in which this evidence is to be found are referred to by Lombard de Langres, who, writing in 1820, observes that the Jacobins were invisible from the 18th Brumaire until 1813, and goes on to say, here the sect disappears. We find to guide us during this period only uncertain notions, scattered fragments. The plots of Illuminism lie buried in the boxes of the imperial police. But the contents of those boxes no longer lie buried, transported to the archives nationales. The documents in which the intrigues of Illuminism are laid bare have at least been given to the public. Here there can be no question of imaginative abbeys, Scotch professors, or American divines conjuring up a bogey to alarm the world. These dry official reports, prepared for the vigilant eye of the emperor, never intended and never used for publication, relate calmly and dispassionately what the writers have themselves heard and observed concerning the danger that Illuminism presents to all forms of settled government. The author of the most detailed report is one Francois Charles de Berkheim, Special Commissioner of Police at Mayence towards the end of the Empire, who, as a Freemason, is naturally not disposed to prejudice against secret societies. In October 1810 he writes, however, that his attention has been drawn to the Illuminati by a pamphlet which has just fallen into his hands, namely the Essai sur de secte des Lumens, which, like many contemporaries, he attributes originally to Mirabeau. He then goes on to ask whether the sect still exists, and if so, whether it is indeed an association of frightful scoundrels who aim, as Mirabeau assures us, at the overthrow of all law and all morality, at replacing virtue by crime in every act of human life. Further, he asks whether both sects of illumines have now combined in one, and what are their present projects. Conversations with other Freemasons further increase Berkheim's anxiety on the subject. One of the best informed observes to him, I know a great deal, enough at any rate to be convinced that the Illumines have vowed the overthrow of monarchic governments and of all authority on the same basis. Berkheim thereupon sets out to make inquiries, with the result that he is able to state that the Illumines have initiates all over Europe, that they have spared no efforts to introduce their principles into the lodges, and to spread a doctrine subversive of all settled government, under the pretext of the regeneration of social morality and the amelioration of the lot and condition of men by means of laws founded on the principles and sentiments, unknown hitherto and contained only in the heads of the leaders. Illuminism, he declares, is becoming a great and formidable power, and I fear in my conscience that kings and peoples will have much to suffer from it unless foresight and prudence break its frightful mechanism. 2 years later, on January 16, 1813, Berkheim writes again to the Minister of Police. Monseigneur, they write to me from Heidelberg, that a great number of initiates into the mysteries of Illuminism are to be found there. These gentlemen wear as a sign of recognition a gold ring on the third finger of the left hand. On the back of this ring there is a little rose. In the middle of this rose is an almost imperceptible dint. By pressing this point with a pin, one touches a spring. By this means the two gold circles are detached. On the inside of the second of these circles are engraved the words Pro Patria. Subversive as the ideas of the Illuminati might be, they were therefore not subversive of German patriotism. We shall find this apparent paradox running all through the Luminist movement to the present day. In 1814, Berkheim drew up his great report on the secret societies of Germany, which is of so much importance in throwing a light on the workings of the modern revolutionary movement, that extracts must be given here at length. His testimony gains greater weight from the vagueness he displays on the origins of Illuminism and the role it had played before the French Revolution. It is evident, therefore, that he had not taken his ideas from Robison or Baruel, to whom he never once refers, but from information gleaned on the spot in Germany. The opening paragraphs finally refute the fallacy concerning the extinction of the sect in 1786. The oldest and most dangerous association is that which is generally known under the denomination of the Illumines, and of which the foundation goes back towards the middle of the last century. Bavaria was its cradle. It is said that it had for founders several chiefs of the order of the Jesuits, but this opinion, advanced perhaps at random, is founded only on uncertain premises. In any case, in a short time it made rapid progress, and the Bavarian government recognized the necessity of employing methods of repression against it, and even of driving away several of the principal secretaries. But it could not eradicate the germ of evil. The Illumines, who remained in Bavaria, obliged to wrap themselves in darkness so as to escape the eye of authority, became only the more formidable. The rigorous measures of which they were the object, adorned by the title of persecution, gained them new proselytes, whilst the banished members went to carry the principles of the association into the States. Thus, in a few years, Illuminism multiplied its hotbeds all through the south of Germany, and as a consequence in Saxony, in Prussia, in Sweden, and even in Russia. The reveries of the Pietists have long been confounded with those of the Illumines. This error may arise from the denominations of the sect, which at first suggests the idea of a purely religious fanaticism, and of mystic forms which it was obliged to take at its birth, in order to conceal its principles and projects. But the association always had a political tendency. If it still retains some mystic traits, it is in order to support itself at need by the power of religious fanaticism, and we shall see in what follows how well it knows to turn this to account. The doctrine of Illuminism is subversive of every kind of monarchy, unlimited liberty, absolute leveling down. Such is the fundamental dogma of the sect, to break the ties that bind the sovereign to the citizen of a state. That is the object of all its efforts. No doubt some of the principal chiefs, amongst whom are numbered men distinguished for their fortune, their birth, and the dignities with which they are invested, are not the dupes of these demagogic dreams. They hope to find in the popular emotions they stir up the means of seizing the reins of power, or at any rate of increasing their wealth and their credit. But the crowd of adepts believe in it religiously, and in order to reach the goal shown to them, they maintain incessantly a hostile attitude towards sovereigns. Thus the Illumines hailed with enthusiasm the ideas that prevailed in France from 1789 to 1804. Perhaps they were not foreign to the intrigues which prepared the explosions of 1789 and the following years. But if they did not take an active part in these maneuvers, it is at least beyond doubt that they openly applauded the systems which resulted from them. That the Republican armies, when they penetrated into Germany, found in these sectarians auxiliaries the more dangerous for the sovereigns of the invaded states, in that they inspired no distrust. And we can say with assurance that more than one general of the Republic owed a part of its success to its understanding with the Illumines. It would be a mistake if one confounded Illuminism with Freemasonry. These two associations, in spite of the points of resemblance they may possess in the mystery with which they surround themselves, in the tests that precede initiation, and in other matters of form, are absolutely distinct and have no kind of connection with each other. The lodges of the Scottish Rite number, it is true, a few Illumines amongst the Masons of the higher degrees, but these adepts are very careful not to be known as such to their brothers in Masonry, or to manifest ideas that would betray their secret. Berkheim then goes on to describe the subtle methods by which the Illuminati now maintain their existence. Learning wisdom from the events of 1786, their organization is carried on invisibly, so as to defy the eye of authority. It was thought for a long while that the association had a grand mastership, that is to say, a center point from which radiated all the impulsions given to this great body. And this primary motive power was sought for successively in all the capitals of the North, in Paris and even in Rome. This error gave birth to another opinion, no less fallacious. It was supposed that there existed in the principal towns lodges where initiations were made and which received directly the instructions emanating from the headquarters of the society. If such had been the organization of Illuminism, it would not so long have escaped the investigations of which it was the object. These meetings, necessarily thronged and frequent, requiring besides, like Masonic lodges, appropriate premises, would have aroused the attention of magistrates. It would not have been difficult to introduce false brothers, who, directed and protected by authority, would soon have penetrated the secrets of the sect. This is what I have gathered most definitely on the association of the Illumines. First, I would point out that by the word hotbeds, foyers, I did not mean to designate points of meeting for the adepts, places where they hold assemblies, but only localities where the association counts a great number of partisans, who, whilst living isolated in appearance, exchange ideas, have an understanding with each other, and advance towards, together, the same goal. The association had, it is true, assemblies at its birth where receptions, i.e. initiations, took place, but the dangers which resulted from these made them feel the necessity of abandoning them. It was settled that each initiated adept should have the right, without the help of anyone else, to initiate all those who, after the usual tests, seemed to him worthy. The catechism of the sect is composed of a very small number of articles, which might even be reduced to the single principle: to arm the opinion of the peoples against sovereigns, and to work by every method for the fall of monarchic governments, in order to found in their place systems of absolute independence. Everything that can tend towards this object is in the spirit of this association. Initiations are not accompanied, as in Masonry, by phantasmagoric trials, but they are preceded by long moral tests, which guarantee in the safest way the fidelity of the catechumen, oaths, a mixture of all that is most sacred in religion, threats and imprecations against traitors. Nothing that can stagger the imagination is spared. But the only engagement into which the recipient enters is to propagate the principles with which he has been imbued, to maintain inviolable secrecy on all that pertains to the association, and to work with all his might to increase the number of proselytes. It will no doubt seem astonishing that there can be the least accord in the association, and that men bound together by no physical tie, and who live at great distances from each other, can communicate their ideas to each other, make plans of conduct, and give grounds of fear to governments. But there exists an invisible chain which binds together all the scattered members of the association. Here are a few links. All the adepts living in the same town usually know each other, unless the population of the town or the number of the adepts is too considerable. In this last case, they are divided into several groups, who are all in touch with each other by means of members of the association whom personal relations bind, or two or several groups at a time. These groups are divided again into so many private coteries, which the difference of rank, of fortune, of character, tastes, etc., may necessitate. They are always small, sometimes composed of 5 or 6 individuals, who meet frequently under various pretexts, sometimes at the house of one member, sometimes at that of another. Literature, art, amusements of all kinds are the apparent object of these meetings, and it is nevertheless in these confabulations that the adepts communicate their private views to each other, agree on methods, receive the directions that the intermediaries bring them, and communicate their own ideas on these same intermediaries, who then go on to propagate them in other coteries. It will be understood that there may be uniformity in the march of all these separated groups, and that one day may suffice to communicate the same impulse to all the quarters of a large town. These are the methods by which the illumines, without any apparent organization, without settled leaders, agree together, from the banks of the Rhine to those of the Neva, from the Baltic to the Dardanelles, and advance continually towards the same goal, without leaving any trace that might compromise the interests of the association, or even bring suspicion on any of its members. The most active police would fail before such a combination. As the principal force of the illumines lies in the power of opinions, they have set themselves out from the beginning to make proselytes amongst the men, who through their profession exercise a direct influence on the minds, such as litterateurs, savants, and above all professors. The latter in their chairs, the former in their writings, propagate the principles of the sect by disguising the poison that they circulate under 1,000 different forms. These germs, often imperceptible to the eyes of the vulgar, are afterwards developed by the adepts of the societies they frequent, and the most obscure wording is thus brought to the understanding of the least discerning. It is above all in the universities that Illuminism has always found, and always will find, numerous recruits. Those professors who belong to the association set out from the first to study the character of their pupils. If a student gives evidence of a vigorous mind, an ardent imagination, the sectaries at once get a hold of him. They sound in his ears the words despotism, tyranny, rights of the people, etc., etc., before he can even attach any meaning to these words. As he advances in age, reading chosen for him, conversations skillfully arranged, develop the germs deposited in his youthful brain. Soon his imagination ferments. History, traditions of fabulous times, all are made use of, to carry his exaltation to the highest point, and before even he has been told of a secret association, to contribute to the fall of a sovereign, appears to his eyes the noblest and most meritorious act. At last, when he has been completely captivated, when several years of testing guarantee to the society inviolable secrecy and absolute devotion, it is made known to him that millions of individuals distributed in all the states of Europe share his sentiments and his hopes, that a secret link binds firmly all the scattered members of this immense family, and that the reforms he desires so ardently must sooner or later come about. This propaganda is rendered the easier by the existing associations of students who meet together for the study of literature, for fencing, gaming, or even mere debauchery. The illumines insinuate themselves into all these circles and turn them into hotbeds for the propagation of their principles. Such, then, is the association continual mode of progression from its origins until the present moment. It is by conveying from childhood the germ of poison into the highest classes of society, in feeding the minds of students on ideas diametrically opposed to the order of things under which they have to live, and breaking the ties that bind them to sovereigns, that Illuminism has recruited the large number of adepts, called by the state to which they were born, to be the mainstays of the throne, and of a system which would ensure them honors and privileges. Among the proselytes of this last class there are some, no doubt, whom political events, the favor of the prince, or other circumstances detach from the association. But the number of these deserters is necessarily very limited, and even then they dare not speak openly against their old associates, whether because they are in dread of private vengeances, or whether because, knowing the real power of the sect, they want to keep paths of reconciliation open to themselves. Often, indeed, they are so fettered by the pledges they have personally given that they find it necessary not only to consider the interests of the sect, but to serve it indirectly, although their new circumstances demand the contrary. Berkheim then proceeds to show that those writers on Illuminism were mistaken who declared that political assassinations were definitely commanded by the order. There is more than exaggeration in this accusation. Those who put it forward, more zealous in striking an effect than in seeking the truth, may have concluded, not without probability, that men who surround themselves with profound mystery, who propagated a doctrine absolutely subversive of any kind of monarchy, dreamt only of the assassination of sovereigns. But experience has shown, and documents derived from the least suspect sources confirm this, that the Illumines count a great deal more on the power of opinion than on assassination. The regicide committed on Gustavus III is perhaps the only crime of this kind that Illuminism has dared to attempt, if indeed it is really proved that this crime was its work. Moreover, if assassination had been, as it is said, the fundamental point in its doctrine, might we not suppose that other regicides would have been attempted in Germany during the course of the French Revolution, especially when the Republican armies occupied the country? The sect would be much less formidable if this were its doctrine. On the one hand, because it would inspire in the most of the illumines a feeling of horror which would triumph even over the fear of vengeance. On the other hand, because plots and conspiracies always leave some traces which guide the authorities to the footsteps of the prime instigators. And besides, it is the nature of things that out of 20 plots directed against sovereigns, 19 come to light before they have reached the point of maturity necessary to their execution. The Illumines' line of march is more prudent, more skillful, and consequently more dangerous. Instead of revolting the imagination by ideas of regicide, they affect the most generous sentiments, declamations on the unhappy state of the people, on the selfishness of courtiers, on measures of administration, on all acts of authority that may offer a pretext to declamations, as a contrast to the seductive pictures of the felicity that awaits the nations under the system they wish to establish. Such is their manner of procedure, particularly in private. More circumspect in their writings, they usually disguise the poison they dare not proffer openly under obscure metaphysics or more or less ingenious allegories. Often, indeed, texts from Holy Writ serve as an envelope and vehicle for these baneful insinuations. By this continuous and insidious form of propaganda, the imagination of the adepts is so worked on that, if a crisis arises, they are ready to carry out the most daring projects. Another association closely resembling the Illumines, Berkheim reports, is known as the Idealists, whose system is founded on the doctrine of perfectibility. These kindred sects agreeing and seeing, in the words of Holy Scripture, the pledge of universal regeneration, of an absolute leveling down. And it is in this spirit that the sectarians interpret the sacred books. Berkheim further confirms the assertion I made in World Revolution, contested, as usual, by a reviewer without a shred of evidence to the contrary, that the Tugendbund derived from the Illuminati. The League of Virtue, he writes, was directed by the secondary chiefs of the Illumines. In 1810, the Friends of Virtue were so identified with the Illumines in the north of Germany that no line of demarcation was seen between them. But it is time to turn to the testimony of another witness on the activities of the secret societies, which is likewise to be found at the Archives Nationales. This consists of a document transmitted by the Court of Vienna to the government of France after the Restoration, and contains the interrogatory of a certain Witt Doring, a nephew of the Baron d'Eckstein, who, after taking part in secret society intrigues, was summoned before the judge, Abel, at Bayreuth in February 1824. Amongst secret associations recently existing in Germany, the witness asserted, were the Independents and the Absolutes. The latter adored in Robespierre their most perfect ideal, so that the crimes committed during the French Revolution by this monster and the Montagnards of the Convention were, in their eyes, in accordance with their moral system, heroic actions, ennobled and sanctified by their aim. The same document goes on to explain why so many combustible elements had failed to produce an explosion in Germany. The thing that seemed the great obstacle to the plans of the Independents was what they called the servile character and the dog-like fidelity of the German people. That is to say, that attachment, innate and firmly impressed on the minds without even the aid of reason, which that excellent people everywhere bears towards its princes. A traveler in Germany during the year 1795 admirably summed up the matter in these words. The Germans are, in this respect of democracy, the most curious people in the world. The cold and sober temperament of the Germans and their tranquil imagination enable them to combine the most daring opinions with the most servile conduct. That will explain to you why so much combustible material accumulating for so many years beneath the political edifice of Germany has not yet damaged it. Most of the princes, accustomed to see their men of letters so constantly free in their writings and so constantly slavish in their hearts, have not thought it necessary to use severity against this sheep-like herd of modern Gracchi and Brutuses. Some of them, the princes, have even without difficulty adopted part of their opinions, and Illuminism having doubtless been presented to them as perfection, the completement of philosophy, they were easily persuaded to be initiated into it. But great care was taken not to let them know more than the interests of the sect demanded. It was thus that Illuminism, unable to provoke a blaze in the home of its birth, spread, as before the French Revolution, to a more inflammable Latin race, this time the Italians. 6 years after his interrogatory at Bayreuth, Witt Doring published his book on the secret societies of France and Italy, in which he now realized he had played the part of dupe, and incidentally confirms the statement I have previously quoted, that the Alta Vendita was a further development of the Illuminati. This infamous association, with which I have dealt at length elsewhere, constituted the supreme directory of the Carbonari, and was led by a group of Italian noblemen, amongst whom a prince, the profoundest of initiates, was charged as Inspector General of the order, to propagate its principles throughout the north of Europe. He had received from the hands of Niggi, i.e. Niggi, the ally of Weishaupt, the cashiers of the last 3 degrees. But these were of course unknown to the great majority of Carbonari, who entered the association in all good faith. Witt Doring then shows how faithfully the system of Weishaupt was carried out by the Alta Vendita. In the 3 first degrees, he explains, it is still a question of the morality of Christianity and even of the Church, for which those who wish to be received must promise to sacrifice themselves. The initiates imagine, according to this formula, that the object of the association is something high and noble, that it is the order of those who desire a purer morality and a stronger piety, the independence and the unity of their country. One cannot therefore judge the Carbonari en masse. There are excellent men amongst them, but everything changes after one has taken the 3 degrees. Already in the 4th, in that of the Apostoli, one promises to overthrow all monarchies, and especially the kings of the race of the Bourbons. But it is only in the 7th and last degree, reached by few, that revelations go further. At last, the veil is torn completely for the Principi Sumo Patriarchal, that one learns that the aim of the Carbonari is just the same as that of the Illumines. This degree, in which a man is at the same time prince and bishop, coincides with the homo rex of the latter. The initiate vows to ruin all of religion and all positive government, whether despotic or democratic. Murder, poison, perjury are all at their disposal. Who does not remember that on the suppression of the Illumines was found amongst other poisons a tincture ad abortum faciendum? The Sumo Mastro laughs at the zeal of the mass of the Carbonari who have sacrificed themselves for the liberty and independence of Italy, neither one nor the other being for him a goal but a method. Whit Doring, who had himself reached the degree of PSP, thereupon declares that, having taken his vows under a misapprehension, he holds himself to be released from his obligations and conceives it his duty to warn society. The fears that avail governments are only too well-founded. The soil of Europe is volcanic. It is unnecessary to go over the ground already traversed in world revolution by relating the history of the successive eruptions which proved the truth of Whit Doring's warning. The point to emphasize again is that every one of these eruptions can be traced to the work of the secret societies, and that as in the 18th century, most of the prominent revolutionaries were known to be connected with some secret association. According to the plan laid down by Weishaupt, Freemasonry was habitually adopted as a cover. Thus Louis Ami de la Verite, numbering Bizard and Boucher amongst Blanc, himself a Freemason, speaks of a lodge named of its founders, in which the solemn puerilities of the Grand Orient only served to mask political action. Bakunin, companion of the Freemason Proudhon, the father of anarchy, makes use of precisely the same expression. Freemasonry, he explains, is not to be taken seriously, but may serve as a mask, and as a means of preparing something quite different. I have quoted elsewhere the statement of the socialist Malon that Bakunin was a disciple of Weishaupt, and that of the anarchist Kropotkin, that between Bakunin's secret society, the Alliance Sociale Démocratique, and the secret societies of 1795, there was a direct affiliation. I have quoted the assertion of Malone that communism was handed down in the dark through secret societies of the 19th century. I have quoted also the congratulations addressed by Lamartine and the Freemason Crémeau to the Freemasons of France in 1848 on their share in this revolution as in that of 1789. I have shown that the organization of this later outbreak by the secret societies is not a matter of surmise, but a fact admitted by all well-informed historians and by the members of the secret societies themselves. So, too, in the events of the Commune and in the founding of the First Internationale, the role of Freemasonry and the secret societies is no less apparent. The Freemasons of France have indeed always boasted of their share in political and social upheavals. Thus, in 1874, Malapert, orator of the Supreme Council of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, went so far as to say, "In the 18th century, Freemasonry was so widespread throughout the world that one can say that since that epoch nothing has been done without its consent." The secret history of Europe during the last 200 years yet remains to be written. Until viewed in the light of the Dessous Descartes, many events that have taken place during this period must remain forever incomprehensible. But it is time to leave the past and consider the secret forces at work in the world today. Chapter 11. Modern Freemasonry. In the foregoing portion of this book, we have followed the history of Freemasonry in the past and the various interpretations that have been placed on its rites and ceremonies. The question now arises, what is the role of Freemasonry today? The fundamental error of most writers on this question, whether Masonic or anti-Masonic, is to represent all Freemasons as holding a common belief and animated by a common purpose. Thus, on the one hand, the panegyrics by Freemasons on their order as a whole, and on the other hand, the sweeping condemnations of the order by the Catholic Church are equally at fault. The truth is that Freemasonry in a generic sense is simply a system of binding men together for any given purpose, since it is obvious that allegories and symbols like the X and the Y of algebra can be interpreted in 100 different manners. 2 pillars may be said to represent strength and stability, or man and woman, or light and darkness, or any other 2 things we please. A triangle may signify the Trinity or liberty, equality, and fraternity, or any other triad. To say that any of these symbols have an absolute meaning is absurd. The allegories of Freemasonry are equally capable of various interpretations. The building of the Temple of Solomon may signify the progress of any undertaking, and Hiram the victim of its opponents. So also with the secret tradition of Freemasonry concerning a loss which has befallen humanity and its ultimate recovery. Any body of people working for an object may be said to have experienced a loss and to aim at its recovery. In the same way, the whole organization of Freemasonry, the plan of admitting candidates to successive degrees of initiation, of binding them to secrecy by fearful oaths, is one that can be employed for any purpose, social, political, philanthropic, or religious, for promoting that which is good or for disseminating that which is evil. It may be useful to defend a throne or to overthrow it, to protect religion or to destroy it, to maintain law and order or to create anarchy. Now, there was, as we have seen from the beginning, besides the written charges, an oral tradition in Masonry, after the manner of the Kabbalah, on which the guidance of the society depended. The true character of any form of Freemasonry is thus not to be judged only by its printed ritual, but by the oral instruction of the initiates and the interpretations placed on the symbols and ritual. Naturally, these interpretations vary in different countries and at different periods. Freemasonry is described in its ritual as a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. But what code of morality? In studying the history of the order, we shall find that the same code was by no means common to all Masonic bodies, nor is it today. Some maintain a very high standard of morals, others appear to possess no standard at all. Mr. Waite observes that the 2 doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul constitute the philosophy of Freemasonry. But these doctrines are by no means essential to the existence of Freemasonry. The Grand Orient has renounced both, but it still ranks as Freemasonry. M. Paul Nourrisson is therefore perfectly right in saying, there are as many Masonries as countries. There's no such thing as universal Masonry. Broadly, however, modern Masonry may be divided into 2 kinds. The variety worked in the British Empire, in America, Holland, Sweden, Denmark, etc., and Grand Orient Masonry, which prevails in Catholic countries and of which the most important center is the Grand Orient of Paris. Continental Masonry. The fact that Masonry in Protestant countries is neither revolutionary nor anti-religious is frequently used by Catholic writers to show that Protestantism identifies itself with the aims of Masonry, and by Freemasons to prove that the tyranny of the Church of Rome has driven Masonry into an attitude hostile to church and state. The point overlooked in both these contentions is the essential difference in the character of the 2 kinds of Masonry. If the Grand Orient had adhered to the fundamental principle of British Masonry, not to concern itself with religion or politics, There is no reason why it should have come into conflict with the Church. But its duplicity on this point is apparent. Thus, in one of its earlier manuals, it declares, like British Masonry, that it never interferes with questions of government or of civil and religious legislation, and that whilst making its members participate in the perfecting of all sciences, it positively accepts in the lodges two of the most beautiful, politics and theology, because these two sciences divide men and nations, which Masonry constantly tends to unite. But on a further page of the same manual from which this quotation is taken, we find it stated that Masonry is simply the political application of Christianity. Indeed, during the last 50 years, the Grand Orient has thrown off the mask and openly declared itself to be political in its aims. In October 1887, the Venerable Brother Blank said in a discourse which was printed for the lodges, "You recognize with me, my brothers, the necessity for Freemasonry to become a vast and powerful political and social society, having a decisive influence on the resolutions of the Republican government." And in 1890, the Freemason Fernand Maurice declared that nothing should happen in France without the hidden action of Freemasonry. And if the Masons choose to organize in 10 years, no one in France will be able to move outside us. This is the despotic power which the Grand Orient had established in opposition to both church and government. Moreover, Grand Orient Masonry is not only political but subversive in its political aims. Instead of the peaceful trilogy of British Masonry, brotherly love, relief, and truth, it has throughout adhered to the formula which originated in the Masonic lodges of France and became the war cry of the Revolution: liberty, equality, fraternity. It is the law of equality, says Ragon, that has always endeared Masonry to the French, and as long as equality really exists only in the lodges, Masonry will be preserved in France. The aim of Grand Orient Masonry is thus to bring about universal equality as formulated by Robespierre and Babeuf. In the matter of liberty, we read further that as men are all by nature free, the old fallacy of Rousseau and of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, therefore no one is necessarily subjected to another nor has the right to rule him. The revolutionary expresses the same idea in the phrase that no man should have a master. Finally, by fraternity, Grand Orient Masonry denotes the abolition of all national feeling. It is to Masonry, Ragon says again, that we owe this affiliation of all classes of society. It alone can bring about this fusion, which from its midst has passed into the life of the peoples. It alone could promulgate that humanitarian law of which the rising activity, tending to a great social uniformity, leads to the fusion of races, of different classes, of morals, codes, customs, languages, fashions, money, and measures. Its virtuous propaganda will become the humanitarian law of all consciences. The policy of the Grand Orient is thus avowedly international socialism. Indeed, in a further passage, Ragon plainly indicates this fact. Every generous reform, every social benefit derives from it, and if these survive, it is because Masonry lends them its support. This phenomena is due only to the power of its organization. The past belongs to it and the future cannot escape from it. By its immense lever of association, it alone is able to realize by a productive communion that great and beautiful social unity conceived by Juarez, Saint-Simon, Owen, Fourier. If Masons wish it, the generous conceptions of these philanthropic thinkers will cease to be vain utopias. Who are the philanthropic thinkers enumerated here, but the men derisively described by Karl Marx as the utopian socialists of the 19th century? Utopian socialism is thus simply the open and visible expression of Grand Orient Freemasonry. Moreover, these utopian socialists were almost without exception Freemasons or members of other secret societies. The Freemason Clavel confirms the foregoing account by Ragon. Thus, like Ragon, he quotes the principle expressed in a ritual for the initiation of a master mason. It is expressly forbidden to Masons to discuss amongst themselves, either in the lodge or outside it, religious and political matters, these discussions having usually the effect of creating discord where formerly peace, union, and fraternity reigned. This Masonic law admits of no exceptions. But Clavel also goes on to say, to efface amongst men the distinctions of color, rank, creed, opinions, country, to annihilate fanaticism, and the scourge of a war, in a word, to make of the whole human race one and the same family united by affection, by devotion, by work and knowledge, that my brother is the great work which Freemasonry has undertaken, etc. Up to a point, many a British Freemason reading these passages will declare himself completely in accord with the sentiments expressed. Humanitarianism, the obliteration of class distinctions, fraternization between men of all races, conditions, and religious creeds, enter of course largely into the spirit of British Masonry, but form simply the basis on which Masons meet together in the lodges and not a political system to be imposed on the world in general. British Masonry thus makes no attempt to interfere with the existing social system or form of government. The essence of its teaching is that each member of the fraternity should seek to reform himself and not society. In a word, individual regeneration takes the place of the social reorganization advocated by the Grand Orient under the influence of Illuminism. The formula of the United States of Europe and of the Universal Republic, first proclaimed by the Illuminatus, Anacharsis Clootz, has been long the slogan of the French lodges. In the matter of religion, Grand Orient Masonry has entirely departed from the principle laid down by the British lodges. If the Catholic Church has shown itself hostile to Masonry, it must be remembered that in Catholic countries Masonry has shown itself militantly anti-Catholic. Freemasonry, one of its modern orators, declared, "It is the anti-church, the anti-Catholicism, the church of heresy." The Bulletin of the Grand Orient in 1885 officially declared, "We Freemasons must pursue the definite demolition of Catholicism." But the Grand Orient goes further than this and attacks all forms of religion. Thus, as has been said, those ancient landmarks of British Masonry, belief in the great architect of the universe and in the immortality of the soul, has never formed an integral part of its system, and it was only in 1849 that for the first time it was distinctly formulated that the basis of Freemasonry is a belief in God and the immortality of the soul and the solidarity of humanity. But in September 1877, the first part of this formula was deleted. All allusions to the great architect were omitted, and the statute now reads, "Its basis is absolute liberty of conscience and the solidarity of humanity." British Freemasonry, which does not admit liberty of conscience in the sense of atheism, but demands that every Mason should profess belief in some form of religion, and which insists that the volume of the sacred law, in England the Bible, in Mohammedan countries the Koran, and so on, should be placed on the table in its lodges, thereupon broke off all relations with the Grand Orient. In March 1878, the following resolution was passed unanimously: that the Grand Lodge, whilst always anxious to receive in the most fraternal spirit the brethren of any foreign Grand Lodge, whose proceedings are conducted according to the ancient landmarks of the order, of which a belief in the TGAOTU is the first and foremost important, cannot recognized as true and genuine, brethren any who have been initiated in lodges which either deny or ignore that belief. The Grand Orient, says M. Copen Albancini, not content with renouncing the great architect whose glory it had celebrated on every possible occasion, and whose praises had been incessantly sung in its lodges, demanded of its initiates that they should declare themselves to be absolutely convinced that the great architect was nothing but a myth. More than this, violent anti-religious tirades have been permitted, and even applauded in the lodges. Thus, in 1902, the Freemason Delpech, in his discourse at a Masonic banquet, uttered these words: "The triumph of the Galilean has lasted 20 centuries. He is dying in his turn. the mysterious voice which once on the mountains of Epirus announced the death of Pan, today announces the death of the deceiver god who has promised an era of justice and peace to those who should believe in him. The illusion has lasted very long. The lying god in his turn disappears. He goes to rejoin in the dust of ages the other divinities of India, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, who saw so many deluded creatures throw themselves at the foot of their altars. Freemasons, we are pleased to state that we are not unconcerned with this ruin of false prophets. The Roman Church, founded on the Galilean myth, began to decline rapidly on the day when the Masonic Association was constituted. From the political point of view, Freemasons have often varied. But in all times, Freemasonry has stood firm on this principle: war on all superstitions, war on all fanaticism. How is it possible to reconcile this attitude towards religion in general and Christianity in particular with the fact that the Grand Orient still works the Rose-Croix degree? This degree, which, as we have seen, was first devised, whether in Scotland or in France, to give a Christian meaning to Masonry, was only incorporated into British Freemasonry in 1846, and in our country has retained its original character. Its ritual, centering around a lost word, signifies that the Old Testament dispensation has come to an end with the crucifixion, and is so strongly Christian that no Jew, Mohammedan, or other non-Christian can be admitted to it. Moreover, since this degree, known as the 18th degree, forms in reality the first degree of the ancient and accepted rite, as worked in this country, non-Christians are excluded from the whole of this rite and can only take the degrees of Royal Arch, Mark Mason, Royal Arch Mariner, and finally Royal Select and Super Excellent Master. Consequently, the 33 Masons of the 33rd degree who compose the Supreme Council, which directs the ancient and accepted rite, are necessarily professing Christians. Exactly the opposite is the case in France. The Rose-Croix, worked by professing atheists and Jews, can only be a parody of Christian mysteries. Now, it is essential to realize that in France the anti-Masonic camp is divided into two parties. Whilst the majority of Catholic writers regard Freemasonry itself as the source of all evil, the synagogue of Satan, more impartial investigators have pronounced the opinion that it is not Freemasonry, even of the Grand Orient variety, but something concealed behind Freemasonry, which constitutes the principal danger. This view is expressed by M. Copain Albansili, whose book Le Pouvoir Occulte Contraire de France is of the utmost importance to an understanding of the Masonic danger, for here there can be no question of Catholic prejudice or of imaginary accusations made by a stranger to Masonry. M. Copain Albansili entered the Grand Orient as an agnostic and has never returned to the bosom of the Church. Yet, as a Frenchman, a patriot, and a believer in law, morality, and Christian ethics, he found himself obliged, after 6 years' experience in the lodges, and after attaining the degree of Rose-Croix, to leave Masonry and further to denounce it. From what he himself heard and observed, M. Copain Albansili declares the Grand Orient to be anti-patriotic, subversive of all morality and religious belief, and an immense danger to France. But further than this, M. Copain Albansili declares the Grand Orient to be a system of deception by which members are enlisted in a cause unknown to themselves. Even the initiates of the upper degrees are not all aware of the real aim of the order, or of the power behind it. M. Copain Albansili thus arrives at the conclusion that there are three Freemasonries, one above the other. One, Blue Masonry, i.e. the 3 craft degrees, in which none of the real secrets are revealed to the members, and which serves merely as a sorting ground for selecting likely subjects. 2, the upper degrees, in which most of the members, whilst imagining themselves to have been initiated into the whole secret of the order, and bursting with importance over their imaginary role of leaders, are only admitted to a partial knowledge of the goal to which they are tending. And 3, the inner circle, the true masters, those who conceal themselves behind high-grade masonry. Admission to this inner circle may be, moreover, not a matter of degrees. Whilst in the lower masonries the adepts are obliged to pass through all the degrees of the established hierarchy, the upper and invisible Freemasonry is certainly recruited. Whilst in the lower masonries the adepts are obliged to pass through all the degrees of the established hierarchy, the upper and invisible Freemasonry is certainly recruited not only amongst the 33rd degrees, but in all the groups of upper degree masonry, and perhaps even in certain exceptional cases outside these. This inner and invisible Freemasonry is to a large extent international. The most illuminating passage in the whole of M. Copen Albansili's book is where he describes an experience that befell him after he had taken the degree of Rose Croix. It was then that one of his superiors took him aside and addressed him in the following terms. You realize the power which Freemasonry has at its disposal. We can say that we hold France. It is not because of our numbers, since there are only 25,000 Freemasons in this country. This was in 1889. Nor is it because we are the brains, for you have been able to judge of the intellectual mediocrity of the greater number of these 25,000 Freemasons. We hold France because we are organized, and the only people who are organized. But above all, we hold France because we have an aim. This aim is unknown. As it is unknown, no obstacle can be put in its way. And finally, as no obstacle is put up, the way is wide open before us. This is logical, is it not? Absolutely. Good. But what would you say of an association which, instead of consisting of 25,000 non-entities as in Freemasonry, were composed of, say, only 1,000 individuals, but 1,000 individuals recruited in the manner that I will tell you? And the Freemason went on to explain the way in which such individuals were selected, the months and years of observation, of supervision to which they were subjected, so as to form a body of picked men inside Freemasonry capable of directing its operations. You can imagine the power of the command of such an association. An association thus selected would do anything it chose. It could possess the world if it pleased. Thereupon the higher adept, after asking for a further promise of secrecy, declared, "Well, in exchange for this promise, Brother Copen, I am authorized to let you know that this association exists, and that further I am authorized to introduce you into it." It was then that Monsieur Copen Albansili understood that the point to which the conversation was leading up was not, as he had first supposed, an invitation to take the next step in Freemasonry, the 30th degree of Knight Kadosh, but to enter through a side door into an association concealed within Freemasonry, and for which the visible organization of the latter served merely as a cover. A very curious resemblance will here be noticed between the method of sounding M. Copen Albansili's and that of the Illuminatus Cato in the matter of Savioli, described in a passage already quoted. Now that he is a Mason, I have taken up the general plan of our circle with a dot, and as this pleased him, I said that such a thing really existed, whereat he gave me his word that he would enter it. M. Copen Albansili, however, did not give his word that he would enter it, but, on the contrary, checked further revelations by declaring that he would leave Freemasonry. This experience had afforded him a glimpse of a world existing behind the Masonic world, more secret than it, unsuspected by it, as if by the outside world. Freemasonry, then, can only be the half-lit antechamber of the real secret society. That is the truth. There exists, then, necessarily a permanent directing power. We cannot see that power, therefore it is occult. For some time, M. Copen Albansili concluded this power to be the Jewish power, and elaborated the idea in a further work. But the war has led him to develop his theories in yet another book, which will shortly appear. That the lodges of the Grand Orient are largely controlled by Jews is, however, certain, and that they are centers of political propaganda is equally undeniable. We have only to glance at the following extracts, some of which are reproduced on the opposite page, from the program of debates in the Bulletin of the Grand Orient for June 5, 1922, to recognize that the ideas they propagate are simply those of international socialism. It will be seen by the last of these extracts that Grand Orient Masonry is the enemy of fascismo, which saved Italy in her hour of peril. Indeed, the Italian Masons passed a resolution which was directly opposed to fascist views, especially with regards to the religious policy of Mussolini, who has restored the crucifix to the schools and religious teaching to the curriculum. The fascist Giornale di Roma declared that the principles announced by the Masons in this resolution were those which threatened to submerge the state and nation. Consequently, Mussolini declared that fascisti may either leave their lodges or leave fascismo. In Belgium, Freemasonry has taken the same political and anti-religious course. In 1856, the directing committee of the Belgian Grand Orient declared, "Not only is it the right but the duty of the lodges to supervise the actions in public life of those amongst its members whom it has placed in political posts, the right to demand explanations." When in 1866, at a funeral ceremony in honor of the deceased King Leopold I, the Grand Orient of Belgium displayed the maxim, "The soul which has emanated from God is immortal." The Freemasons of Louvain entered a violent protest on the ground that free thinking had been admitted by the Belgian lodges in 1864 as its fundamental principle, and that the Grand Orient had therefore violated the convictions of its members. In Spain and Portugal, Freemasonry has played not merely a subversive but an actively revolutionary and sanguinary role. The anarchist Ferrer, intimately concerned with a plot to murder the King of Spain, was at the same moment entrusted with negotiations between the Grand Orient of France and the Grand Lodge of Catalonia. These murderous schemes, frustrated in Spain, met, however, in Portugal with complete success. The Portuguese revolutions from 1910 to 1921 were organized under the direction of Freemasonry in the secret society of Carbonarios. The assassination of King Carlos and his elder son had been prepared by the same secret organizations. In 1908, a pamphlet modeled on the libels published against Marie Antoinette was directed against Queen Amélie and her husband. A month later, the assassination took place. Amongst the leaders of the new republic was Magalhães Lima, Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Portugal. The authorship of these disorders was, in fact, so clearly recognized that honest Freemasons forsook the lodges. An English Mason, unaware of the true character of Portuguese Freemasonry, when in Lisbon in August 1919, made himself known to several moderate Portuguese Masons, who, while glad to welcome him as a brother, refused to take him to a lodge, declaring that they had severed all connection with Masonry since it had passed under the control of assassins. They also added that the assassination of Senhor Pais, the president in December 1918, was the work of certain Portuguese lodges. A special meeting had previously been held in Paris in conjunction with the Grand Orient of France, at which it had been decided that Pais was to be removed. This decision reached, the earliest opportunity of putting it into force was sought, with fatal results. The assassin was imprisoned in the penitentiary, but liberated by the Revolution of 1921, and no attempt has been made to recapture him. The murder of Dr. Antonio Granjo in October 1921 was traced to the same agency. In the pocket of the murdered man was found a document from the Lodge of Liberty and Justice, warning him of the decision taken against him for having ordered the police to protect the British Tramway Company. The present Portuguese government indeed makes no secret of its Masonic character and prints the square and compass on its banknotes. But whilst in Spain and Portugal Freemasonry manifested itself in anarchist outrages, in the east of Europe the lodges, largely under the control of Jews, followed the line of Marxian socialism. After the fall of the Balakoun regime in Hungary, a raid on the lodges brought to light documents clearly revealing the fact that the ideas of socialism had been disseminated by the Freemasons. Thus, in the minutes of meetings, it was recorded that on November 16, 1906, Dr. Kalos had addressed the Goyer Lodge on socialist ideals. The ideal world, which we call the Masonic world, he declared, will be also a socialist world, and the religion of Freemasonry is that of socialism as well. Dr. Kalos then proceeded to acquaint the members with the theories of Marx and Engels, showing that no help was to be found in utopias, as the interests of the proletarians were in absolute conflict with those of other classes, and these differences could only be settled by international class warfare. Nevertheless, with the fear of the proletariat, which has always characterized the Democrats of revolutionary Freemasonry, Dr. Kalos declared that the social revolution must take place without bloodshed. The Corley regime was the direct outcome of these illusions, and as in all revolutions paved the way for the more violent elements. Still further east in Europe, the lodges, though revolutionary, instead of following the international socialist line of Hungarian Freemasonry, exhibited a political and nationalistic character. The Young Turk movement originated in the Masonic lodges of Salonika under the direction of the Grand Orient of Italy, which later contributed to the success of Mustafa Kemal. Moreover, as we approach the Near East, cradle of the Masonic system, we find the Semitic influence not only of the Jews but of other Semitic races directing the lodges. In Turkey, in Egypt, in Syria now, as 1,000 years ago, the same secret societies which inspired the Templars have never ceased to exist. And in this mingling of the East and West, it is possible that the Grand Orient may draw reinforcement from those sources whence it drew its system and its name. Amongst the strange survivals of early Eastern sects are the Druses of Lebanon, who might indeed be described as the Freemasons of the East. Their outer organization closely resembles that of the craft degrees in Western Masonry, yet such is their power of secrecy that few, if any, Europeans have ever succeeded in discovering the secret doctrines. That their tendency is largely political admits of little doubt. In fact, men intimately acquainted with the Near East have declared that the influence they exercise over the politics of that region is as far-reaching as that of the Grand Orient over the affairs of Europe, and that they form the breeding ground of all political ideas and changes. Though small in numbers, this mysterious society is composed of past masters in the game of intrigue, who, whilst playing apparently a minor part at political meetings, secret or otherwise, or even remaining completely silent, contrive to influence decisions with startling results. British Masonry. We shall now consider the further ways in which British Masonry differs from the Grand Orient. In the first place, whilst working with the same degrees, its rituals, formulas, and ceremonies, as also the interpretation it places on words and symbols, are different in many essential points. Secondly, British Masonry is essentially an honest institution. Whereas in the Grand Orient, the initiate is led through a maze of ceremonies towards a goal unknown to him, which he may discover too late to be other than he supposed, the British initiate, although admitted by gradual stages to the mysteries of the craft, knows nevertheless from the beginning the general aim of the order. Thirdly, British Masonry is primarily philanthropic, and the sums it devotes to charitable purposes are immense. Since the war, the three principal Masonic charities have collected annually over £300,000. But the point to be emphasized here is that British Masonry is strictly non-political, not merely in theory but in practice, and that it enforces this principle on every occasion. Thus, before the recent general election, the report of the Board of General Purposes, drawn up by the Grand Lodge on December 5, 1923, recalled to the notice of the craft that all subjects of a political nature are strictly excluded from the discussion in Masonic meetings, this being in accordance with long-established Masonic tradition. It follows from this that Masonry must not be used for any personal or party purpose in connection with an election. It further emphasized the distinct caution that any attempt to bring the craft into the electioneering arena would be treated as a serious Masonic offense. At the same time, a fresh injunction was made with regard to the Grand Orient of France. As recognition was withdrawn from that body by the United Grand Lodge of England in 1878, it is considered necessary to warn all members of our lodges that they cannot visit any lodge under the obedience of a jurisdiction unrecognized by the United Grand Lodge of England, and further that under Rule 150 of the Book of Constitutions, they cannot admit visitors therefrom. For the reasons given at the beginning of this section, British Masonry stands rigidly aloof from all attempts to create an international system of Masonry. The idea was first suggested at the Masonic Congress of Paris in 1889, convened to celebrate the centenary of the First French Revolution, but led to nothing very definite until the Congress of Geneva in September 1902, at which the delegates of 34 lodges, Grand Orients, and Supreme Councils were present, and a proposal was unanimously adopted tending towards the creation of an international bureau for Masonic affairs, to which 20 powers, mostly Europeans, gave their adherence. Brother Desmonds of the Grand Orient of France, in an after-dinner speech, declared it to have been always the dream of his life that all democracies should meet and understand one another in such a way as one day to form the Universal Republic. According to the official report of the proceedings, the representatives of Belgium, Holland, France, Germany, England, Spain, Italy, and Switzerland greeted with much feeling the dawn of this new era. The same report goes on to observe that it is altogether a mistake to believe that Freemasonry does not attack the defects of such and such a state, and that consequently it remains a stranger to party strife and the tendencies of the times. And again, Freemasonry has imposed upon itself a task, a mission. It is a question of nothing less than the rebuilding of society on an entirely new basis, which shall be more in accordance with the present conditions of the means of communication, of situation, and production, as well as of a reform of right, of a complete renewal of the principle of existence, especially of the principle of community, and of the relations of men among one another. The report here quoted is, however, inaccurate in one important particular. No English delegates were present at the Geneva Congress, or on any other occasion of the kind. There was a delegate from Adelaide who spoke a good deal, but the chairman specifically mentioned England as taking no part in the movement. Later on, in a report of the Board of General Purposes to Grand Lodge on March 2, 1921, a letter from Lord Ampthill, pro-Grand Master, appears declining an invitation from the Swiss Grand Lodge Alpina to British Freemasons to attend an international Masonic Congress in Geneva, and quoting the following letter from the Grand Secretary as an earlier precedent for this refusal. I am directed to state, in reply to the invitation to attend an international Masonic conference in Switzerland during the coming autumn, that the United Grand Lodge of England will be unable to send representatives on the occasion. It never participates in a Masonic gathering in which are treated as an open question what it has always held to be ancient and essential landmarks of the craft, these being an express belief in the great architect of the universe, and an obligatory recognition of the volume of the sacred law. Its refusal to remain in fraternal association with such sovereign jurisdictions as have repudiated or made light of these landmarks has long been upon record, and its resolve in this regard remains unshaken. Lord Ampthill then went on to say, a further consequence of certain happenings of the war is to make more firm our resolve to keep, as far as in us lies, Freemasonry strictly away from participation in politics, either national or international. This attitude of aloofness from necessarily controversial affairs of state, on which brethren can legitimately and most properly differ, has ever been maintained by our Grand Lodge since it was first convened in 1717. Because of this, it held aloof from such international conferences as were summoned during the war, and never more than now has the necessity for the maintenance of this attitude been felt by British Freemasons. For these reasons, the invitation to participate in the proposed International Conference of Freemasons at Geneva cannot be accepted. Such an assembly might be termed informal, but inevitably it would be regarded as opening a door to compromise on those things which this Grand Lodge has always held to be essentials. Such a compromise English Freemasonry will never contemplate. On these essentials we take the firm stand that we have always done. We cannot detract from full recognition of the great architect of the universe, and we shall continue to forbid the introduction of political discussions into our lodges. British Masonry has thus taken a firm stance against the Grand Orient. But it is regrettable that views so admirably expressed should be confined to Masonic correspondence and not made more apparent to the world in general. On the continent, outside Masonic circles, the difference between British Masonry and the Grand Orient variety is not sufficiently known, and the reticence of leading British Masons on this subject has not only played into the hands of the intractable anti-Masons, who declare all Masonry to be harmful, but has strengthened the position of the revolutionaries, who use Masonry for a subversive purpose. Thus, in the Portuguese Revolution of 1920, the Masons of that country who were directing the movement sheltered themselves behind the good name of England. "How can you accuse the lodges of being murder clubs," they said to the people, "when Masonry is directed by England and had King Edward for its Grand Master?" However ludicrous all this may seem to the British public, yet for the honor of our country such accusations should not remain unrefuted. A witness of the disorders that took place in Portugal declared to the present writer that if only Grand Lodge of England would have published a notice in the continental press, disassociating itself from the Grand Orient in general, and from Portuguese Freemasonry in particular, the power of the revolutionaries would have been immensely weakened, and the anti-British and pro-German propaganda then circulating in the country defeated. But British Freemasonry preferred to maintain an attitude of aloofness, contenting itself with issuing periodical warnings against the Grand Orient privately to the lodges. This policy has done much to damage not only the good name of England, but of British Masonry in the eyes of the outside world, and particularly in those of Roman Catholics, which is the more regrettable since Freemasonry and the Roman Catholic Church are the only two organized bodies in this country which really exercise discipline over their members and forbid them to belong to subversive secret societies. Hence, they provide the two strongest bulwarks against the occult forces of revolution. For this reason, as we shall see later, they are the two bodies which are the most feared by the recruiting agents of these societies. But in the case of Freemasonry, the fact is unfortunately too little known to the world in general. As a singularly broad-minded Jesuit has recently expressed it, the anti-clerical and revolutionary activities of continental Freemasonry did not begin when the Grand Orient finally abolished God. During a century and more, these evil forces had been at work. Nevertheless, English Masons only shrugged their shoulders and looked another way, though the true character of foreign Masonry was brought to their notice in such books as that of John Robison, Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe. No doubt, the same writer says again, that there has been at times a deplorable amount of exaggeration among continental Catholics in attributing all the moral and social evils of the world to the insidious workings of Freemasonry. But so long as English Freemasons resolutely avert their gaze from the anti-religious and anti-social activities of their continental brethren, there can be no hope of any better understanding. It is impossible to deny the truth of these strictures. As has already been pointed out in the course of this book, British Freemasons have frequently not only ignored Robison's warning, but vilified him as the enemy of Masonry, although he never attacked their order, but only the perverted systems of the continent. Too often also they have exonerated the most dangerous secret societies, notably the Illuminati, because apparently from a mistaken sense of loyalty, they conceive it their duty to defend any association of a Masonic character. This is simply suicidal. British Masonry has no bitterer enemies than the secret societies working for subversion, which from the Illuminati onwards have always regarded honest Masonry with contempt and used its doctrines for an ulterior purpose. It is easy to see how these doctrines may be perverted to an end and directly opposed to what the British Masons have in view. Thus, for example, the idea of the brotherhood of man in the sense of love for all humanity is the essence of Christianity. Be kindly affectioned one to another with brotherly love, in honor preferring one another. In adopting brotherly love as a part of their sacred trilogy, British Masons adopt an entirely Christian standpoint. But if by the brotherhood of man is meant that men of every race are equally related, and that therefore one owes the same duty to foreigners as to one's fellow countrymen, it is obvious that all national feeling must vanish. The British Freemason does not, of course, interpret the theory in this manner. He cannot seriously regard himself as the brother of the Bamboot Pygmy or the Polynesian cannibal. Thus he uses the term merely in a vague and theoretical sense. What indeed does the word brother literally mean? If we consult the dictionary, we see it defined as a male born of the same parents, anyone closely united with or resembling one another, associated in common interests, occupation, etc. It is therefore obviously absurd to say that men of such different races as those referred to are brothers. They are not born of the same kind of parents, they are not united in their aims, they do not remotely resemble one another, and they are not associated in common interests and occupations. Though these happen to be extreme cases, they are nevertheless essential differences between men of the same zone and climate. The Englishmen and the Frenchmen are not brothers because they do not see life from the same point of view. But that is no reason why they should not be close allies. The brotherhood of man, if taken literally, is therefore a misleading term, nor is such a relationship necessary to the peace of the world. Cain and Abel were not better friends for being brothers. David and Jonathan, on the other hand, were not brothers but devoted friends. In striving after universal brotherhood in a literal sense, Freemasons are therefore pursuing a chimera. The most dangerous fallacy to which democracy, under the influence of Illuminized Freemasonry, has succumbed is that peace between nations can be brought about by means of internationalism, that is to say, by the destruction of national feeling. Yet a man is not more likely to live at peace with his neighbors because he is devoid of natural affection. On the contrary, the good brother, the devoted father, is most likely to become the faithful friend. Permanent peace between nations will probably never be ensured. But the only basis on which such a situation can conceivably be established is the basis of sane nationalism, an understanding between the patriotic and virile elements in every country, which, because they value their own liberties and revere their own traditions, are able to respect those of other nations. Internationalism is an understanding between the decadent elements in each country, the conscientious objectors, the drawing-room socialists, the visionaries, who shirk the realities of life and, as the socialist Karl Kautsky, in a description of idealists has admirably expressed it, see only differences of opinion and misapprehension where there are actual irreconcilable antagonisms. This is why at times of crisis idealists are of men the most dangerous and pacifists, the great promoters of wars. Understanding between nations is wholly desirable, but the destruction of the national spirit everywhere can only lead to the weakening of all countries, where this process takes place, and the triumph of the nations, who refuse to accept the same principle. It will perhaps be answered that Freemasons do not believe in the doctrine of brotherhood between all men, but only between Masons of all races. But this may lead no less to national disintegration if it creates a nation within each nation, an international fraternity, independent of the countries to which its members belong. The logical outcome of this may be that a man will refuse to fight for his country against his brother Masons. It is what happened in France. The Grand Orient was before the recent war the great breeding ground of anti-patriotism, where all schemes for national defense were discouraged. Before 1870, the same thing took place, and it was in the Masonic lodges that Germany found her most valuable allies. In the same way, the doctrine of the perfectibility of human nature lends itself to perversion. Nothing can be more desirable than that man should strive after perfection. Did not Christ enjoin his disciples, "Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect"? Man is therefore acting in accordance with Christian principles in seeking after divine perfection. But when he comes to believe that he has already attained it, he makes of himself a god. "If I justify myself," said Job, "mine own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I am perfect, it shall also prove me perverse. And St. John, if we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. More than this, if we seek perfection in others, we deceive ourselves equally and make gods of men. This is precisely the conclusion at which perverted Freemasonry and the forms of socialism deriving from it arrive. Human nature, they say, is itself divine. What need then for other divinities? The Catholic Church is consequently quite right in declaring that the doctrine of the perfectibility of human nature leads to the deification of humanity, in that it puts humanity in the place of a god. The Grand Orient, which definitely accepts this doctrine, has therefore logically erased the name of the great architect of the universe from its ritual, and has become an association of free thinkers and atheists. It is necessary to point out the folly as well as the crime of this delusion, the ludicrous inconsequence of men who divinize humanity yet revile what they call society. All the evils of the world, they declare, are not to be found in nature but in man-made laws, in the institutions of society. Yet what is society but the outcome of human wills, of human aspirations? Society may be, and no doubt is, in need of reformation, but are not its imperfections the creation of imperfect beings? It is true that today the world is in a state of chaos. Industrial chaos, political chaos, social chaos, religious chaos. Everywhere men are losing faith in the causes they are supposed to represent. Authority questions its own right to govern. Democracy is rent with divisions. The ruling classes are abdicating in favor of unscrupulous demagogues. The ministers of religion barter their faith for popularity. And what has brought the world to this pass? Humanity. Humanity, that all-wise, all-virtuous abstraction that needs no light from heaven. Humanity that was to take the place of God. If ever there was a moment in the history of the world when the futility of this pretension should be apparent, it is the present moment. All the ills, all the confusion, what are they but the outcome of human error and of human passions? It is not capitalism that has failed, nor yet democracy, nor yet even socialism as a principle. It is not monarchy that has broken down, nor republicanism, nor again religion. It is humanity that has broken down. The ills of capitalism arise from the egoism of individual capitalists. Socialism has failed because, as Robert Owen discovered, the idle, the quarrelsome, the selfish have prevented its success. If men were perfect, socialism might succeed, but so might any other system. A perfect capitalist would love his employee as himself, just as a perfect socialist would be willing to work for the common good. It is the imperfections of human nature that prevent and will always prevent any system from being perfect. There will never be a millennium of man's making. Only the application of Christian principles to human conduct can bring about a better order of things. Grand Orient Masonry and deifying human nature thus not only builds upon the sand, but by its rejection of all religion takes away the sole hope of human progress. Meanwhile, by the support it lends to socialism, it encourages the class war instead of the brotherhood between men and all ranks and conditions, which it professes to advocate. British Freemasonry, on the other hand, whilst not interpreting brotherhood in a political sense, nevertheless contributes to social peace. At the annual conference of the Labour Party in 1923, a proposal was made by the extreme section that any person who is a Freemason should be excluded from any kind of office. It being suggested that in cases where understanding has been reached between trade union leaders and employers, thus preventing or limiting industrial trouble, the secret has been the bond of Freemasonry. Whether this was the case or not, British Masonry, by taking its stand on patriotism and respect for religion, necessarily tends to unite men of all classes and therefore offers a formidable bulwark against the forces of revolution. Any attacks on British Masonry, as at present constituted and directed, are therefore absolutely opposed to the interests of the country. But at the same time, it behooves Masons to beware of the insidious attempts that are being made by irregular secret societies to infiltrate the craft and pervert its true principles. The present satisfactory condition of Freemasonry in England is owing not only to its established statutes, but to the character of the men who control it. Men who are not, as in the 18th century France, mere figureheads, but the real directors of the order. Should the control ever pass into the wrong hands and the agents of secret societies succeed in capturing a number of the lodges, this great stabilizing force might become a gigantic engine of destruction. How insidiously these efforts are being made we shall see in the next chapter. Chapter 12. Secret Societies in England. We have seen that from the Illuminati onwards, subversive societies have always sought recruits amongst orthodox Freemasons. The reason for this is obvious. Not only do the doctrines of Freemasonry lend themselves to perversion, but the training provided in the lodges makes an admirable preparation for initiation into other secret systems. The man who has learnt to maintain silence even on what may appear to him as trivialities, who is willing to submit to mystification, to ask no questions, and to recognize the authority of superiors whom he is in no way legally obliged to obey, who has moreover become imbued with the esprit de corps, which binds him to his fellow members in a common cause, is naturally a better subject for the secret society adept than the freelance who is liable to assert his independence at any moment. Perhaps the most important factor, however, is the nature of the Masonic oaths. These terrible penalties, which many Freemasons themselves regret as a survival of barbarism, and which have in fact been abolished in the higher degrees, have done much to create prejudice against Freemasonry, whilst at the same time they provide an additional incentive to outside intriguers. In the opinion of M. Copen Albansili, the abolition of the oath would go far to prevent penetration of British Masonry by the secret societies. Now, by their obligations, British Freemasons are forbidden to join these irregular societies, not only because their principles are in conflict with those of Orthodox Masonry, but because in most cases they admit women. According to the ruling of Grand Lodge, any member working under the English jurisdiction violates his obligation by being present at or assisting in assemblies professing to be Masonic which are attended by women. Warnings to this effect have been frequently given in the lodges. On September 3, 1919, the Board of General Purposes issued the following report. The Board's attention is being increasingly drawn to sedulous endeavors which are being made by certain bodies unrecognized as Masonic by the United Grand Lodge of England, to induce Freemasons to join in their assemblies. As all such bodies which admit women to membership are clandestine and irregular, it is necessary to caution brethren against being inadvertently led to violate their obligation by becoming members of them or attending their meetings. Grand Lodge, 9 years since, approved the action of the Board in suspending from all Masonic rights and privileges two brethren who had contumaciously failed to explain the grave Masonic irregularity to which attention is now called again, and it is earnestly hoped that no occasion will arise for having again to institute disciplinary proceedings of a like kind. The idea of women Masons is of course not a new one. As early as 1730, lodges for women are said to have existed in France, and towards the end of the century several excellent women, such as the Duchess de Bourbon and the Princess de Lamballe, played a leading part in the order. But this maconnerie d'adoption, as it was called, retained a purely convivial character, a sham ceremonial with symbols, passwords, and a ritual, was devised as a consolation to the members for their exclusion from the real lodges. These mummeries were, as Ragon observes, only the pretext for assemblies. The real objects were the banquet and the ball, which were their inevitable accompaniments. But this precedent, inaugurated as a society pastime and accompanied by all the frivolity of the age, paved the way for Weishaupt's two classes of women members, who, although never initiated into the secrets of the order, were to act as useful tools, directed by men without knowing it. For this purpose they were to be divided into two classes, the virtuous, who play the part of figureheads or decoys, and the free-hearted, who were to carry out the real designs of the order. The same plan was adopted nearly 100 years later by Weishaupt's disciple Bakunin, who, however, did admit women as actual initiates into his secret society, the Alliance Sociale Démocratique, but like Weishaupt, divided them into classes. The sixth category of people to be employed in the work of social revolution is thus described in his program. The sixth category is very important. They are the women, who must be divided into three classes. The first, frivolous women, without mind or heart, which we must use in the same manner as the third and fourth categories of men, i.e. by getting hold of their dirty secrets and making them our slaves. The second, the ardent, devoted, and capable women who are not ours because they have not reached a practical revolutionary understanding. Without phrase. We must make use of these like the men of the fifth category, i.e. by drawing them incessantly into practical and perilous manifestations, which will result in making the majority of them disappear while making some of them genuine revolutionaries. Finally, the women who are entirely with us, that is to say completely initiated and having accepted our program in its entirety. We ought to consider them as the most precious of our treasures, without whose help we can do nothing. The first and only woman to be admitted into real Masonry, if such a term can be applied to so heterogeneous a system, was Maria d'Aramis, an ardent French feminist celebrated for her political speeches and electioneering campaigns in the district of Pontoise, and for 25 years the acknowledged leader of the anti-clerical and feminist party. In 1882, Maria d'Aramis was initiated into Freemasonry by the members of the lodge, Les Libres Penseurs, deriving from the Grand Loge Symbolique Écossais, and situated at Pec in the department of Seine-et-Oise. The proceeding being, however, entirely unconstitutional, Maria d'Aramis' initiation was declared by the Grand Lodge to be null and void, and the lodge Les Libres Penseurs was disgraced. But some years afterwards, Dr. George Martin, an enthusiastic advocate of votes for women, collaborated with Maria d'Aramis in founding the Maçonnerie Mixte at the first lodge of the order named Le Droit Humain. The Supreme Council Universelle Mixte was founded in 1899. The Maçonnerie Mixte was political and in no way theosophical or occult, and its program, like that of the Grand Orient, was utopian socialism, whilst by its insistence on the supremacy of reason it definitely proclaimed its antagonism to all revealed religion. Thus, in the involved language of Dr. George Martin himself, the Order Maçonnique Mixte Internationale is the first mixed, philosophic, progressive, and philanthropic Masonic power to be organized and constituted in the world, placed above all the preoccupations of the philosophical or religious ideas which may be professed by those who ask to be members. The order wishes to interest itself principally in the vital interests of the human being on earth. It wishes above all to study in its temples the means for realizing peace between all nations and social justice, which will enable all human beings to enjoy during their lives the greatest possible sum of moral felicity and of material well-being. Claiming no divine revelation and loudly affirming that it is only an emanation of human reason, this fraternal institution is not dogmatic, it is rationalist. Into this materialist and political club, erected under the guise of Freemasonry, entered Annie Besant, with all the strange conglomeration of Eastern doctrines now known as Theosophy. Theosophy. Before entering on this question, it is necessary to make my own position clear. Although I should much prefer not to introduce a personal note into the discussion, I feel that nothing I say will carry any weight if it appears to be an expression of opinion by one who has never considered religious doctrines from anything but the orthodox Christian point of view. I should explain, then, that I have known Theosophists from my early youth, that I have traveled in India, Ceylon, Burma, and Japan, and have seen much to admire in the great religions of the East. I do not believe that God has revealed himself to one portion of mankind alone, and that during only the last 1900 years of the world's history, I do not accept the doctrine that all the millions of human beings who have never heard of Christ are plunged in spiritual darkness. I believe that behind all religions founded on a law of righteousness, there lies a divine and central truth, that Akhenaten, Moses and Isaiah, Socrates and Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Buddha, Zoroaster, and Mohammed were all teachers who interpreted to men the aspect of the divine, as it had been vouchsafed to them, and which in harmony with the supreme revelation given to man by Jesus Christ. This conception of an affinity between all great religious faiths was beautifully expressed by an old Mohammedan to a friend of the present writer, with whom he stood watching a Hindu procession pass through an Indian village. In answer to the Englishman's inquiry, "What do you think of this?" the Mohammedan replied, "Ah, Sahib, we cannot tell. We know of 3 roads up the hill of endeavor to the gates of paradise: the way of Musa, Moses, the way of Isa, Jesus, and the way of Mahmud. And there may be other roads of which you and I know nothing. I was born in the way of Mahmud, and I believe it to be the best and the easiest to follow, and you were born in the way of Isa. And of this I am very sure, that if you follow your guide on your road and I follow my guide on my road, when we have climbed the hill of endeavor, we shall salute one another again at the gates of paradise." If then, in the following pages, I attempt to show the errors of theosophy, it is not because I do not recognize that there is much that is good and beautiful in the ancient religions from which it professes to derive. But what is theosophy? The word, as we have already seen, was used in the 18th century to denote the theory of the Martionists. It was known 2 centuries earlier, when Haselmeyer in 1612 wrote of the laudable fraternity of the Theosophists of the Rosy Cross. According to Colonel Olcott, who with Madame Blavatsky founded the modern Theosophical Society in New York in 1875, the word was discovered by one of the members in turning over the leaves of a dictionary, and forthwith unanimously adopted. Madame Blavatsky had arrived in America 2 years earlier, before which date she professed to have been initiated into certain esoteric doctrines in Tibet. Monsieur Guénon, who writes with inside knowledge of the movement, indicates, however, the existence of concealed superiors on the continent of Europe, by whom she was in reality directed. What is very significant is that Madame Blavatsky in 1875 wrote this: "I have been sent from Paris to America in order to verify phenomena and their reality and to show the deception of the spiritualist theory." Sent by whom? Later, she will say, by the Mahatmas. But then there is no question of them, and besides, it was in Paris that she received her mission and not in India or in Tibet. Elsewhere, Monsieur Guénon observes that it was very doubtful whether Madame Blavatsky was ever in Tibet at all. These obvious attempts at concealment led Monsieur Guénon, therefore, to the conclusion that in the background of theosophy there existed a mysterious center of direction, that Madame Blavatsky was simply an instrument in the hands of individuals or occult groups sheltering behind her personality, and that those who believe she invented everything, that she did everything by herself and on her own initiative, are as much mistaken as those who, on the contrary, believe her affirmations concerning her relations with the pretended Mahatmas. There is some reason to believe that the people under whom Madame Blavatsky was working at this date in Paris were Serapis Bey and Tuti Bey, who belonged to the Egyptian brothers. This might answer M. Guénon's question by whom she was sent to America. But another passage from Madame Blavatsky's writings on the person of Christ that M. Guénon quotes later indicates a further source of inspiration. "For me, Jesus Christ, that is to say, the man God of the Christians, copy of the avatars of all countries, of the Hindu Krishna, as of the Egyptian Horus, was never a historical personage. Hence the story of his life was merely an allegory founded on the existence of a personage named Jehoshua, born at Lud." But elsewhere she asserted that Jesus may have lived during the Christian era, or a century earlier, as the Sefer Toldoth, Jehoshua, indicates. And Madame Blavatsky went on to say of the savants who deny the historical value of this legend that they either lie or talk nonsense. It is our masters who affirm it. If the history of Jehoshua or Jesus ben Pandera is false, then the whole of the Talmud, the whole of the Jewish canon law, is false. It was the disciple of Jehoshua ben Parachaya, the fifth president of the Sanhedrin since Ezra, who rewrote the Bible. This story is much truer than that of the New Testament, of which history does not say a word. Who were the masters whose authority Madame Blavatsky here invokes? Clearly not the Trans-Himalayan Brotherhood to whom she habitually refers by this term, and who can certainly not be suspected of affirming the authenticity of the Toldoth Yeshu. It is evident, then, that there were other masters from whom Madame Blavatsky received this teaching, and that those other masters were Kabbalists. The same Judaic influence appears more strongly in a book published by the Theosophical Society in 1903, where the Talmud and the Toldoth Yeshu were quoted at great length, and the Christians are derided for resenting the attacks on their faith contained in these books, whilst the Jews are represented as innocent, persecuted victims. One passage will suffice to give an idea of the author's point of view. The Christ, said the mystics, was born of a virgin, the unwitting believer in Jesus as the historical Messiah in the exclusive Jewish sense, and in his being the Son of God, nay, God himself, in course of time asserted that Mary was that virgin, whereupon rabbinical logic, which in this case was simple and common logic, met this extravagance by the natural retort that, seeing that his paternity was unacknowledged, Jesus was therefore illegitimate, a bastard, mamzer. It is obviously then less from Tibetan Mahatmas, Hindu Swamis, Sikh gurus, or Egyptian brothers than from the Jewish Kabbalists that these leaders of theosophy have borrowed their ideas on Jesus Christ. As the Jewish writer Adolf Frank has truly observed, de qui la question de théosophie, on est sûr de voir apparaître la Kabbale. And he goes on to show the direct influence of Kabbalism on the modern Theosophical Society. Mrs. Besant, without endorsing the worst blasphemies of the Toldoth Yeshu, nevertheless reflected this and other Judaic traditions in her book Esoteric Christianity, where she related that Jesus was brought up amongst the Essenes, and that later he went to Egypt, where he became an initiate of the Great Esoteric Lodge, that is to say, the Great White Lodge, from which all great religions derive. It will be seen that this is only a version of the old story of the Talmudists and Kabbalists perpetuated by the Gnostics, the Rosicrucians, and the 19th century Ordre du Temple. But according to one of Mrs. Besant's theosophical antagonists, her doctrine rests on a perpetual equivocation. And whilst allowing the English public to believe that when she spoke of the coming Christ, she referred to the Christ of the Gospels, she stated to her intimates that Mr. Ledbetter taught in his book The Inner Life, namely that the Christ of the Gospels never existed, but was an invention of the monks of the 2nd century. It should be understood, however, that in the language of the Theosophists, led by Mrs. Besant and Mr. Ledbetter, Jesus and the Christ are two separate and distinct individualities, and that when they now speak of the Christ, they refer to someone living in a bungalow in the Himalayas with whom Mr. Ledbetter has interviews to arrange about his approaching advent. Portraits of this person have been distributed amongst the members of the Star in the East, an order founded at Benares in 1911 by Mr. Ledbetter and J. Krishnamurti, for the purpose of preparing the world for the coming of the great teacher. But it is time to return to the alliance between Theosophy and the Maconry mixed. Whether Mrs. Besant, who had begun her career as a free thinker, retained some lingering belief in her earlier creed at the time she entered into relations with the order, or whether she saw in the materialistic society a valuable concrete organization for the dissemination of her new esoteric theories, it is impossible to know. At any rate, she rose rapidly through the succeeding degrees and became before long vice president of the Supreme Council, which appointed her in its national delegate to Great Britain. It was in this capacity that she founded the English branch of the order under the name of co-masonry, that is, admitting both sexes, at the Lodge Human Duty in London, which was consecrated on September 26, 1902, and later founded another lodge at Adyar in India named the Rising Sun. The number of lodges on the grand roll of co-masonry included those abroad is now said to be no less than 442. Co-masonry thus receives a twofold direction, for whilst remaining in constant correspondence with the Supreme Council Universelle Mixte, situated at 5 Rue Jules Breton in Paris, and presided over by the Grand Master PERIL, with Madame Émile Guidalgi, 33rd degree, as Grand Secretary General, it receives further instructions from the 52nd Brother Annie Besant, 33rd degree, at Adyar. In order not to shock the susceptibilities of English adepts who might be repelled by the rationalist tendencies of the Maçonnerie mixte, Mrs. Besant has, however, borrowed the formulas of British Masonry together with its custom of placing the VSL on the table in the lodges. These conflicting doctrines are blended in an amusing manner on the certificates of the order, where at the top we find the French motto and initials ALGDLH, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, ALGDLH, i.e., à la gloire de l'humanité. And below, for the beneficent of English members, the initials of the British Masonic device that does not, of course, appear on the diplomas of the French order, which, like the Grand Orient, has rejected the great architect. TTGOTGAOTU, to the glory of the great architect of the universe. Our co-masons, therefore, enjoy the advantage of being able to choose whether they shall render glory to God or to humanity. That the two devices are somewhat incompatible does not appear to strike the English initiates, nor do they probably realize the imposture practiced on them by the further wording of the certificate, which, after announcing in imposing capitals to all Masons dispersed over both hemispheres, greeting, goes on to say, "We therefore recommend him or her as such to all Freemasons of the globe, requesting them to recognize him or her in all the rights and privileges attached to this degree, as we will do to all presenting themselves under similar circumstances." Now, any British Mason will see at a glance that all this is a false pretension. No order of Masonry can recommend its members for rights and privileges to all the Freemasons of the world, for the simple reason that, as has been said, there is no such thing as universal Masonry, so that even Grand Lodge of England, the most important lodge in the world, could not, if it would, accord the right of entry for its members into continental lodges. As an English Mason recently expressed it, the impression among non-Masons generally appears to be that a British or Irish member of the craft is able to enter a Masonic lodge in any part of the world and take part in its deliberations and proceedings. To this belief, an unqualified denial may at once be given, nor may a member of a lodge under any jurisdiction not in communion with the Grand Lodges of the United Kingdom be received as a visitor or as a joining member in any subsidiary lodge of the Grand Lodges of England, Ireland, or Scotland. But for co-masonry to make this claim is even more ridiculous, since at the time when the above-quoted diploma was drawn up, co-masonry and its parent, the Maçonnerie mixte, were not recognized by any other order of Masonry except the Droit Humain. And it is not only unrecognized but utterly repudiated by the Grand Lodge of England. The British Mason, in fact, does not recognize the co-Mason as a Mason at all, and would violate his obligations by discussing Masonic secrets with him or her, so that there is no manner in which the co-Mason could be accorded Masonic rights and privileges by British Masons. In order, further, to keep up the illusion in the minds of its members that they are genuine Masons, co-Masonry, in its quarterly organ, the Co-Mason, is careful to include Masonic news related to British Masonry, as if it formed one in the same order. With regard to the Grand Orient, an equally tortuous policy was pursued. As we have already seen, the Grand Lodge disgraced the lodge that had admitted Maria de Remy and did not officially recognize the Maçonnerie mixed. The ritual adopted by the latter order was, however, not that of British Masonry, and in most co-Masonic lodges, the ritual employed contains variations derived from the Grand Orient. Indeed, the Grand Orient character of co-Masonry has always been generally recognized in Masonic circles. This being so, I pointed out in World Revolution that co-Masonry derives from the Grand Orient, but I received the following protest from a woman co-Mason. Are you aware that for 20 years the Grand Orient had refused to recognize co-Masonry as a legitimate body, just as the English Orthodox Masons do now? Also, we are distinctly told before joining that we shall not be recognized by that body. Also, we have nothing to do with Illuminati or with Germany. As the Grand Orient have eliminated the deity, it is rather a dreadful thing to a Mason to be connected in any way with that order, and I cannot imagine a worse thing could be said about us. This letter was dated March 6, 1922, and on the 19th of the preceding month of February, an alliance between the Grand Orient and co-Masonry had been finally celebrated at the Grand Temple of the Droit Humain in Paris. We find a report of this ceremony in the Co-Mason for the following April. It is evident, therefore, that members who were likely to be repelled by the idea of connection with the Grand Orient were assured that no such connection existed. But when this covert liaison developed into official recognition, although this did not include the right of entry to the lodges of the Grand Orient for women members, the triumphant manner in which the great event was announced in the Co-Mason suggests that the majority of members were likely to feel nothing but satisfaction at association with the order that had eliminated the deity. It is true that a few members protested, and by this time co-Masonry was too completely under the control of Mrs. Besant for any faction to question her dictates. Moreover, the opposition had been weakened by a schism which took place in the order in 1908. When a number of members who objected to the introduction of Eastern occultism into Masonry and likewise disapproved of the Grand Orient, formed themselves into a separate body under Mrs. Halsey and Dr. Geeky Cobb, working only with the craft degrees according to the Grand Lodge of England. It has been shown by this brief resume that co-Masonry is a hybrid system deriving from two conflicting sources: the political and rationalist doctrines of the Maçonnerie mixed, and the Eastern occultism of Madame Blavatsky and Mrs. Besant. As a professing Buddhist, Madame Blavatsky consistently disassociated herself from any schemes of material welfare. Thus, in the early constitution of the Theosophical Society, it is stated, "The Society repudiates all interference on its behalf with the governmental relations of any nation or community, confining its attention exclusively to the matters set forth in the present document." These matters relate to the study of occult sciences. Again, Madame Blavatsky herself wrote in the Theosophist, unconcerned about politics, hostile to the insane dreams of socialism and communism, which it abhors, as both are but disguised conspiracies of brutal force and selfishness against honest labor. The Society cares but little about the outward human management of the material world. The whole of its aspirations are directed towards the occult truths of the visible and invisible worlds. It will be seen that this declaration is diametrically opposed to that of the Maçonnerie mixed. Nevertheless, Madame Blavatsky so far departed from her purely occult program after her arrival in India in 1879 as to reconstruct the society on the basis of universal brotherhood. This idea was completely absent from her first scheme. The brotherhood plank in the society's future platform, wrote her coadjutor, Colonel Olcott, was not thought of. It was over this plank, however, that Mrs. Besant was able to walk to the Supreme Council of the Maçonnerie mixed, and adding liberty and equality to the principle of fraternity, to establish co-Masonry on a definitely political basis as a preparation for the socialist doctrines her teacher had abhorred. In the matter of esoteric doctrines, Mrs. Besant again departed from the path laid down by Madame Blavatsky, whose aim had been to rehabilitate Buddhism in India. representing the teachings of Gautama Buddha as an advance on Hinduism. Mrs. Besant, however, came to regard the doctrines of the Brahmins as the pure faith. Yet it was neither Buddhism nor Hinduism in a pure form that she introduced to the co-masons of the West, but an occult system of her own devising, wherein Mahatmas, Swamis, and Gurus were incongruously mingled with the charlatans of the 18th century France. Thus, in the co-masonic lodges we find the king inscribed over the Grand Master's chair in the east, and the north the empty chair of the Master, to which until recently all members were required to bow in passing, and over it a picture veiled in some lodges of the same mysterious personage. Should the neophyte inquire who is the king, he may be told that he is the king who is to come from India. Whether he is identical with the young Hindu Krishnamurti adopted by Mrs. Besant in 1909 is not clear, whilst the question, who is the master, will probably be met with the reply that he is the master of all true Freemasons throughout the world, which the inquirer takes to mean the head of the religion to which he happens to belong, Christ, Mohammed, or another. But in the third degree, the astonishing information is confided with an appearance of great secrecy that he is no other than the famous Comte de Saint-Germain, who did not really die in 1784, but is still alive today in Hungary under the name of Ragotsky. In yet a higher degree, however, the initiate may be told that the master is in reality Prince Eugene of Austria. It would be superfluous to describe in detail the wild nonsense that composes the creed of co-masonry, since a long series of articles was recently devoted to the subject in the Patriot and can be consulted by anyone who desires information concerning its ceremonies and the personnel directing it. Suffice it to say here that its course, like that of most secret societies, has been marked by violent dissensions amongst the members. The Blavatskyites passionately denouncing the Besantites, and the Besantites proclaiming the divine infallibility of their leader, whilst at the same time scandals of a peculiarly unsavory kind have been brought to light. This fact has indeed created a serious schism in the ranks of the Theosophists, which shows that a number of perfectly harmless people are to be found amongst them. Yet the peculiar reoccurrence of such scandals in the history of secret societies leads one inevitably to wonder how far these are to be regarded as merely deplorable accidents or as the results of secret society methods and of occult teaching. That the men against whom charges of sexual perversion were brought were not isolated examples of these tendencies is shown by a curious admission on the part of one of Madame Blavatsky's chelas, or disciples, who relates, "I was a pupil of HPB before Mrs. Besant joins the TS, and saw her expel one of her most gifted and valued workers from the esoteric section for offenses against the occult and moral law, similar to those with which Mr. Ledbetter's name has now been associated for nearly 20 years. HPB was always extremely strict on this particular point, and many would-be aspirants for a chelaship were refused on this one ground alone, while others who had been accepted on probation failed almost immediately afterwards. It would appear then that these deplorable proclivities are peculiarly prevalent amongst aspirants to theosophical knowledge. It is unnecessary to enlarge at length on Mrs. Besant's connection with the seditious elements in this country and in India, since these have frequently been referred to in the press. It is true that the Theosophical Society, like the Grand Orient, disavows all political intentions and professes to work only for spiritual development. But the leaders appear to consider that a radical change must take place in the existing social system before true spiritual development can be attained. That this change would lie in the direction of socialism is suggested by the fact that a group of leading theosophists, including Mrs. Besant, were discovered in 1919 to be holding a large number of shares in the Victoria House Printing Company, which was financing the Daily Herald at that date. Indeed, Mrs. Besant, in her lectures on liberty, equality, fraternity at the Queen's Hall in October of the same year, clearly indicated socialism as the system of the coming new era. Since then, the Action Lodge has been founded with the object of carrying theosophical ideals and conceptions into all fields of human activity, from which the political field appears not to be excluded, since this lodge has been known to cooperate with the promoters of a political meeting on the Indian question. It is interesting to notice that a leading member of the Action Lodge and also of the Order of the Star in the East was recently reported in the press to have been long connected with the Labour Party and to have notified her intention of standing for it in Parliament. This, of course, not to say that all theosophists are socialists. The Theosophical Society of America, in an admirable series of articles discussing the theory of world revolution set forth in my books, pointed out that the pupils of the powers of evil work untiringly to thwart every real advance of the human race, to pull down whatever civilization painfully builds, that makes for light and true development and spiritual growth. It would not be difficult to suggest reasons why these pupils and co-workers of the powers of darkness choose the chief clauses of their creed. Internationalism, communism, the destruction of the higher class through the despotic rule of the lower class, the corruption of family life, the attack on religion hardly needs comment. It will be seen then that socialism and internationalism are not an essential part of theosophical teaching, and that the more enlightened theosophists recognize the danger of these destructive doctrines. At a special convention in England on April 6 of this year, 7 lodges entered a protest against recent departures from the original policy of the Society. Amongst the resolutions put forward was one urging the President, Mrs. Besant, to establish a tribunal to investigate matters affecting the good name of the Society and the conduct of certain members. This was lost by an overwhelming majority. Another resolution regretted that the administration, the magazine, and the influence of the Society have been used for controversial political ends and sectarian religious propaganda. Unhappily, these resolutions were not met in the fraternal spirit that might be expected from a society setting out to establish universal brotherhood, and were stigmatized in a proposed amendment as destructive motions, at variance with the objects for which the Society stands. This clause in the amendment was lost by a small majority, but a very large majority supported the further clauses in which the special convention affirmed its complete confidence in the administration of the Society and its beloved and revered president, Dr. Annie Besant, the chosen leader of whom it is justly proud, and sent its cordial greetings to Bishop Ledbetter, FTS, thanking him for his invaluable work and his unswerving devotion to the cause of theosophy and the service of the Theosophical Society. There are then a certain number of theosophists in this country who have the courage and public spirit to protest against the use of the Society for political ends, and against infractions of the moral code which they believe certain members to have committed. But this party unfortunately constitutes only a small minority. The rest are prepared to render blind and unquestioningly obedience to the dictates of Mrs. Besant and Mr. Ledbetter. In this respect, the Theosophical Society follows the usual plan of secret societies. For although not nominally a secret society, it is one in effect, being composed of outer and inner circles and absolutely controlled by supreme directors. The inner circle, known as the esoteric section, or rather the Eastern School of Theosophy, usually referred to as the ES, is in reality a secret society, consisting in its turn of 3 further circles, the innermost composed of the Mahatmas or Masters of the White Lodge, the second of the accepted pupils or initiates, and the third of the learners of ordinary members. The ES and co-masonry thus compose 2 secret societies within the open order controlled by people, who are frequently members of both. Whether even these higher initiates are really in the secret is another question. Dr. Weller Van Hook, who is said to have been also a Rosicrucian and an important member of the Grand Orient, once cryptically observed that theosophy is not the hierarchy, implying that it was only part of a world organization, and darkly hinting that if it did not carry out the work allotted to it, the Rosicrucians would take control. That this is more than probable we shall see later. The outer ranks of the Theosophical Society seem to be largely composed of harmless enthusiasts who imagine that they are receiving genuine instruction in the religions and occult doctrines of the East. That the teaching of the ES would not be taken seriously by any real Orientalist, and that they could learn far more by studying the works of recognized authorities on these subjects at a university or at the British Museum, does not occur to them for a moment. Nor would this fulfill the purpose of the leaders. For the Theosophical Society is not a study group, but essentially a propagandist society which aims at substituting for the pure and simple teaching of Christianity the amazing compound of Eastern superstition, Kabbalism, and 18th century charlatanism, which Mrs. Besant and her coadjutors have devised. Yet even were the doctrines of Mrs. Besant those of true Buddhism or Brahmanism, to what extent are they likely to benefit Western civilization? Setting the question of Christianity aside, experience shows that the attempt to Orientalize Occidentals may prove no less disastrous than the attempt to Occidentalize Orientals, and that to transport Eastern mysticism to the West is to vulgarize it and to produce a debased form of occultism that frequently ends in moral deterioration or mental derangement. I attribute the scandals that have taken place amongst Theosophists directly to this cause. But it is time to turn to another society in which this debased occultism plays a still more important part. Rosicrucianism. At the present time, as in the 18th century, the term Rosicrucianism is used to cover a number of associations differing in their aims and doctrines. The first of these societies to be founded in England was the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, founded in 1867 by Robert Wentworth Little on instructions received from abroad. Only master masons are admitted, a procedure not condemned by Grand Lodge of England, which regards the SRIA as a perfectly innocuous body. Although neither political nor anti-Christian, but on the contrary containing distinctly Christian elements and claiming to descend from Christian Rosencreutz, a claim which must be dismissed as an absurdity, the SRIA is nevertheless largely Kabbalistic, dealing with the forces of nature, alchemy, etc. If its progenitors are really to be traced further back than the Rosicrucians of the 19th century, Ragon, Eliphas Levi, and Kenneth Mackenzie, they must be sought amongst certain esoteric Masons in Hungary and also amongst the French Martinists, whose rituals doubtless derived from a kindred source. It will be remembered that Marlins Pascali bequeathed to his disciples a large number of Jewish manuscripts, which were presumably preserved in the archives of the Martinist Lodge at Lyon. The Order of the Martinists has never ceased to exist, and the president of the Supreme Council, Dr. Gerard Encausse, well known as Papas, an avowed Kabbalist, only died in 1916. To these archives, another famous Kabbalist, the renegade Abbe Alphonse Louis Constant, who assumed the name of Eliphas Levi, may well have had access. It is said that one of Eliphas Levi's most distinguished disciples, the occultist Baron Spadalery of Marseille, was a member of the Grand Lodge of Solitary Brethren of the Mountain, an illumined brother of the ancient restored order of Manichaeans, a high member of the Grand Orient, and also a high illuminate of the Martinists. Before his death in 1875, Eliphas Levi announced that in 1879 a new political and religious universal kingdom would be established, and that it would be possessed by him who would have the keys of the East. The manuscript containing this prophecy was passed on by Baron Spadalery to Edward Maitland, who in his turn gave it to a leading member of SRIA, by whom it was published in English. But as we have already seen, the principal center of Kabbalism was in Eastern Europe, while Germany was the principal home of Rosicrucianism. And it was from these directions that, a few years later, a new Rosicrucian order in England derives its inspiration. It is curious to note that the 80s of the last century were marked by a simultaneous recrudescence of secret societies and of socialist organizations. In 1880, Leopold Engel reorganized Weishaupt's Order of Illuminati, which, according to M. Guénon, played henceforth an extremely suspect political role. And soon after this, in 1884, it is said that a strange incident took place in London. The Reverend A.F.A. Woodford, F.M., happened to be turning over the contents of a second-hand bookstall in Farringdon Street when he came upon some cipher MSS, attached to which was a letter in German, saying that if the finder were to communicate with Sapiens Dominabator, Astris, care of Fräulein Anna Sprengel in Germany, he would receive further interesting information. This, at any rate, is the story told to initiates of the order, which came to be founded according to the instructions given in the cipher. But when we remember that precisely the same story was told by Cagliostro concerning his discovery of an MS in London by the mysterious George Cofton, on which he had founded his Egyptian rite, we begin to wonder whether the placing of an MS in a spot where it is certain to be discovered by precisely the people qualified to decipher it forms one of the traditional methods of secret society adepts for extending their sphere of influence without betraying their identity or revealing the center of direction. In this case, it certainly succeeded admirably, for by a fortunate coincidence, the clergyman who found the cipher MSS was acquainted with the two prominent members of the SIRA, Dr. Wynne Westcott and Dr. Woodman, to whom he took the documents, and by a further fortunate coincidence, one of them happened to be the very person to whom Eliphas Levi's prophecy had been given. These two men, who now assumed the pseudonyms of S.A., Saper Oud, and M.E.V., Magnus A. Veritas, were able partially to decipher the manuscript. S.A., with the assistance of a German, then wrote to S.D.A., care of Fräulein Anna Sprengel, saying that he and a friend had finished the deciphering and that they desired further information. In reply, they were told to elaborate the notes, and that if diligent, they would be allowed to form an elementary branch of the Rosicrucian order in England. Finally, SDA wrote to SA authorizing him to sign her or his name to any warrant or document necessary for the constitution of an order, and promising later on further rituals and advanced teachings if the preliminary order proved successful. SA and MEV now called in the aid of a third member of the SIRA, MacGregor Mathers, henceforth known as DDCF, Diodus Comet Ferro, who, having more time at his disposal, was able, by means of long and arduous labor, to elaborate the rituals in Masonic style. On March 8, 1888, a warrant was then drawn up according to the design given in the cipher MSS, and was signed by SA for SDA, by MEV, and DDCF, all three having received the honorary grade of 7-4 from SDA, so as to enable them to act as chief of the new temple. It is interesting to note that whilst the instructions of the cipher MSS were in English and German, the name now given to the new order, the Golden Dawn, was accompanied by its equivalent in Hebrew, Chebreth, Zerek, or Boker, that is to say, the companions of the rising light of the morning. Among the instructions we find, avoid Roman Catholics, but with pity. Also these directions concerning obligation. The candidate asking for light is taken to the altar and forced to take an obligation to secrecy under penalty of expulsion and death or palsy from hostile current of will. From the subsequent correspondence of the order, it is seen that this so-called punitive current was actually directed by the chiefs against those who rebelled. Although the members of the Golden Dawn later became linked up with the esoteric Masons in Germany, neither the organization nor the ritual of the order are Masonic, but rather Martinistic and Kabbalistic. For amidst all the confused phraseology of the order, the phrases and symbols borrowed from Egyptian, Greek, or Hindu mythology, one detects the real basis of the whole system, the Jewish Kabbalah, in which all the three chiefs were or became experts. Mathers, in fact, translated the famous Book of Abraham, the Jew, from French into English with explanatory notes. And Wynne Westcott translated the Sefer Yetzirah from Hebrew. Lectures were given to the society on such subjects as the tarot cards, geomantic talismans, and the Skemhamforhosh, or tetragrammaton. The order was at first absolutely governed by the three chiefs, but after a time, owing to the death of Woodman and the resignation of Wynne Westcott, Mathers became the sole chief and professed to have obtained further instructions from the hidden chiefs through his wife, sister of Bergson, by means of clairvoyance and clairaudience. But the real directors of the order were in Germany and known as the hidden and secret chiefs of the Third Order. A curious resemblance will here be noted with the concealed superiors by whom members of the strict observance in the 18th century declared themselves to be controlled. Who these men were at the time the order was founded remains a mystery not only to the outside world but even to the English initiates themselves. The identity of Sapiens Dominabatur Astris appears never to have been established, nor was anything more heard about the still more mysterious Anna Sprengel until her death in an obscure German village was reported in 1893. Indeed, one of the most active members of the order, Dr. Robert Felkin, M.D., known as Fr. Finem Respis, later declared that although he had visited 5 temples of the order in Germany and Austria, he had been unable to get into touch with the hidden chiefs or to discover how the original MSS came into the hands of the clergymen who handed them to Wynne Westcott and Woodman. According to Felkin's statement, all that he had been able to find out was that the MSS were the notes of ceremonies made by a man who had been initiated into a lodge in Germany, and that the temple from which they originated was a special temple, working on the Kabbalah tree like the English branch of the order. Further, he was told that none of the big 3 who founded the Golden Dawn in England were real Rosicrucians at all. The confusion of ideas which must inevitably result when, as in secret societies or revolutionary organizations, a number of people are being blindly led by hidden directors, naturally brought about dissensions among the members, who mutually accused each other of ignorance of the real aims of the order. Thus, the London Lodge ended by breaking with Mathers, who was in Paris on account of his arrogance in claiming supreme power through the mystery of the hidden chiefs, and after 2 years of unsettled government in 1902, elected 3 new chiefs, Dr. Felkin, Fr. equals Finem Respis, Bullock, a solicitor, LO equals Levavi Oculus, who resigned at the end of the year, and Brodie Innes, SS, sub spe. But although Mathers had been repudiated, his teachings were retained as emanating from the hidden chiefs. 2 years earlier, a dramatic incident had occurred, and a very sinister personage, Aleister Crowley, had been introduced into the order on the recommendation of A.E. Waite. SR equals Sacramentum Regis. The well-known mystical writer, a man of many aliases, Crowley followed the precedent of the Comte de Saint-Germain, the Comte de Cagliostro, and the Baron von Offenbach, by ennobling himself and masquerading under various titles in turn, such as Count Svareff, Lord Boleskine, Baron Rosenkreutz, but usually known in the order as P for Perdurabo. Crowley, who was a Kabbalist, had written a book on Goetic magic, and soon after becoming a member of the Golden Dawn, set to work with another Frater on magical experiments, including evocations, the consecration and use of talismans, divination, alchemy, etc. In 1900, Crowley had joined Mathers in Paris, where the latter and his wife were living under the assumed names of the Comte and Comtesse of Glenstray, and engaged in the reviving the mysteries of Isis at the Baudinière Theatre. In this task, they were joined by an extraordinary lady, the notorious Madame Horos, alias the Swami, who claimed to be the real and authentic Sapiens Dominabatur Astris. Crowley described her as a very stout woman and very fair, and a vampire of remarkable power. Mathers declared her to be probably the most powerful medium living, but later in a letter to another member of the Golden Dawn observed, "I believe her and her accomplices to be the emissaries of a very powerful, secret occult order, who have been trying for years to break up other orders and especially my work." Incidentally, this lady, who proved to be a false SDA, ended by starting an order in collaboration with her husband, in which it was said that certain rituals of the Golden Dawn were adapted to an immoral purpose, with the result that the couple were brought to trial and finally condemned to penal servitude. Whether owing to this disturbing experience or because, as Crowley declared, he had imprudently attracted to himself forces of evil too great and terrible for him to withstand, presumably Abramelin demons, Mather's reason began to totter. This then was the situation at the time of his rupture with the order, and the dramatic incident referred to was the sudden appearance of Crowley in London, who, whether acting as Mather's envoy or on his own initiative, broke into the premises of the order with a black mask over his face, a plaid shawl thrown over his shoulders, an enormous gold or gilt cross on his breast, and a dagger at his side for the purpose of taking over possession. This attempt was baffled with the prosaic aid of the police, and Crowley was expelled from the order. Eventually, however, he succeeded in obtaining possession of some of the rituals and other documents of the Golden Dawn, which he proceeded to publish in the organ of a new order of his own. This magazine, containing a mixture of debased Kabbalism and vulgar blasphemies interspersed with panegyrics on hashish, for Crowley combined with sexual perversion and addiction to drugs, which might appear to express only the ravings of a maniac. But eccentricity has often provided the best cloak for dark designs, and the outbreak of war proved that there was a method in the madness of the man whom the authorities persisted in regarding merely as an irresponsible degenerate of a non-political kind. To quote the press report of his exploits after this date, in November 1914, Crowley went to the United States, where he entered into close relations with the pro-German propagandists. He edited the New York International, a German propagandist paper run by the notorious George Sylvester Viereck, and published, among other things, an obscene tract on the king and a glorification of the Kaiser. Crowley ran occultism as a sideline and seemed to have been known as the Purple Priest. Later on, he publicly destroyed his British passport before the Statue of Liberty, declared in favor of the Irish Republican cause, and made a theatrical declaration of war on England. During his stay in America, Crowley was associated with a body known as the Secret Revolutionary Committee, which was working for the establishment of the Irish Republic. He is also known as a writer of a defeatist manifesto circulated in France in 1915. But to return to the Golden Dawn, in 1903, a split occurred in the order. A.E. Waite, an early member of it, succeeded from it with a number of other members and carried off with him the name of Golden Dawn. Also the vault, another property of the order. The original order then took the name of Stella Matutina, with Dr. Felkin as chief. In the preceding year, the members of the London Lodge had again believed that they were in touch with the hidden Third Order, and revived their efforts to communicate with the secret chiefs in Germany. This state of uncertainty continued until about 1910, when Felkin and Meekin set forth for Germany, where they succeeded in meeting several members of the Third Order, who professed to be true and genuine Rosicrucians, and to know of Anna Sprengel and the starting of the order in England. They were not, it was believed, the secret and hidden chiefs, but more probably esoteric Masons of the Grand Orient. These fraters, however, told them that in order to form a definite etheric link between themselves and the order in Great Britain, it would be necessary for a British freighter to be under their instruction for a year. Accordingly, Meekin remained in Germany for special training, so that he might act as the etheric link between the two countries. After a pilgrimage to the Near East, closely following the itinerary of Christian Rosenkreutz, Meekin returned to Germany, and it appears to have been now that he was able to get in touch with a certain high adept of occult science. This remarkable personage, Rudolf Steiner, had earlier belonged to the Theosophical Society, and it has been suggested that at some period he may have been connected with the revived Illuminati of Leopold Engel. This is certainly some reason to believe that at one point in his career he came into touch with men who were carrying on the teachings of Weishaupt, the chief of whom was the president of a group of pan-German secret societies. And it seems not improbable that the mysterious SDA, under whose directions the Golden Dawn was founded, might be located in this circle. A few years before the war, Steiner, whilst still a theosophist, started a society of his own, the Anthroposophical Society, a name borrowed from the work of the 17th century Rosicrucian Thomas Vaughan. Anthroposophica Magica. The ostensible leader in Rosicrucian in Germany was Dr. Franz Hartmann, founder of the Order of the Esoteric Rose-Croix. Although in some way connected with Engel's Illuminati and more definitely with the Theosophical Society, Hartmann was believed to be a genuine Christian mystic. Steiner also made the same profession, and it seems probable that he formed one of the group of mysterious personages, including, besides Grand Orient Masons, Baron von Nigge, great-grandson of Weishaupt's coadjutor Philo, who met together in secret conference at Ingolstadt, where the first lodge of the Illuminati had been founded in 1776, and decided to revive Illuminism on Christian mystic lines used in a very elastic sense among occultists. At the same time, Steiner introduces into his teaching a strong vein of Gnosticism, Luciferianism, Johannism, and the Grand Orient Masonry, whilst reserving Rosicrucianism for his higher initiates. On this last point he is extremely reticent, preferring to call his teaching occult science, since he recognizes that real Rosicrucians never proclaim themselves as such. It is therefore only in the inner circle of his society, on which no information is given to the public, and into which members are admitted by much the same forms of initiation as those used by the Grand Orient, that Rosicrucianism is mentioned. Some of Steiner's imitators in the Rosicrucian Fellowship at Oceanside, California, however, openly profess what they call Rosicrucianism and at the same time claim superior knowledge on the subject of Masonry. Thus, in a book by the leader of this group, we find it solemnly stated that according to Max Heindel, Eve cohabited with serpents in the Garden of Eden, that Cain was the offspring of her union with Lucifer spirit Samael, and that from this divine progenitor the most virile portion of the human race descended, the rest being merely the progeny of human parents. Readers of the present work will recognize this as not the legend of Masonry, but of the Jewish Kabbalah, which has been already quoted in this context. Whether this also forms part of Steiner's teaching, it is impossible to say, since his real doctrines are known only to his inner circle. Even some of his admirers amongst the Steiner Matutina, whilst consulting him as an oracle, are not admitted to the secrets of his grades of initiation, and have been unable to succeed in obtaining from him a charter. Meanwhile, they themselves do not disclose to the neophytes whom they seek to win over that they are members of any secret association. This is quite in accordance with the methods of Weishaupt's insinuating brothers. The result of what Steiner calls occult science is thus described in a striking passage of one of his own works. This is the change which the occult student observes coming over himself, that there is no longer a connection between a thought and a feeling, or a feeling and a volition, except when he creates the connection himself. No impulse drives him from thought to action if he does not voluntarily harbor it. He can now stand completely without feeling before an object which, before his training, would have filled him with glowing love or violent hatred. He can likewise remain actionless before a thought which heretofore would have spurred him into action as if by itself, etc. I can imagine no clearer expose of the dangers of occultism than this. Weishaupt had said, "I cannot use men as I find them, I must form them." Dr. Steiner shows how this transformation can be accomplished. Under the influence of so-called occult training, which is in reality simply powerful suggestion, all a man's native impulses and inhibitive springs of action may be broken. The pupil of the occultist will no longer react to the conceptions of beauty or ugliness, of right or wrong, which, unknown to himself, formed the law of his being. Thus, not only his conscious deeds, but his subconscious processes pass under the control of another. If this is indeed the method employed by Dr. Steiner and his adepts, there would certainly seem to be some justification for the verdict of M. Robert Kuntz that Steiner has devised occult exercises which render the mind incapable, that he attacks the individual by deranging his faculties. What is the real motive behind such societies as the Stella Matutina, and again behind Steiner? This remains a mystery not only to the outside world but to the initiates themselves. The quest of the hidden chiefs, undertaken by one intrepid pilgrim after another, seems to have ended only in further meetings with Steiner. Yet hope springs eternal in the breast of the aspirant after occult knowledge, and astral messages spurred the fractors to further efforts. One of these contained the exhortation, "Go on with Steiner, which is not the ultimate end of search, and we will come into contact with many serious students who will lead us to the real master of the order, who will be so overpoweringly impressive as to leave no room for doubt." A curious analogy with co-masonry here will be observed. For whilst the veiled picture of the co-masonic lodges is said to represent the master in the person of Ragotsky, or some other personage in Austria or Hungary, so it is likewise in Austria and Germany that the members of Stella Matutina seek their hidden chiefs and the real master of their order. Moreover, whilst the co-masons await the coming of the great world teacher, king, or messiah in 1926, it also is in 1926 that the Stella Matutina expect Christian Rosenkreuz to appear again. There are many other points of resemblance between the phraseology of the two orders, as for example the idea of the astral light, the Great White Lodge, and also the Great Work, by which both orders denote the supreme object of their aspirations. The union of the East and the West, it is therefore impossible not to suspect that, although the members of co-masonry and of the Stella Matutina imagined their respective orders to be entirely unconnected, and indeed appeared to be hardly aware of each other's existence, there may be nevertheless some point of junction in the background and even a common center of direction. In this connection, it is interesting to notice the political tendencies of the societies in question. Although the outcome of the Maçonnerie mixed, and nominally under the jurisdiction of headquarters in Paris, co-masonry does not appear to be pro-French in its sympathies. On the contrary, the co-masonic lodges in this country, as also the head lodge in the Rue Jules Breton, seem to have adopted that form of universal brotherhood which principally redounds to the benefit of Germany. The Stella Matutina, whilst professing to be solely concerned in occult science and warning its members against co-masonry on account of the political tendencies of the latter, is nevertheless still more imbued with German influence, since, as we have seen, it has ever since it first came into existence been secretly under German direction. Indeed, during the war this influence became so apparent that certain patriotic members, who had entered the society in all good faith with the idea of studying occult science, raised an energetic protest and a schism took place. Thus, just as in the case of co-masonry, the more clear-sighted recognized the imprudence of placing themselves under foreign control. That this was no imaginary danger is shown by a correspondence which had taken place some years earlier and has recently been brought to light. It will be remembered that the great aim of Weishaupt and the Illuminati of the 18th century was to obtain control over all existing Masonic and occult orders. This also became the dream of Rudolf Steiner and his allies in other countries, whose plan was to form what they called an international Bund. The idea of an international bureau for Masonic affairs had already, as we have seen, been started in Switzerland. This was the same idea applied to occult groups, so that all such societies as Rosicrucianism, Theosophy with its various ramifications of co-masonry, etc., Hermetic orders, isolated occultists, and so on, were to be placed under German control. The audacity of the proposal seems to have been too much even for some of the most internationally minded members of the Stella Matutina, and in the discussion that took place it was pointed out that, admirable as the scheme might be, there was nevertheless some British spirit amongst these orders to be reckoned with. Even Mrs. Besant's followers, headed by the co-masons, described as a group which attracts a large number of idle women who have leisure to take a little occultism with their afternoon tea, might be liable to ask, who are these Germans to interfere? But the real obstacle to success was held to be British Freemasonry, to which a certain number of students of occult science, including all the members of the SRIA, belonged. English Masonry, it was remarked, boasts the Grand Lodge of 1717, the Mother Lodge of the world. They are a proud, jealous, autocratic body. Co-masonry derives from the Grand Orient of France, an illegitimate body according to English ruling. No English Mason can work with co-Masons. If the English Grand Lodge hears of anything called esoteric Masonry, derived from such sources, under chiefs once T.S., Theosophical Society, members under a head in Berlin, it will not inquire who Dr. Steiner is or what is the nature of his work. It will simply say, no English Masons of the free and accepted Masons may join any society working pseudo-Masonic rites, i.e., no one of ordinary accepted Freemasonry can attend any meetings or attend any grades in this illegitimate body. Fini. If a lodge of the Continental Order is to be established in England, Dr. Steiner will be faced with the Masonic difficulty. This is really serious. Here, then, is one of the finest tributes ever paid to British Masonry, for it shows that, as at present constituted and controlled, it provides the most formidable barrier against the infiltration of this country by alien or subversive secret societies. Thus, the Freemasons and the Roman Catholics are recognized as the principal obstacles to success. The Freemasons, however, would do well to realize the attempts that are made to break down this resistance by traitors in the Masonic camp, who, after violating their obligations by belonging to an irregular secret society, act as recruiting agents in the lodges. For the author of these remarks was a British Freemason who, in conclusion with a foreign adept, proposed to penetrate Freemasonry by the process known in revolutionary language as boring from within. To quote his own words, "They must be got at from within, not from without." This was to be accomplished in various ways, by adepts of the Continental Order getting themselves initiated into Orthodox Masonry, and then spreading their own doctrines in the lodges, or by enlisting recruits amongst Orthodox Masons and using them as propagandists among their brother Masons. It was also suggested that in order not to rouse suspicion, it would be better to avoid the name esoteric Masonry, to adopt one of the rituals used in England, and to employ as officers a mixed group drawn from various secret societies. This plan has been carried out with considerable success, and at a recent conference held by a high Continental adept under the most distinguished patronage, it was interesting to notice the various secret societies represented by certain of the promoters, who of course to the general public appeared to be merely isolated individuals, interested in philosophical speculation. But it is time to pass on to the question of yet another secret association, for amongst those present at the conference referred to were members of the group Clark. This society, of which the name as well as its avowed aims are singularly reminiscent of Illuminism, was first heard of in France and was led by men who carry an active anti-patriotic propaganda throughout the war. Amongst these were Henry Barbusse, author of Le Feu, a defeatist novel which was received with acclamations from illuminated reviewers in the press of this country. Yet, although outwardly a French organization, the real inspiration and teaching of Clark is essentially German-Jewish, and a great number of Jews are to be found amongst its members, particularly in Central Europe. At the inaugural meeting of the Austrian group, it was stated that 80% of those present were of the Jewish race. The keynote of Clark is internationalism, abolition of nationality, destruction of frontiers, and pacifism, or rather the substitution of class warfare for war between nations. For this purpose, it is willing to make use of all subversive doctrines, to whatever school of thought they may belong. Hence, although the creed of the leaders is professedly socialism, they readily cooperate with syndicalists, anarchists, or revolutionaries of any brand, carrying on propaganda in trade unions and various workers' organizations. Some are secretly in the ranks of the communists. In fact, members of Clark have succeeded in penetrating into almost every subversive group, even as far afield as New Zealand, where the society has an agency in Wellington and disseminates the most violent revolutionary teaching and literature. But whilst thus making use of the proletariat to further its ends, the point of view of Clark is fundamentally undemocratic. For the real grievances of the workers, it has no use at all. The plan of this group, who were recently described in the French press as the finest specimens of cannibals smeared with humanitarianism, is to constitute a sort of international hierarchy of intellectual socialists, whose influence is to make itself invisibly felt in literary, educational, and artistic circles all over the world. For the members of CLART are as careful as were the adepts of Weishaupt to preserve their incognito and not to be known as Illuminati. Thus, the public in our own country and elsewhere, reading the diatribes of certain well-known authors against the existing order of society, may vaguely wonder why men living amidst all the amenities of civilization should desire its destruction, but do not dream that all this is not the outcome of an individual brain, but propaganda put out by a company which, having largely primed such writers with ideas, is able, owing to the high position of many of its leading members and its influence with the literary world, to ensure the success of any publication that will further its ends. The organization of CLART thus approximates more nearly to the system of Weishaupt than that of the other societies described in this chapter. Although in the strictest sense a secret society, it is in no sense a cult and therefore possesses no ritual of its own. But like the earlier Illuminati, recognizes the utility of working through Freemasonry. CLART, in fact, forms an adjunct of the Grand Orient and owns a lodge under its jurisdiction in Paris. It would be interesting, however, to know whether the idea of the alliance with the Grand Orient occurred as an afterthought to the CLART group, or whether the original inspiration of CLART emanated from an inner circle of the Grand Orient. We shall return to the question of this inner circle in a later chapter. Such, then, are the principal secret societies at work in Great Britain. But amongst minor secret or semi-secret movements may be mentioned the strange sect of the Faithists, said to have some affinity with the Druses, inhabiting a singularly unromantic London suburb, whose ancient founder is the author of a series of tracts urging man not to be misled by false gods, but to worship Jehovah, the Creator only, and at the same time advocating nationalization as a cure for all social ills. Or again, the Institute for the Harmonious Development of Man at Fontainebleau, led by Gurdjieff and Uspensky, which combines esoteric meditation with an extremely meager diet and strenuous manual labor. It is interesting, by the way, to notice that the art of the movement known as eurythmy, not to be confounded with the system of M. Dalcroze, which is known in England only as eurythmics, forms an important part of the curriculum of the last society, as also of Herr Steiner's order, of the Stella Matutina, and of the Russian Bolsheviks. The one question that presents itself to the judicial mind after examining all these movements is inevitably, are they of any real importance? Can a few hundreds or even thousands of men and women, drawn largely by curiosity or want of occupation into societies of which the very names are hardly known to the general public, exercise any influence on the world at large? It would certainly be an error to overestimate the power that each of these societies individually can wield. To do so would be, in fact, to play into the hands of the leaders, whose plan from Weishaupt onwards has always been to represent themselves as directing the destinies of the universe. This claim to power is the bait laid for neophytes, who are made to believe that the order will one day rule the world. But whilst recognizing the folly of this pretension, we should be mistaken in underrating their importance, for the reason that they provide evidence of a larger organization in the background. The Stella Matutina may be only an obscure fraternity. Even the Theosophical Society, with all its ramifications, may not be of great importance in itself. But will anyone with a knowledge of European affairs seriously maintain that the Grand Orient is a small or unimportant organization? And have we not seen that investigations into the smaller secret societies frequently lead back to this greater Masonic power? Secret societies are of importance because they are, moreover, symptomatic, and also because, although the work actually carried out in the lodges or councils may be of a trivial character, they are able, by the power of association and the collective force they generate, to influence public opinion and to float ideas in the outside world which may have far-reaching consequences. At any rate, the fact that they exist finally disposes of the contention that secret societies of a subversive and even of an abominable kind are things of the past. These amazing cults, these strange perverted rites, which we associate with the Dark Ages, are going on around us today. Illuminism, Kabbalism, and even Satanism are still realities. In 1908, Monsieur Copen Albansili stated that circumstances had afforded him the proof that certain Masonic societies exist which are satanic, not in the sense that the devil comes to preside at their meetings, as that romancer of a Leo Taxil pretended, but in that their initiates profess the cult of Lucifer. They adore him as the true God, and they are animated by an implacable hatred against the Christian God, whom they declare to be an impostor. They have a formula which sums up their state of mind. It is no longer to the glory of the great architect of the universe, as in the two lower masonries. It is GEAALHHHADMMM, which means gloire et amour, Lucifer, hain, 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 and Dieu maudit, maudit, maudit. Glory and love for Lucifer, hatred, 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 to God, accursed, accursed, accursed. It is professed in these societies that all that the Christian God commands is disagreeable to Lucifer, that all that he forbids is, on the contrary, agreeable to Lucifer, that in consequence one must do all that the Christian God forbids, and that one must shun like fire all that he commands. I repeat that, with regard to all that, I have the proofs under my hand. I have read and studied hundreds of documents relating to one of these societies, documents that I have not permission to publish and which emanate from the members, men and women, of the group in question. I do not say that any society in England consciously practices this cult of Satan, but I too have seen dozens of documents relating to occult groups in this country which practice rites and evocations that lead to illness, moral perversion, mental derangement, and even, in some cases, to death. I have heard from the lips of initiates themselves accounts of the terrible experiences through which they have passed. Some have even urged me to bring the matter before the attention of the authorities. But unfortunately, no department exists for the investigation of subversive movements. Yet, since all these movements are intimately connected with revolutionary agitation, they are well worth the attention of governments that desire to protect law, order, and public morality. The fact is that the very extravagance of their doctrines and practices seems to ensure their immunity. Nevertheless, whether the power at work behind them is of the kind we are accustomed to call supernatural, or whether it is merely the outcome of the human mind, there can be no doubt of its potency for evil, and of its very definite effects in the obliteration of all sense of truth and in sexual perversion. In the opinion of an initiate who belonged for years to the Stella Matutina, the dynamic force employed, known as Kundalini, is simply an electromagnetic force of which the sex force is a part, on which the adepts know how to play, and the unseen hand behind all the seeming spiritism of these orders is a system of very subtle and cunning hypnotism and suggestion. Further, the aim of this group, like that of all subversive esoteric orders, is by means of such processes as eurythmics, meditations, symbols, ceremonies, and formulas to awaken this force and produce false illumination for the purpose of obtaining spiritual seership, which is at most clairvoyance, clairaudience, etc. The ceremonies of the order are hypnotic, and by suggestion create the necessary mental and astral atmosphere, hypnotize and prepare the members to be the willing tools in the hands of the controlling adepts. The same initiate has communicated to me the following conclusions concerning the group in question, with the permission to quote them verbatim. I have been convinced that we, as an order, have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise, though not infallible, their methods being black magic, that is to say, electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion. We are convinced that the order is being controlled by some SUN order after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself. The reason why they, the leaders of all such orders, insisted so much upon the church and sacrament, especially before the initiation, is, I think, for the same reason as the use of a consecrated host in black magic. The Christian consecration and the use of the sacraments renders the building or person more powerful, as a material basis for black magic, even as in white magic, for the great good or the great evil. When the initiation is accomplished and the domination of the person complete, there is no further need for church or sacrament. We are told at the initiation, there is nothing incompatible with your civil, moral, or religious duties in this obligation. We now are convinced that this order is contrary absolutely to our civil, moral, and religious duties, which being so, our obligations are null and void. We are told that all that has taken place in Russia and elsewhere is due to these international occult forces set in motion by subversive esoteric lodges. Yet it is known that we have several branches of these same esoteric Masonic lodges, carrying on their deadly work in our midst. England, as well as Europe, seems to be drifting along in a hypnotic sleep, and even our soundest politicians seem paralyzed, and all that they attempt is turned to foolishness. Is there no one in authority who understands these things and realizes the danger both to the country and to the individuals from these forces working for disruption and world revolution? How, in the face of these declarations coming from those inside the movement, can anyone maintain that Illuminism is dead and that secret societies present no danger to Christian civilization? Chapter 13. Open Subversive Movements. Although the skeptical reader who has reached this stage of the present work will perhaps be willing to admit that some connection may be traced between hidden forces and open subversive movements, the objection he will still raise against the general thesis here set forth will probably be expressed somewhat in the following manner. It is quite possible that secret societies and other unseen agencies may have played a part in revolutions, but to attribute the continued revolt against the existing social order to these causes is absurd. Poverty, unemployment, inadequate housing, and above all the inequalities of human life are quite sufficient to produce a revolutionary spirit without the aid of secret instigators. Social revolution is simply a rising of the have-nots against the haves, and requires no further cause to explain it. Let it be once admitted that the injustices here enumerated are real. The working classes throughout the 19th century had very genuine reasons for complaints. Wages were far too low, the rich sometimes showed themselves indifferent to the sufferings of the poor, employers of labor had often made profits out of all proportion to the remuneration paid to the workers. Nor, in spite of the immense reforms introduced during the last 100 years, have all these grievances been redressed. The slums of our great cities still constitute a blot upon our civilization. Profiteering since the beginning of the war has been more flagrant than ever. Rings and combines provide fabulous wealth for individuals or groups at the expense of vast numbers of consumers. And in all classes of the community, just as before the French Revolution, people feast and dance, whilst others live on the borderline of starvation. But let us see how far the socialist movement can be regarded as the spontaneous revolt of the people against this condition of things. Dividing the people after the manner of Marx into the non-revolutionary and the revolutionary proletariat, we shall find that the former category, by far the larger, combines with a strong respect for tradition a perfectly reasonable desire for social reform. Briefly, it asks for adequate wages, decent housing, and a fair share of the good things in life. For state interference in the affairs of everyday life, it feels nothing but abhorrence. The ideal of communism is formulated by Lenin, wherein the getting of food and clothing shall be no longer a private affair, would meet with stronger opposition from working men, and still more from working women, to whom shopping is as the breath of life, than from any other section of the population. Even such apparently benign socialist schemes as communal dining rooms or communal kitchens appeal less to the working class mentality than to the upper class mind that devises them. Turning to the revolutionary proletariat, we shall find this individualistic instinct quite as strongly developed. It is not the socialist idea of placing all wealth and property in the hands of the state, but the anarchist plan of expropriation, of plunder on a gigantic scale for the benefit of the revolutionary masses, which really appeals to the disgruntled portion of the proletariat. The socialist intellectual may write of the beauties of nationalization, of the joy of working for the common good without hope of personal gain. The revolutionary working man sees nothing to attract him in all this. Question him on his ideas of social transformation, and he will generally express himself in favor of some method by which he will acquire something he has not got. He does not want to see the rich man's motor car socialized by the state. He wants to drive about in it himself. The revolutionary working man is thus in reality not a socialist, but an anarchist at heart. Nor in some cases is this unnatural. That the man who enjoys none of the good things of life should wish to snatch his share must at least appear comprehensible. What is not comprehensible is that he should wish to renounce all hope of ever possessing anything. Modern socialist propagandists are very well aware of this attitude of the working classes toward their schemes, and therefore that as long as they explain the real program they mean to put into operation, which is nothing but the workhouse system on a gigantic scale, they can meet with no success. As a lifelong socialist has frequently observed to me, socialism has never been a working-class movement. It was always we of the middle or upper classes who sought to instill the principles of socialism into the minds of working men. Mr. Hindman's candid confessions of the failures to enlist the sympathies even of the slum dwellers in his schemes of social regeneration bear out this testimony. Less honest socialist orators, as the result of long experience, have therefore adopted the more effectual policy of appealing to the predatory instincts of the crowd. From Babeuf onwards, socialism has only been able to make headway by borrowing the language of anarchy in order to blast its way to power. Socialism is thus essentially a system of deception devised by middle-class theorists, and in no sense a popular creed. Had the revolutionary movement of the past 150 years really proceeded from the people, it would inevitably have followed the line laid down by one of the two sections of the proletariat indicated above. That is to say, it would either have taken the form of a continuous and increasing agitation for social reforms, which would have enlisted the sympathy of all right-thinking men, and must therefore in the end have proved irresistible, or it would have followed the line of anarchy, organizing brigandage on a larger and yet larger scale, until all owners of wealth having been exterminated and their expropriators in their turn exterminated by their fellows, the world would have been reduced to a depopulated desert. But the world revolution has followed neither of these lines. Always the opponent of sane social reforms, which socialists deride as melioration, or as futile attempts to shore up an obsolete system, it has consistently dissociated itself with such men as Lord Shaftesbury, who did more to better the conditions of the working classes than anyone who has ever lived. Anarchy, on the other hand, has been used by them merely as a means to an end. For genuine revolutionary sentiment they have no use at all. In Russia, the anarchists became the first objects of Soviet vengeance. The cynical attitude of socialists toward the revolutionary proletariat was illustrated by Mr. Bernard Shaw, who in December 1919 openly boasted that he had helped to organize the railway strike, and 2 years later wrote about the miners' strike in the following terms. A socialist state would not tolerate such an attack on the community as a strike for a movement. If a trade union attempted such a thing, the old capitalist law against trade unions as conspiracies would be reenacted within 24 hours and put ruthlessly into execution. Such a monstrosity as the recent coal strike, during which the coal miners spent all their savings in damaging their neighbors and wrecking the national industries, would be impossible under socialism. It was miserably defeated, as it deserved to be. Now, if this had been written by the Duke of Northumberland in the National Review instead of by Mr. Bernard Shaw in the Labour Monthly, one can imagine the outcry there would have been in the socialist press. But the leaders of what is called democracy may always use what language they please in speaking of the people. Our peasants, Maxim Gorky openly declared, are brutal and debased, hardly human. I hate them. It will be noticed that in descriptions of the French Revolution, references to the savageries of the people are never resented by the liberal or socialist press. The persons of the leaders alone are sacred. It is clearly not the cause of democracy, but of demagogy, that these champions of liberty are out to defend. The world revolution is therefore not a popular movement, but a conspiracy to impose on the people a system directly opposed to their real demands and aspirations. A system which, moreover, has proved disastrous every time an attempt has been made to put it into practice. Russia has provided a further example of its futility. The fact that the more reasonable leaders in this country do not advocate violence does not affect the ultimate issue. Whilst Bolshevism sets out to destroy capitalism at a blow, socialism prefers a more gradual process. It is the difference between clubbing a man on the head and bleeding him to death, that is all. The fact is that all socialism leads to communism in the long run and therefore to disaster. The Bolshevist regime brought ruin and misery to Russia not because of the brutality of its methods, but because it was founded on the gigantic economic fallacy that industry can be carried on without private enterprise and personal initiative. The same theory applied by constitutional methods would produce precisely the same results. If the socialists are ever allowed to carry out their full program, England may be reduced to the state of Russia without the shedding of a drop of blood. But how are we to explain the fact that in spite of the failure of socialism in the past, in spite of the gigantic fiasco presented by Russia, in spite, moreover, of the declaration by the Bolsheviks themselves that communism had failed and must be replaced by a new economic policy, that is to say, by a return to capitalism, there should still be at large an increasing body of people to proclaim the efficacy of socialism as the remedy for all the social ills? In any other field of human experiment, in medicine or mechanical invention, failure spells oblivion. The prophylactic that does not cure, the machine that cannot be made to work, is speedily relegated to the scrap heap. What indeed should we say of the bacteriologist, who after killing innumerable patients with a particular serum, were to advertise it as an unqualified success? Should we not brand such a man as an unscrupulous charlatan, or at best as a dangerous visionary? If, moreover, we were to find that large bands of agents backed by unlimited funds were engaged in pressing his remedy upon the public and carefully avoiding all reference to the fatalities it had caused, should we not further conclude that there was something behind all this? Some powerful company running this concern with a view to advancing its own private interests? Why should not the same reasoning be applied to socialism? For not only has socialism never been known to succeed, but all its past failures are carefully kept dark by its exponents. Who then stands to gain by advocating it? And further, who provides the vast sums spent on propaganda? If in reality socialism is a rising of the have-nots against the haves, how is it that most of the money seems to be on the side of the have-nots? For whilst organizations working for law and order are hampered at every turn for funds, no financial considerations ever seem to interfere with the activities of the so-called labor movement. Socialism, in fact, appears to be a thoroughly paying concern into which a young man enters as he might go into a city, with a reasonable expectation of doing well. It is only necessary to glance at the history of the past 100 years to realize that agitation has provided a pleasant and remunerative career for hundreds of middle-class authors, journalists, speakers, organizers, and dilettantes of all kinds who would otherwise have been condemned to pass their lives on office stools or at schoolmasters' desks. And when we read the accounts of the delightful treats provided for these devoted workers in the cause of the proletariat, as given in the records of the First International or the pages of Mrs. Snowdon, we begin to understand the attractions of socialism as a profession. But again, I repeat, who provides the funds for this vast campaign? Do they come out of the pockets of the workers or from some other mysterious reservoir of wealth? We shall return to this point in a later chapter. How is it possible at any rate to believe in the sincerity of the exponents of equality who themselves adopt a style of living so different from that of the proletariat, whose cause they profess to represent? If the doctrinaires of socialism formed a band of ascetics who had voluntarily renounced luxury and amusement in order to lead lives of poverty and self-sacrifice, as countless really devoted men and women, not calling themselves socialists, have done, we should still doubt the soundness of their economic theories as applied to society in general. But we should respect their disinterestedness. But with very few exceptions, socialist intellectuals dine and sup, feast and amuse themselves with as few scruples of conscience as any unregenerate Tories. With people such as these, it is obviously as futile to reason as it would be to attempt to convince the agent of a quack medicine company that the nostrums he presses on the public will not effect a cure. He is very well aware of that already. Hence the efforts of well-meaning people to set forth in long, well-reasoned arguments the fallacies of socialism produce little or no result. All these so-called fallacies have been exposed repeatedly by able writers and disproved by all experience. So that if based merely on ignorance or error, they would have long since have ceased to obtain credence. The truth is that they are not fallacies, but lies, deliberately devised and circulated by men who do not believe in them for a moment, and who can therefore only be described as unscrupulous charlatans exploiting the credulity of the public. But if this description may be legitimately applied to the brains behind socialism, and to certain of its leading doctrinaires, there are doubtless thousands of honest visionaries to be found in the movement. A system that professes to cure all the ills of life inevitably appeals to generous minds that feel but do not reason. In reality, many of these people, did they but know it, are simply social reformers at heart and not socialists at all. And their ignorance of what socialism really means leads them to range themselves under the banner of a party that claims a monopoly of ideals. Others again, particularly amongst the young intelligentsia, take up socialism in the same spirit as they would adopt a fashion in ties or waistcoats, for fear of being regarded as reactionaries. That in reality, far from being advanced, the profession of socialism is as retrogressive as would be a return to the side whiskers and plaid trousers of the last century, does not occur to them. The great triumph of Mussolini was to make the youth of Italy realize that to be a communist was to be a back number, and that progress consisted in marching forward to new ideas and aspirations. The young men of Cabet's settlement discovered his 60 years ago when they formed themselves into a band of progressives, in opposition to old men who still clung to the obsolete doctrine of communism. Socialism at the present moment is in reality less a creed than a cult, founded not on practical experience but on unreal theory. It is here we find a connection with secret societies. M. Augustin Cochin, in his brilliant essays on the French Revolution, has described that world of the clouds, of which the Grand Orient was the capital, peopled by the precursors of the French Revolution, whilst in the real world the criterion of all thought lies in putting it to the test. There in the world of the clouds, the criterion is opinion. They are there to talk, not to do. All this intellectual agitation, this immense traffic in speeches, writings, correspondence, leads not to the slightest beginning of work, of real effort. We should be wrong to judge them harshly. Their theories on the perfectibility of human nature, on the advantages of savagery, which appear to us dangerous chimeras, were never intended to apply to real life, only to the world of the clouds, where they present no danger but become, on the contrary, the most fecund truths. The revolutionary explosion might well have finally shattered these illusions but for the Grand Orient. We have already seen the identity of theory between French Masonry and French socialism in the 19th century. It was thus that, although in France one experiment after another demonstrated the unreality of socialist utopias, the lodges were always there to reconstruct the mirage and lead humanity on again across the burning desert sands, towards the same phantom palm trees and illusory pools of water. Whatever the manner in which these ideas penetrated to this country, whether through the radicals of the last century, adorers of the encyclopedic Masons of France, or through the British disciples of German social democrats from the time of the First International onwards. It is impossible to ignore the resemblance between the theories not only of French, but of modern British socialism and the doctrines of Illuminized Freemasonry. Thus, the idea running through Freemasonry of a golden age before the fall, when man was free and happy, and which, through the application of Masonic principles, is to return once more, finds an exact counterpart in the socialist conception of a past halcyon era of liberty and equality, which is to return not merely in the form of a regenerated social order, but as a complete millennium form, which all the ills of human life have been eliminated. This idea has always haunted the imagination of socialist writers from Rousseau to William Morris, and leads directly up to the further theory, the necessity for destroying civilization. I cannot find in Mr. Lothrop Stoddart's conception of the revolutionary movement as the revolt of the underman against civilization the origin of this campaign. In reality, the leaders of the world revolution have not been undermen, victims of oppression or of adverse fate, nor could they be ranged in this category on account of physical or mental inferiority. It is true that most revolutionary agitators have been in some way abnormal, and that the Revolutionary Army has largely been recruited from the unfit. But the real inspirers of the movement have frequently been men in prosperous circumstances, and of brilliant intellect, who might have distinguished themselves on other lines had they not chosen to devote their talents to subversion. To call Weishaupt, for example, an underman would be absurd. But let us see what is the idea on which the plan of destroying civilization is ostensibly founded. It will be remembered that Rousseau, like Weishaupt, held that the golden age of felicity did not end in the Garden of Eden, as is popularly supposed, but was prolonged into tribal and nomadic life. Up to this moment, communism was the happy disposition under which the human race existed, and which vanished with the introduction of civilization. Civilization is therefore fons et origo mali, and should be done away with. Let no one exclaim that this theory died out either with Rousseau or with Weishaupt. The idea that civilization is all wrong runs all through the writings and speeches of our intellectual socialists today. I have referred somewhere to Mr. H.G. Wells's prediction that mankind will more and more revert to the nomadic life, and Mr. Snowden has recently referred in tones of evident nostalgia to the productive era when man lived under a system of tribal communism. The children who attend the socialist schools are also taught in the Red Catechism the advantages of savagery. Thus, question, do savages starve in the midst of plenty? Answer, no. When there is plenty of food, they all rejoice, feast, and make merry. That when there is not plenty of food, they occasionally eat each other is not mentioned. Here, then, is the theory on which this yearning for a return to nature is based. For it is quite probable that if a golden age ever existed, it was communistic. It is also true that certain primitive tribes have found it possible to continue the same system, for the simple reason that when and where the earth was very thinly populated, it brought forth, without the artificial aid of agriculture, more than enough to supply each man's needs. There was therefore no need for laws to protect property, since every man could help himself freely to all that he required. If at the present time a dozen people were shipwrecked on a fertile island some miles in area, the institution of property would be equally superfluous. If, however, several hundred were to share the same fate, it would at once become necessary to institute some system of cultivation, which in turn would necessitate either the institution of property, by which each man would depend on his own plot of land for his existence, or a communal system, by which all would be obliged to work for the common good and force applied to those who refused to do their allotted share. Peaceful communism is thus simply a matter of population. The conditions under which men can sit in the sun and enjoy the fruits of the earth with little effort must be transformed with the multiplication of the human species into a system which recognizes private property or a communal state, which enforces compulsory labor by means of overseers with whips. It was perhaps an appreciation of this truth that impelled the practical exponents of Rousseau's doctrines, the terrorists of 1793, to embark on their plan of depopulation, by way of establishing communism on a peaceful basis. But our intellectual socialists deny this necessity on the ground that under the benign regime of socialism, all men would be good and happy and would work joyfully for the welfare of the community. The fact that this has not proved the case, even in voluntary communist settlements, does not daunt them, because, as has been said, their creed is founded not on practical experiment but on theory, and it is here that we again find the inspiration of Grand Orient Freemasonry. The assumption that under an ideal social order all human failings would vanish derives directly from the two Masonic doctrines which the Grand Orient, under the influence of Illuminism, has brought to a reductio ad absurdum, the perfectibility of human nature and universal brotherhood. The whole philosophy of socialism is built upon these false premises. Indeed, the actual phraseology of Illuminized Freemasonry is now passed into the language of socialism. Thus, the old formula of the United States of Europe and the Universal Republic have been adopted not only by Mrs. Besant and her followers as the last word in modern thought, but have also reappeared as a brilliant inspiration under the pen of Mr. H.G. Wells in the slightly varied form of the world state. It would be amusing for anyone who had the time to discover how many of the ideas of our so-called advanced thinkers might be found amongst verbatim in the writings of Weishaupt, the Republique Universelle of Anacharsis Clootz, and in the speeches of Grand Orient orators during the last century. Moreover, the world revolution is not only founded on the doctrines of Illuminized Freemasonry, but has adopted the same method of organization. Thus, after the plan of the secret societies, from the Battinis onward, we shall find the forces of revolution divided into successive grades. The lowest consisting of the revolutionary proletariat, the chair of revolution, as Marx expressed it, knowing nothing of the theory of socialism, still less of the real aims of the leaders. Above this, the semi-initiates, the doctrinaires of socialism, comprising doubtless many sincere enthusiasts. But above these again further grades leading up to the real initiates, who alone know whither the whole movement is tending. For the final goal of world revolution is not socialism or even communism. It is not a change in the existing economic system. It is not the destruction of civilization in a material sense. The revolution desired by the leaders is a moral and spiritual revolution, an anarchy of ideas by which all standards set up throughout 19 centuries shall be reversed, all honored traditions trampled underfoot, and above all, the Christian ideal finally obliterated. It is true that a certain section of the socialist movement proclaims itself Christian. The Illuminati made the same profession, so have the modern Theosophists and Rosicrucians. But as in the case of these secret societies, we should ask of the so-called Christian socialists, what do they mean by Christ? What do they mean by Christianity? On examination, it will be found that their Christ is a being of their own inventing, that their Christianity is a perversion of Christ's real teaching. The Christ of socialism invoked in the interests of pacifism as the opponent of force and in the interests of class warfare as a socialist, a revolutionary, or even an agitator, bears no resemblance to the real Christ. Christ was not a pacifist when he told his disciples to arm themselves with swords, when he made a scourge of cords and drove the money changers from the temple. He did not tell men to forgive the enemies of their country or of their religion, but only their private enemies. Christ was not a socialist when he declared that a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things that he possesseth. Socialism teaches that a man must never rest content as long as another man possesses that which he has not. Christ did not believe in equality of payment when he told the parable of the 10 talents and the unprofitable servant. Socialism would reduce all labor to the pace of the slowest. Above all, Christ was not a socialist when he bade the young man who had great possessions sell all that he had to give to the poor. What school of socialism had ever issued such a command? On the contrary, socialists are enjoined by their leaders not to give their money away in charity, lest they should help by this means to prolong the existence of the present social system. The truth is that, as I showed in connection with the fallacy of representing Christ as an Essene, there is no evidence to show that he or his disciples practiced even the purest form of communism. Christ did not advocate any economic or political system. He preached a spirit, which, if applied to any system, would lead to peace among men. It is true that he enjoined his disciples to despise riches, and that he denounced many of the rich men with whom he came into contact. But it must not be forgotten that his immediate mission was to a race that had always glorified riches, that had worshipped the golden calf, and by which wealth was regarded as the natural reward of godliness. Christ came to teach men not to look for present reward in the form of increased material welfare, but to do good out of love to God and one's neighbor. I do not doubt that in the past such men as Kingsley and J.F.D. Maurice sincerely imagined that they were following in the footsteps of the Master by describing themselves as Christian socialists. But that the present leaders of socialism in England are Christians at heart is impossible to believe in view of their attitude towards the campaign against Christianity in Russia. Never once have they or their allies, the Quakers, officially denounced the persecution not only of the priests, but of all who profess the Christian faith in Russia. Listen to this voice from the abyss of Russia. We very much ask for a prayer for the Church of Russia. It is passing through great tribulation and is a question whether spiritual or earthly power will triumph. Many are being executed for not denying God. Those placed by God at the helm need all the prayer and help of Christians all over the earth, because their faith is partly theirs too. For it is a question of faith triumphing over atheism, and it is a tug-of-war between these two principles. And again, I look upon the persecution of the Russian Church as an effort to overthrow Christianity in general, for we are governed just now by the power of darkness, and all that we consider sinful seems to get the upper hand and to prosper. Yet it is for this power that the Socialist Party of Great Britain have for years been demanding recognition. Even the appeals for help from their fellow socialists in Russia have left them cold. We would suggest, ran one such appeal, 1. That the British Labour Party issue an official protest against the Soviet government's inhuman treatment of its political opponents in general, and the political prisoners in particular. 2. That meetings of protest should be organized in the industrial towns of Great Britain. 3. That the British Labour Party make an official representation to the Soviet government directly, urging the latter to put a stop to the persecutions of the socialists in Russia. And it was of this regime that Mr. Lansbury wrote, "Whatever their faults, the communist leaders of Russia have hitched their wagon to a star, the star of love, brotherhood, comradeship." The callous indifference displayed by British socialists, with the honorable exception of the Social Democratic Federation, towards the crimes of the Bolsheviks offers indeed a painful contrast to the attitude of other socialists of Europe. At the conference of the Labour and Socialist International at Hamburg in May 1923, a resolution was passed condemning the persecution by the Soviet government. When the resolution was put to the Congress, 196 voted for, 2 against it, and 39, including the 30 British delegates, abstained. I ask then, why should the socialists of Great Britain be differentiated from the Bolsheviks of Russia? In every question of importance, they have always lent them their support. In the Great War on Christianity, they have acted as the advance guard by the institution of socialist Sunday schools, from which all religious teaching is excluded. Socialists are very anxious to disassociate those from the proletarian Sunday schools, which teach atheism. But from ignoring the existence of God to denying it is but a step. Moreover, it will be noticed that the socialists have never issued any protests against the blasphemies of the proletarian schools. The real attitude of the Socialist Party towards religion may perhaps be gauged by the notice, reproduced on page 341, which once appeared in its official organ, the Daily Herald, of which Mr. Lansbury, widely advertised as a fervent Christian, was once editor and is now managing director. It was to the party controlling this organ that 700 clergymen of the Church of England and the Episcopal Church of Scotland saw fit to offer their congratulations by means of a memorial presented to Mr. Ramsay MacDonald in March 1923. Shall we yet see the scene of Brumaire, 1793, repeated on a procession of prelates representing themselves at Westminster to lay down their rings and crosses and declare that henceforth there shall be no other worship than that of liberty and holy equality? Already the desecration of the churches has begun. The red flag was recently carried into the city temple by a band of unemployed, although several of their number objected to its presence in the church. An attempt to sing the red flag was also suppressed by a section of the unemployed. The Bible is a real book, although during the whole of the 19th century the churches turned a blind eye to the fact that it was a free translation by Jacobean clergymen of a Greek text of doubtful authenticity and of multiple authorship. The Bible is as divinely inspired as Shakespeare or Milton or Anatole France. But it is not as pure as the texts of these authors, for it is, 1, a miscellaneous collection of folk and traditional history bound and described as the Old Testament, and 2, the New Testament, a collection of Eastern theological doctrines centralized in the figure of a great Syrian mystic religious teacher, Jesus. Those who will go to the Bible with an unprejudiced mind will discover that it is one of the great books of the world, full of beauty, humor, and aspiration, and disfigured, as great books often are, by occasional brutalities and crudities. Daily Herald, February 7th, 1923. Weishaupt's design of enlisting the clergy in the work of world revolution has been carried out according to plan. Those Catholic priests in Ireland who inflamed popular passions acted as the tools of the international atheist conspiracy and found at the last movement turning against themselves. The Protestant clergymen who profess Christian socialism are playing the same part. Doubtless, without knowing it, they act as the agents of the Continental Illuminati and pave the way, as did the emissaries of Weishaupt, for the open attack on all forms of religion. It is not a mere accident that the blasphemous masquerades of the French Revolution have recently been repeated in Russia. The horrible incidents described in the press were simply the outward manifestation of a continuous conspiracy, of which evidence was seen some years ago in Portugal, under the influence of the Carbonarios led by Alfonso Costa, whose utterances at times bore a striking resemblance to those of Anacharsis Cloots. The late Duchess of Bedford thus described the war on religion which inaugurated the new republic. One of the most zealous enterprises of this great society, the Carbonarios, is, in their own words, to exterminate the Christian myth in the minds of the nation of Portugal. The little children in the schools have badges pinned into their clothes with the words, "No God, no religion." And a British tourist who made a journey throughout the country of Portugal met bands of innocent babes carrying banners on which the inscription was, "We have no need of God." It is only a coincidence that last year a socialist and communist meeting in Trafalgar Square displayed a red banner bearing the motto, "No king, no God, no law." I repeat, it is not an economic revolution which forms the plan of the real directors of the movement. It is neither the dictatorship of the proletariat nor the reorganization of society by the intelligentsia of labor. It is the destruction of the Christian idea. Socialist orators may inveigh against corrupt aristocracy or bloated capitalists, but these are not in reality the people who will suffer most if the aim of the conspiracy is achieved. The world revolution has always shown itself indulgent towards selfish and corrupt aristocrats, from the Marquis de Sade and the Duc d'Orleans onwards. It is the gentle, the upright, the benevolent who have fallen victims to revolutionary fury. Socialism, with its hatred of all superiority of noble virtues, loyalty, and patriotism, with its passion for dragging down instead of building up, serves the purpose of the deeper conspiracy. If the Christian intelligentsia can be destroyed or won over, and the nation deprived of its natural leaders, the world revolutionaries reckon that they will be able to mold the proletariat according to their desires. This being so, the thing we now call Bolshevism forms only one phase of the movement, which is carried on by countless different methods, apparently disconnected, but all tending towards the same end. We have only to look around us in the world today to see everywhere the same disintegrating power at work, in art, literature, the drama, the daily press, in every sphere that can influence the mind of the public. Just as in the French Revolution, a play on the massacre of St. Bartholomew was staged in order to rouse the passions of the people against the monarchy, so our modern cinemas perpetually endeavor to stir up class hatred by scenes and phrases showing the injustice of kings, the sufferings of the people, the selfishness of aristocrats, regardless of whether these enter into the theme of the narrative or not. And in the realms of literature, not merely in works of fiction, but in manuals for schools, and histories and books professing to be of serious educative value, and receiving a skillfully organized boom throughout the press, everything is done to weaken patriotism, to shake belief in all existing institutions by the systematic perversion of both contemporary and historical facts. Whilst novels and plays calculated to undermine all ideas of morality are pressed upon the public as works of genius, which, in order to maintain a reputation for intellect, it is essential to admire. I do not believe that all this is accidental. I do not believe that the public asks for anti-patriotic or demoralizing books and plays placed before it. On the contrary, it invariably responds to an appeal to patriotism and simple, healthy emotions. The heart of the people is still sound, but ceaseless efforts are made to corrupt it. This conspiracy has been long apparent to continental observers. Some years before the war, Monsieur de Lannoy, a member of the Anti-Masonic Association in France, at a conference on the influence of Judeo-Masonic sects in the theater, in literature, and the fashions, showed how order of things which appear to have no connection with each other are skillfully bound up together and directed by a single methodical movement towards a common end. This common end is the paganization of the universe, the destruction of all Christianity, the return to the loosest morals of antiquity. Robeson saw in the indecent dress of the period of the Directory the result of Weishaupt's teaching, and traces the same cause to the ceremony which took place in Notre Dame when a woman of loose morals was held up to the admiration of the public. The same glorification of vice has found exponents amongst the modern Illuminati in this country. In the Equinox, the Journal of Scientific Illuminism, it is proposed that prostitutes should be placed on the same level as soldiers who have served their country and be honored and pensioned by the state. The community of women was not an idea that originated with the Russian Bolsheviks, but one that has run through all the revolutionary movements of the past. The attempt to pervert all conceptions of beauty in the sphere of art serves to pave the way for moral perversion. In the New York Herald, 2 years ago, there appeared a circular protesting against the so-called modernistic cult in art as worldwide Bolshevist propaganda. The circular went on to declare, "This aims to overthrow and destroy all existing social systems, including that of the arts. This modernistic degenerate cult is simply the Bolshevist philosophy applied in art. The triumph of Bolshevism therefore means the destruction of the present aesthetic system, the transportation of all aesthetic values, and the deification of ugliness." The whole propaganda of the movement was said to be organized by a coterie of European art dealers, elsewhere described as German, who had flooded the market with the works of artists who began as a small group of neurotic egomaniacs in Paris, styling themselves worshippers of Satan and the god of ugliness. Some of these men were suffering from the visual derangement of the insane, whilst many of the pictures exhibited another form of mania. The system of this is an uncontrollable desire to mutilate the human body. Sadism, as we know it, played a prominent part in both the French and Russian revolutions. The most important point in all this is that degenerates should be found to perpetrate these abominations. But what the circular describes as the Machiavellian campaign organized for the unloading of these works. Editions du luxe were published and sold by the picture dealers. Every crafty device known to the picture trade was resorted to in order to discredit and destroy the heretofore universally accepted standards of aesthetics. This process of reversing all accepted standards may also be brought about by subtler methods. We have already seen that the occult practices may lead to the obliteration of all sense of truth and of normal sexual instincts. Under the influence of so-called occult science, which is in reality simply powerful suggestion or self-hypnotism, all a man's natural impulses and inhibitive springs of action may be broken. He will no longer react to the conceptions of beauty or ugliness or right or wrong, which unknown to himself formed the law of his being. Thus, not only his conscious deeds but his subconscious mental processes may pass under the control of another, or become entirely deranged. Much the same consequences may result from the Freud system of psychoanalysis, which, particularly by its insistence on sex, tends to subordinate the will to impulses of a harmful kind. An eminent American neuropsychiatrist of New York has expressed his opinion on this subject in the following words: "The Freud theory is anti-Christian and subversive of organized society. Christianity teaches that the individual can resist temptation, and Freudism teaches that the matter of yielding to or resisting temptation is one for which the individual is not willfully responsible. Freudism makes of the individual a machine, absolutely controlled by subconscious reflexes. It would, of course, be difficult to prove that psychoanalysis has been evolved as a destructive propaganda measure, but in one sense the point is immaterial. Whether conscious or unconscious, it makes for destructive effect. In general, the art of the conspiracy is not so much to create movements as to capture existing movements, often innocuous and even admirable in themselves, and turn them to a subversive purpose. Thus, birth control, which, if combined with the restriction of alien immigration and carried out under proper direction, would provide a solution to the frightful problem of overpopulation, can without these provisos become a source of national weakness and demoralization. It is easy to see how a limitation of the native population would serve the cause of England's enemies by reducing her fighting forces and by making room for undesirable aliens. That the birth control campaign may also be used for evil purposes is suggested by the fact that it has not been confined to our own overcrowded island, but has been carried on in France, where underpopulation has long constituted a tragedy. In 1903 and 1904, the Ligue de la Régénération Humaine, founded by Monsieur Paul Robin, in its organ L'Emancipateur, issued not only instructions on the means of how to avoid large families, but also pamphlets on free love and free maternity. The campaign of race suicide was thus combined with the undermining of morality. Legal families were to be limited and illegal births encouraged. This was quite in accord with the doctrines of the Grand Orients, in whose temples Monsieur Copen Albansili points out the principle of la libre maternité, known in this country as the right to motherhood, was advocated. It is curious to notice that the apparently innocent invention of Esperanto receives support from the same quarter. This is not surprising, since we know that the idea of a universal language has long haunted the minds of Freemasons. I have myself seen a document emanating from a body of French Masons stating that Esperanto is directly under the control of the three Masonic powers of France: the Grand Orient, the Grand Lodge Nationale, and the Droit Humain. That it is largely used for promoting Bolshevism has been frequently stated. In July 1922, M. Berard, Minister of Education, issued a circular to the heads of all French universities, academies, and colleges, calling on them not to help in any way in the teaching of Esperanto, on the ground that Bolsheviks use it as one of their dangerous forms of propaganda. A correspondent points out to me that another universal language, Idu, is used for propaganda by the anarchists, and that several journals distributed by revolutionary societies written in Idu are frankly and baldly anarchical. The writer adds, "Last week I received a copy of Liberisso, Liberty, monthly organ of the anarchist section of the Emancipating Star, Cosmopolitan Union of the Labor Class Idists. It commends carrying out anarchistic principles to their extreme limits, commands La Rousseau. Roos is sarcastic regarding socialism and democracy. It contains an appeal for help, in money for the anarchists imprisoned in Russia, written by Alexander Berkman and signed by him with Emma Goldman and A. Shapiro. Here, then, we have a revolutionary movement which is anti-socialist and even anti-Bolshevist, which tends to prove the opinion I've already expressed that Bolshevism is only one phase of the world conspiracy. But if we explain this by the old antagonism between the opposing revolutionary camps of anarchy and socialism, how are we to account for the fact that the same destructive purpose animates people who are neither anarchists nor socialists, but can only be ranged in the category of extreme reaction? Of this phase of the movement, Nietzsche provides the supreme example. In his imprecations against the crucified, the advocate of autocracy and militarism rivals the most infuriated of revolutionary socialists. The whole spirit of perversion is contained in the description of Nietzsche by his friend Georges Brandes. His thoughts stole inquisitively along forbidden paths. This thing passes for a value. Can we not turn it upside down? This is regarded as good. Is it not rather evil? What is this but Satanism? The case of Nietzsche is not to be explained away by the fact that he died raving mad, since a number of apparently sane people still profess for him unbounded admiration, and whilst deriding socialism and even attacking Bolshevism, join in the war against Christian civilization. The conspiracy therefore exists apart from so-called democratic circles. Not long ago, I picked up an Italian novel by anti-socialists containing precisely the same diatribes against Christian bourgeois society that are to be found in anarchist and Bolshevist literature. The family, says the author, is the kernel of contemporary society and its base. Whoever would really reform or subvert must begin by reforming and subverting the family. The family is the principal path of all unhappiness, of all vice, of all hypocrisy, of all moral ugliness. And he goes on to show that the two countries which have proved themselves the sanest and the strongest are Germany and America, because they have advanced by long strides towards free love. The writer of these words may be of no importance, but they should be noted because they are symptomatic and help us to locate certain centers of infection. It is impossible to observe all these miscellaneous movements going on all around us without being struck by the similarity of aim between them. Each seems to form part of a common plan, which, like the separate pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, convey no meaning, but when fitted together make up a perfectly clear design. That there is somewhere in the background a point of contact is suggested by the fact that we find members of the different groups playing a double and a treble role. The same name occurring in the list of patrons in a birth control paper and a revolutionary secret society, amongst the exponents of psychoanalysis and the members of an Irish Republican committee. With the open as with the secret forces, the great method of warfare is the capture of public opinion. A hidden influence behind the press contributes powerfully to this end. Some of the subtlest disintegrating propaganda during the last 7 years has emanated from the so-called capitalist press. The Daily Herald is only the brass band of the revolution. It is to the journals, inspired and patronized by the intelligentsia, that we must turn to find the doctrines of Illuminism set forth with the most persuasive eloquence. More than 80 years ago, a Frenchman endowed with extraordinary prophetic instinct foretold not only the danger that would one day come from Russia, but that the press would facilitate the destruction of civilization. When our cosmopolitan democracy, bearing its last fruits, shall have made of war a thing odious to whole populations, when the nations calling themselves the most civilized on earth shall have finished enervating themselves in their political debaucheries, the floodgates of the North will open upon us once again. Then we shall undergo a last invasion, not of ignorant barbarians, but of cunning and enlightened masters, more enlightened than ourselves, for they will have learnt from our own excesses how we can and must be governed. It is not for nothing that Providence piles up so many inactive forces in the east of Europe. One day the sleeping giant will arise, and force will put an end to the reign of words. In vain, then, distracted equality will call the old aristocracy to the help of liberty. The weapons grasped again too late and wielded by hands too long inactive will have become powerless. society will perish for having trusted to words void of sense or contradictory. Then the deceitful echoes of public opinion, the newspapers, wishing at all costs to keep their readers, will push the world to ruin. If only to have something to relate for a month longer, they will kill society to live upon its corpse. Today, the newspapers, no longer the echoes of public opinion, but its supreme directors, throw open their columns to every form of disintegrating doctrine and close them to arguments that could effectually arrest the forces of destruction. What is the hidden influence behind the press, behind all the subversive movements going on around us? Are there several powers at work? Or is there one power, one invisible group directing all the rest, the circle of the real initiates? Chapter 14. PAN-GERMANISM. We have seen in the course of this book that the idea of a secret power working for a world revolution through both open movements and secret societies is not a new one, but dates from the 18th century. In order to appreciate the continuity of this idea, let us recapitulate the testimonies of contemporaries, some of which have been already quoted in their context, but which, when collected together and placed in chronological order, make up a very remarkable chain of evidence. In 1789, the Marquis de Luchet warned France of the danger of Illuminati, whose object was world domination. In consequence of this gigantic project, de Luchet foresees a series of calamities, of which the end is lost in the darkness of time. Like unto those subterranean fires of which the insatiable activity devours the bowels of the earth, and which escape into the air by violent and devastating explosions. In 1794, the Duke of Brunswick, in his manifesto to the German lodges, said, "A great sect arose, which, taking for its motto the good and the happiness of man, worked in the darkness of the conspiracy to make the happiness of humanity a prey for itself. This sect is known to everyone. Its brothers are known no less than its name." The plan they had formed for breaking all social ties and of destroying all order was revealed in their speeches and acts. Indomitable pride, thirst of power, such were the only motives of this sect. Their masters had nothing less in view than the thrones of the earth, and the government of nations was to be directed by their nocturnal clubs. In 1797, Montjoie, writing of the Orleanist conspiracy, to which in earlier work he had attributed the whole organization of the French Revolution in its first stages, observed, "I will not examine whether this wicked prince, thinking he was acting in his personal interests, was not moved by that invisible hand, which seems to have created all the events of our revolution in order to lead us towards a goal that we do not see at the present, but which I think we shall see before long." In 1801, Monsieur de Savine made allusions in prudent and almost terrified terms to some international sect, a power superior to all others, which has arms and eyes everywhere and which governs Europe today. In 1817, the Chevalier de Mallet declared that the authors of the revolution are not more French than German, Italian, English, etc. They form a particular nation which took birth and has increased in the dark amidst all civilized nations, with the object of subjecting them all to its domination. In 1835, the Carbonaro, Maligari, wrote to another member of the Carbonari, "We form an association of brothers in all points of the globe. We have desires and interests in common. We aim at the emancipation of humanity. We wish to break every kind of yoke. Yet there is one that is unseen, that can hardly be felt, yet that weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. The association is secret, even for us, the veterans of secret societies." In 1852, Disraeli wrote, "It was neither parliaments nor populations, nor the course of nature, nor the course of events, that overthrew the throne of Louis Philippe. The throne was surprised by the secret societies, even prepared to ravage Europe. Acting in unison with a great popular movement, they may destroy society, as they did at the end of the last century." In 1874, Pierre Deschamps after his exhaustive study of secret societies, thus propounded the question: we have now to ask ourselves whether there is anything but an identity of doctrines and personal communications between the members of the different sects, whether there is really a unity of direction which binds together all the secret societies, including Freemasonry. Here we touch on the most mysterious point of the action of secret societies, on that which these national Grand Orients who declare themselves independent of each other, and sometimes even excommunicate each other, conceal most carefully beneath a veil. Finally, Deschamps is led to the conclusion that there is a secret council which directs all Masonic societies, that there are secret lairs where the chiefs of the sects agree together on their work of destruction. It would be easy to multiply quotations of this kind taken from many different sources. Whether the men who expressed these opinions were, as we are frequently told, suffering from delusions or not, the fact remains that the idea of a hidden hand behind world revolution has existed for at least 135 years. And when we compare these utterances with Monsieur Copain Albansili's description of an inner circle secretly directing the activities of the Grand Orient, and with the conclusions reached by members of other secret societies, that such a circle exists behind all occult and Masonic societies of a subversive kind, we are necessarily led to inquire: is there one circle, or rather one power, behind both open and secret organizations, working for the overthrow of the existing social order and Christian civilization? If so, what is this power? Now, to leave speculation for the moment and come to known facts, everyone who has seriously studied these matters is aware that there are at the present moment 5 principal organized movements at work in the world, with which ordered government has to contend, that may be summarized as follows: 1. Grand Orient Freemasonry. 2. Theosophy with its innumerable ramifications. 3. Nationalism of an aggressive kind, now represented by PAN-GERMANISM. 4. International finance. And 5. Social revolution. It will be seen that, with the exception of the 4th, these movements are those of which I have endeavored to trace the course throughout the earlier part of this book. It is a highly significant fact that it was only when I had reached this stage of my work I discovered there were independent investigators who had arrived at precisely the same conclusions as myself. The problem that now confronts us, therefore, is this: if there is indeed one power directing all subversive movements, is it one of the 5 movements here enumerated, or is it yet another power more potent and more invisible? In order to discover this, it is necessary to consider whether these movements, although apparently divergent in their ultimate purpose, have nevertheless any ideas or any aims in common. One fundamental point of similarity will certainly be found between them. All desire to dominate the world and to direct it along lines and according to rules of their own devising. More than this, each desires to direct it solely for the benefit of one class of people, social, intellectual, or national as the case may be, to the entire exclusion of every human being outside that class. Thus, in reality, each aspires to the dictatorship of the world. Besides this, it will be noticed that not only these principal movements, but also the minor subversive movements described in the last chapter, have in the main, 1, a pro-German tendency. None, at any rate, are pro-French, nor do they encourage British patriotism. 2, all contain a Jewish element. None, at least, are anti-Semite. And 3, all have a more or less decided antagonism to Christianity. If, then, there is a single power behind them, is it the pan-Germanic power? Is it the Jewish power? Or is it the anti-Christian power? Let us examine each of these possibilities in turn. Viewed under the aspect of exaggerated nationalism, the spirit of pan-Germanism is nothing new. The dream of world domination has haunted the imagination of many races, from the time of Alexander the Great to Napoleon I. But nowhere has the plan been carried out by the Machiavellian methods which have characterized Prussian foreign policy and diplomacy from the days of Frederick the Great onwards. It is not Prussian militarism that constitutes the crime of modern Germany. Militarism in the sense of courage, patriotism, discipline, and devotion to duty is a splendid thing. But the spirit of pan-Germanism differs from the British conception of patriotism in that it overrides the rights of all other peoples and seeks to establish its domination over the whole world. Under German domination, every German would be free and every other human being a slave. England, whilst seeking conquests, has on the other hand always allowed the inhabitants of conquered territories to develop along their own lines and has made use of legislation largely to protect them from each other. The preference of the native of India for an English judge to one of his own race is evidence of this fact. But it is further the abandonment of all principle, the acceptance of the doctrine that everything is allowable, lying, treachery, calumny, and bad faith, in order to achieve its end that has placed Germany outside the Committee of Nations. Robeson describes the system of Illuminati as leading to the conclusion that nothing would be scrupled at if it could be made to appear that the order would derive advantage from it, because the great object of the order was held as superior to every consideration. Change the word order to state, and one has the whole principle of the modern German imperialism. Now, it is interesting to notice that the founders of German Illuminism and of German imperialism drew certain of their ideas from the same source. Both Weishaupt and Frederick the Great were earnest students of Machiavelli, and both outdid their master. This form of Machiavellism, carried to a point probably never dreamt of by the Italian philosopher, has run through the whole struggle of Prussia for supremacy, and at the same time through each outbreak of world revolution in which Prussian influences played a part. Thus the Ems telegram in 1870, the false report that tricked Russia into mobilization in 1914, the violation of treaties and of all the laws of civilized warfare during the recent war, were the direct outcome of doctrines that may be found in embryo in the Prince. So also the most striking characteristic of the French Revolution under the inspiration of Weishaupt's emissaries and the agents of Prussia, and of the present revolutionary movement inaugurated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, is not so much its violence as its Machiavellian cunning. The art popularly known today as camouflage, of dressing up one design under the guise of something quite different, of making black appear white by glorifying the most ignoble actions, of making white appear black by holding up all honorable traditions to contempt and ridicule. In a word, perversion has been reduced to a system by the secret directors of world revolution. It is here that we can detect the non-proletarian character of the movement. The working man of all countries is the latest Machiavellian of beings. His weakness lies in the fact that he is too inarticulate, that he does not know how to put his case even when he is a good one, still less to make a bad one appear plausible. It was not until world revolution was taken over by the faction described by Bakunin as the German Jew Company that it reassumed its Machiavellian character and gradually became the formidable organization it is today. A few extracts from The Prince will show how closely both the Prussians and the terrorists of France and Russia have followed Machiavelli's manual for despots. He who usurps the government of any state is to execute and put in practice all the cruelties which he thinks material at once, that he may have no occasion to renew them often, etc. Vide the German principle of frightfulness, to be exercised against the inhabitants of invaded territory, and the plan of the French and Russian terrorists in suppressing counter-revolutionaries. It is of such importance to a prince to take upon him the nature and disposition of a beast. Of all the whole flock, he ought to imitate the lion and the fox. Vide Frederick the Great and the demagogues of France and Russia. A prince who is wise and prudent cannot or ought not to keep his parole, when the keeping of it is to his prejudice, and the causes for which he promised removed. Vide Germany's doctrine of the scrap of paper and the promises of the Bolshevist trade delegation in London to refrain from propaganda. Because the whole multitude which submits to your government is not capable of being armed, if you be beneficial and obliging to those you do arm, you may make the bolder with the rest, for the difference of your behavior to the soldier binds him more firmly to your service, etc. Vide the insolent behavior permitted to officers of the German Imperial Army and the feeding of the Red Army in Russia at the expense of the rest of the population. The prince is obliged at convenient times in the year to entertain the people by feastings and plays and spectacles of recreation, and give them some instance of his humanity and magnificence. Vide the important part played by spectacles in the French Revolution, and by the theater and opera in Soviet Russia. Always the same plan of panem et circenses. Just after the fall of Napoleon I, a French writer published a book describing the methodic perversity of the revolutionary leaders and the revolution as the beginning of the Machiavellian regime. How did this system come to be established in France unless under the guidance of Weishaupt's emissaries and the agents of Frederick the Great, and of the Illuminatus Frederick William II? Germany was well able, however, to defend herself against the devastating doctrines of Illuminism. Always the home of secret societies, she became by the end of the 19th century the spiritual home of socialism. Yet although this might appear to present a danger to German imperialism, no country has remained so free as Germany from serious agitation. It has been well said that the Germans are theoretically more socialistic than other nations, but they are far less revolutionary. The truth is that the rulers of Germany have always known that they could not count merely on the servility of the people, but on their ardent national spirit. A strong vein of patriotism ran through all the secret societies, even of the most subversive variety. And it was the German student orders, whence the Illuminati drew their disciples, that became also the recruiting ground for the German imperialist idea. Instead of combating subversive forces, German imperialism adopted the far more skillful expedient of enlisting them in its service. It was thus that in Germany, Freemasonry became a powerful aid to Prussian aggrandizement. From 1840 onwards, the word of command to all the lodges went out from Berlin, and in the Revolution of 1848, the Freemasons of Germany showed themselves the most ardent supporters of German unity under the aegis of Prussia. Later, Bismarck, with superb ingenuity, enlisted not only Freemasons and members of secret societies, but socialists and Democrats in the same cause. Lassalle and Marx contributed powerfully to the cause of PAN-GERMANISM. Dammer, who succeeded Lassalle as the head of the Socialist Party, instructed his successor Fritzsch that, in the meetings which took place in Saxony, whilst putting forward socialist claims, they must not fail to demand the unity of Germany under the domination of Prussia. Dammer, who succeeded Lassalle as head of the Socialist Party, instructed his successor Fritzsch that, in the meetings which took place in Saxony, whilst putting forward socialist claims, they must not fail to demand the unity of Germany under the domination of Prussia. Fritzsch was personally to render an account to Bismarck of the results obtained at these meetings. Even as far afield as Italy, Bismarck succeeded in imposing the policy of German autocracy on men who were ostensibly marching in the vanguard of liberty. "I believe in the unity of Germany," Mazzini wrote to Bismarck in 1867, "and I desire it as I desire that of my own country. I abhor the empire and supremacy that France arrogates to herself over Europe." Before 1870, Freemasonry everywhere on the continent helped the cause of Germany. The occult power reached pacifism and humanitarianism in France by means of French Masonry, whilst it preached patriotism in Germany by means of German Freemasonry. So although throughout the 19th century the rulers of Germany permitted the dissemination of ideas antagonistic to religion, until by the dawn of the following century the very idea of God was rooted out of the minds of many German children, the imperial government was careful that nothing should be allowed to weaken patriotism. Indeed, the pan-German obsession into which German patriotism became transformed under the influence of such men as Tritschek and Bernardi was no less than revolutionary socialism, fortified by irreligion because founded on the new law of force and the absence of all moral scruple. It is thus not militarism in the accepted sense that has rendered Germany a menace to the world, but the Machiavellian plan of using for export doctrines sternly repressed within her own borders. I shall not enlarge here on the crime of the German imperial staff in sending Lenin and his fellow Bolsheviks to Russia. because I have already dealt at length with this question in a controversy that appeared in the Morning Post 2 years ago. But whilst acknowledging the fair and courteous line of argument adopted by my German opponent, with which on certain points I found myself completely in agreement, I was obliged to recognize that the bar to any real understanding between us lay in the impossibility of persuading him to recognize the principle that all means are not justifiable in order to obtain one's ends. This is how he expresses himself on the subject. If Mrs. Webster reproaches Germany for having employed seditious propaganda in the countries of the Allies, it may simply be brought to mind that all is fair in love and war. In a war, in a fight concerning life and death, one does not look at the weapons which one takes, nor at the values which are destroyed by using the arms. The only advisor is, first of all, the success of the fight, the salvation of one's independence. Until Germany abandons this Machiavellian doctrine, it will be impossible to treat her as a civilized power. But Herr Kurland accuses England of pursuing the same Machiavellian policy of encouraging sedition abroad. Undoubtedly, England did propagate pacifism in Germany and other enemy countries and hoped to bring about a political revolution. That is to say, a rising of the German people against the rulers who had led them into war. It should be remembered that all the friends of Germany in this country always declared that the German people did not want the war and were dragged into it unwillingly by the military caste. But is there any evidence to show that England ever attempted to engineer a social revolution, to undermine morality and all belief in ordered government, in a word, to promote Bolshevism in Germany or elsewhere? Herr Kurland cites the sympathy accorded in this country to the Kerensky Revolution, but England, largely through the influence of the Liberals, had always entertained an exaggerated idea of the Tsarist tyranny, and honestly sympathized with all efforts, however misguided, to liberate the Russian people. Further, throughout the war, the Tsar and the Tsarina had been ceaselessly represented as faithless to the Allies, a story that we now know to have been an infamous calumny circulated doubtless by enemy agents. This idea even obtained credence in conservative circles, mizzled by false information on the situation in Russia. One must have lived through the spring of 1917 in London to realize how completely not only the public, but the authorities were deluded. What else could be expected when the opinion of socialists was accepted on the matter? I know from personal experience that two of the most important government documents were completely mistaken, even on the subject of Bolshevism, with the result that measures were not taken which might have checked its spread into the country. In a word, then, the essential difference between the attitude of Germany and England to Russia was that whilst England imagined that the Kerensky Revolution would be for the good of Russia, as well as for the advantage of the Allies, Germany deliberately introduced into Russia what she knew to be a poison. Always faithful to the maxim of divide et impera, Germany, after bringing Russia to ruin, has at last succeeded in causing dissensions between the Allies. This policy she pursued unremittingly throughout the war. Thus, whilst on one hand she was assuring the French that the English would fight to the last breath of the last Frenchman, General Ludendorff was instructing the Imperial Chancellor that we must again and again rub in the sentence of Kuhlmann's speech to the effect that the question of Alsace-Lorraine is the only one which stands in the way of peace. And we must lay special emphasis on the fact that the English people are shedding their blood for an imperialistic war aim. So skillfully was this propaganda carried on after the war had ended, that whilst English officers returning to England from the occupied areas were declaring that the friendliness of the Germans convinced them that Germany was really our friend and that we should have an entente with her rather than with France, French officers returning to France said that the Germans had assured them that they were their best friends, that England was the real enemy, and that it would be better to break the entente than form an alliance with Germany. At the same time, no less than 3 lines of propaganda concerning the causes of the war were going out from Germany. One laying all the blame on the English, one on the French, and one on the Jews. And the pamphlets embodying these conflicting theories were dispatched broadcast to likely subjects in the countries of the Allies. The greatest triumph for the Imperial Germany lay in her success in enlisting the very elements amongst the Allies, which might most be expected to oppose her. Although there was no country in the world where monarchy was so adored and militarism so universally admired, where rank and birth played so important a part, and the working classes, though cared for, so rigidly kept in subjection, Germany from the time of Bismarck onwards has always been the spiritual home of British socialists, Democrats, and pacifists, just as in France she has always found her principal allies in the Masonic lodges. And this, although the German socialists and Freemasons have never attempted to use their influence in favor of the Masonic and socialist ideal of universal brotherhood and world peace, but on the contrary, at every crisis have thrown in their lot with the military party. Thus, before the Franco-Prussian War, whilst French Freemasons of the Lodge Concordia and the Socialists of the First Internationale were urging their brothers to rely on German socialism to avert a conflict, the Prussian lodges were shouting Hoch to the national colors and chanting the praises of King William and the Prussian sword. And the German Social Democrats were applauding the cause of German unity. Exactly the same thing happened before the recent war, when Juarez assured his fellow socialists that at the first sign of conflict he had only to communicate with Berlin in order to enlist German socialism in the interests of peace. Yet, on the declaration of war, the German socialists voted solidly for war credits, whilst the British socialists opposed participation in the war, and even in some instances expressed sympathy with Germany. And let it never be forgotten, it was not socialist Germany, but Imperial Germany that won the allegiance of our so-called Democrats. In spite of this betrayal by the socialists of Germany, in spite of the fact that they have contributed nothing to the cause of international socialism or of world peace, the British Labour Party, never until its ascension to office, wavered in its policy of publicly advocating the cause of Germany. With the exception of the Social Democratic Federation, every socialist body in this country has proclaimed pro-German sentiments, and Justice alone, of all socialist organs, has expressed its sympathy for the sufferings of France. In fact, any socialist who dared to champion the cause of France immediately lost his influence and position in socialist circles. As to the Daily Herald, had it been edited in Berlin, it could not more faithfully have supported German interests. When Alsace-Lorraine was restored to France, it published an article showing how deeply the inhabitants of this province resented being transferred from the German Empire to the French Republic. When a general strike threatened this country, it seized the opportunity to come out with an appeal in enormous capitals to revise the Versailles Treaty. In the matter of reparations, its efforts to let Germany off altogether have been, as itself observed, unceasing. This plain fact is, it declared on December 17, 1921, that these fantastic reparation demands cannot be met, and that every payment by which Germany attempts to meet them will only work further havoc to our own commerce and our own industry. We have urged that ceaselessly for 3 years. Today, even the Premier begins to see that we were right, that the interests of this country demand the scrapping of the whole bad business of making Germany pay. Indeed, when the interests of Germany were concerned, this paper, which Lenin has described as our own organ, but which might still more truly be claimed by Ludendorff and Steines, was quite ready to throw socialism to the winds and plead the cause of capital. At the very moment that it was advocating the Labour policy of a capital levy on all fortunes exceeding £5,000 in this country, the Daily Herald waxed almost tearfully over the iniquity of France in attempting to touch the pockets of German multimillionaires whose profits, it went on to explain elaborately, were not nearly as huge as might appear in view of the decline in the purchasing power of the mark. The decline in the purchasing power of the pound had, however, never been taken into account when assessing the profits of the British employers of labor. We have only to follow point by point the policy of the British Labour Party since the war to recognize that whilst the measures it advocated might sound of doubtful benefit to the workers, there could be no doubt whatever of the benefit they would confer on Germany. With 1.25 million unemployed and large numbers of the working classes unable to find homes, the professed representatives of labor have persistently clamored for the removal of restrictions on alien immigration and alien imports. So, although through the trade unions the British worker was to be rigorously protected against competition from his fellow Briton, no obstacles were to be placed in the way of competition by foreign and frequently underpaid labor. That this glaring betrayal of their interests should not have raised a storm of resentment amongst the working classes is surely evidence that the Marxian doctrine, the emancipation of the working classes, must be brought about by the working classes themselves, has so far led to no great results. Emerson truly observed, "So far as a man thinks, he is free." The working classes can never be free until they learn to think for themselves, instead of allowing their thinking to be done for them by the middle-class exploiters of labor. The hand of Germany behind socialism must be apparent to all those who do not deliberately shut their eyes to the fact, and it is significant to notice that the nearer socialism approaches to Bolshevism, the more marked this influence becomes. Thus, although certain socialist groups, such as the Social Democratic Federation in England and the Socialist Party in France, have not become Germanized, the avowed communists in the Allied countries are strongly pro-German. This is the case even in France, where the Bolsheviks find fervent supporters in the group led by Marcel Katchen, Froissart, and Longuet, grandson of Karl Marx. The organization of the Bolshevist movement has indeed throughout owed a great deal of its efficiency to German cooperation, provided not only by the socialist but by the monarchist elements in Germany. It is necessary in this connection to understand the dual character of the German monarchist party since the ending of the war. The great majority of its adherents, animated by nothing more reprehensible than the spirit of militarism and an aggressive form of patriotism that clings to the old formula of Deutschland über alles, are probably strangers to any intrigues, but behind this mass of honest imperialists, and doubtless unknown to a great number, there lurk those sinister organizations, the pan-German secret societies. Many of these, for example the Ostmarkenverein, ostensibly instituted for the defense of German interests on the Russian frontier, existed before the war. Indeed, there is little doubt that they have continued without a break since the days of the Tugendbund, and have always preserved their Masonic and Illuminized character. But since the beginning of the Great War, and still more since the armistice, their numbers have increased until 1921. They were estimated to run into 3 figures. Moreover, as in the time of Weishaupt, Bavaria is still a center for secret society intrigue, and it was here that Escherick founded the Einwohnerwehr, sometimes known as the Orgesch, or Organization Escherick, with Munich as its headquarters. The Orgesch was followed by the formidable murder club known to all the world as the Organization C, or Consul, named after its founder, the famous Captain Erhardt, whose nickname was Der Air Consul. During the year 1921, no less than 400 political assassinations were reported in Germany and said to be the work of secret societies. Amongst the crimes attributed to the initiative of Organization C were the murders of Herr Erzberger and an attempt on the life of Herr Scheidemann. 80 persons arrested for complicity in the murder of Herr Rathenau were also said to be members of the same society. But, as in the case of all secret societies, the visible leaders were not the real hierarchy. Behind this active body there existed an inner circle organized on Masonic lines. The Druid Norden, a name unknown to the public, and behind this again another and still more secret circle, which appears to be nameless. It is these inner rings which, whilst remaining monarchist in Germany, work for other ends abroad, and are connected with the world revolutionary movement. This alliance between the two extremes of ardent monarchism and revolutionary socialism existed at the beginning of the war, or even earlier, and, as is now well known, it was the Jewish social democrat, Israel Lazarowitz, alias Helferant, alias Parvus, who arranged with the German General Staff for the passage of Lenin from Switzerland to Russia, accompanied by Karl Radek, the Austrian Jew deserter, and a number of other Jews. Now, Switzerland has been for hundreds of years a center of revolutionary and secret society intrigue. As early as the 16th century, the Pope, writing to the kings of France and Spain, warned them that Geneva was un foyer eternal de révolution, and Joseph de Maistre, quoting this letter in 1817, declared Geneva to be the metropolis of the revolutionaries, whose art of deception he describes as the great European secret. Elsewhere, a year earlier, he had referred to Illuminism as the root of all evil at work. It is now known that at the moment de Maistre wrote these words, an inner ring of the revolutionaries, claiming direct descent from Weishaupt and even from an earlier sect existing at the end of the 15th century, profited by the fall of Napoleon I to reconstruct its organization and took up its headquarters in Switzerland, with branch offices in London and Paris. The same secret ring of Illuminati is believed to have been intimately connected with the organization of the Bolshevik Revolution, although none of the leading Bolsheviks are said to have been members of the innermost circle, which is understood to consist of men belonging to the highest intellectual and financial classes, whose names remained absolutely unknown. Outside this absolutely secret ring, there existed, however, a semi-secret circle of high initiates of subversive societies drawn from all over the world and belonging to various nationalities: German, Jewish, French, Russian, and even Japanese. This group, which might be described as the active ring of the inner circle, appears to have been in touch with, if not in control of, a committee which met in Switzerland to carry out the program of the Third Internationale. It was thus in Switzerland that at the same time high initiates of pan-German secret societies foregathered, and that an active center of pro-German, anti-Entente, and even Bolshevist propaganda was established. These Germans, although monarchists themselves, cooperated with the secret revolutionary forces in stirring up troubles in the countries of the Allies. At the same time, the conferences of the Second Internationale, attended by members of the British ILP, took place in Switzerland, and at one of these, the Bern Conference of 1919, the delegates were entertained by a mysterious American millionaire, John Decay, living himself in great style, paying for press service at the rate of 2,000 francs a day, lavishing money on the conference, at the same time subsidizing a pacifist and defeatist paper named La Foule. It is impossible, then, to ignore the role of Germany in the present outbreak of world revolution. In the British White Paper on Bolshevism in Russia, we find it stated by an Englishman who had been through the whole of the revolution in that country that the Germans initiated disturbances in order to reduce Russia to chaos. They printed masses of paper money to finance their schemes. The notes, of which I possess specimens, can be easily recognized by a special mark. What has Germany to say to all this? Simply that the promotion of Bolshevism was a military necessity in order to bring about the downfall of her opponents, but that the propaganda utilized by her was in reality of Jewish origin, and that Jewry, not Germany, was the real author of world revolution? It is easy to see how such a theory can be made to serve the cause of pan-Germanism. For if Germany can persuade us that the Jews alone were responsible for the war, and were also the sole authors of Bolshevism, we shall naturally be led to the conclusion that Germany is, after all, innocent of the crimes attributed to her, and that our only safety lies in foregoing reparations, restoring her to her former power, and coalescing with her against a common enemy. We shall therefore do well to accept with extreme caution advice on the Jewish question emanating from German sources, and to test the sincerity of the spirit in which it is offered, by considering the relations which have hitherto existed between the Germans and the Jews. Now, Germany has long been the home of modern anti-Semitism, although in every country and at every period, but more particularly in the east of Europe during the last century, the Jews have suffered from unpopularity. It was Germany that organized this aversion into a definite plan of campaign. If in Russia, Galicia, and Poland the Jews have met with sporadic violence at the hands of the peasants, in Germany they have been systematically held up by the authorities to hatred and contempt. Luther, Kant, Fichte, Schopenhauer, Tritzig successively inveighed against the Jewish race. Jews were denied admission to Masonic lodges and to the rank of officers in the army, whilst society excluded them up to the outbreak of war. Yet the extraordinary fact remains that of all nations, the Germans have always been the favorites of the Jews. Throughout the whole movement for the unification of Germany under the aegis of Prussia, Jews played a leading part, and in the recent war, Germany found in them some of her most valuable allies. As Maximilian Harden recently pointed out, the services of the Jews to Germany during the war were enormous. The patriotism of the Jews was beyond reproach, in many cases even ludicrous and offensive in its intensity. And in spite of anti-Semitism, Harden declares, there is a strong affinity between the German and the Jew. To the Ashkenazim, Germany, even more than Palestine, has appeared the land of promise. Thus, some years before the war, Professor Ludwig Giger, leader of the liberal Jews of Berlin, denounced Zionist sophisms. In his words, the German Jew who has a voice in German literature must, as he has been accustomed to for the last century and a half, look upon Germany alone as his fatherland, upon the German language as his mother tongue, and the future of that nation must remain the only upon which he bases his hopes. How are we to explain this unrequited devotion? Simply by the German policy of enlisting every dynamic force in her service. She has known how to use the Jews, just as she has known how to use the Freemasons, the Illuminati, and the Socialists for the purpose of PAN-GERMANISM. From Frederick the Great, who employed the Jew Ephraim to coin false money, to William II, who kept in touch with Rathenau by means of a private telephone wire, the rulers of Germany have always allowed them to cooperate in their schemes of world domination, as the allies of Bismarck, who used them freely to fill his war chests. The Jews directed the power of the secret societies in the interests of Germany. In 1871, the Jew Blockreiter acted as advisor to the new German Empire as to the best method of wresting indemnities from France. And Germany, whilst heaping insults on the Jews, nevertheless fulfilled certain conditions essential to Jewish enterprise. Unlike England and France, she has never allowed herself to be seriously weakened by democratic ideas, and therefore to the Jews, as to British believers in autocracy, she represents the principle of stability. Moreover, Germany as the home of militarism offers a wide field for Jewish speculation. We have only to couple together an aphorism of Mirabeau's with one of Werner Sombert's to perceive the bond of union between the two races. Thus, war is the national industry of Prussia, and wars are the Jews' harvests. As long ago as 1793, Anacharsis Cloots, the apostle of universal brotherhood and defender of the Jewish race, declared that if Germany were to be prevented from going to war, the Jews must be persuaded to withdraw their support from her military adventures. War could not begin or last in Germany without the activity, the intelligence, and the money of the Jews. Magazines and munitions of all kinds are provided by Hebrew capitalists, and all the subaltern agents of military provisionment are of the same nation. We have only to come to an understanding with our brothers, the rabbis, to produce astonishing, miraculous results. Mr. Ford, the American motor car manufacturer, appears to have arrived at much the same conclusion, expressed in the words recently attributed to him. We don't need the League of Nations to end war. Put under control the 50 most wealthy Jewish financiers, who produce wars for their own profit, and wars will cease. On another occasion, Mr. Ford is reported to have said that the Jews who voyaged with him in the peace ship in 1915 went out of their way to convince him of the direct relations between the international Jew and the war. They went into details to tell me by the means in which Jews controlled the war, how they had the money, how they had concerned all the basic materials needed to fight the war, etc. Without in any way absolving Germany from the crime of the war, It is necessary to take this secondary factor into consideration if peace between the nations is to be established. For as long as the lust of war lingers in the hearts of the Germans and the lust of gain at the price of human suffering lingers in the heart of the Jews, both races will remain necessary to each other, and the hideous nightmare of war will continue to brood over the world. There is then a great deal of truth in the socialist phrase, capitalist wars, although not in the sense they attribute to it, for it will be noticed that the capitalists who are most instrumental in making wars are precisely those whom the socialists are always careful to shield from blame. The following incident will illustrate this point. At a meeting of the Social Democratic Federation, Mr. Adolph Smith moved a resolution appealing to the organized workers of Great Britain not to permit themselves in the supposed interests of their fellow workers in other countries to be used by sinister financial and militaristic influences merely to weaken the entire nations in the present critical situation, and urging them to be careful to watch against such maneuvers on the part of the pro-German international financiers, who were able to exercise considerable reactionary influence among the wealthy and official classes in this country. Mr. Hindman added that the most serious danger by which we were threatened was from the most powerful group of capitalists in Europe, headed by Hugo Stinnes and backed by Hindenburg, Ludendorff, and the militarist party in Germany. This resolution was opposed by a member of the Parliamentary Labour Party and eventually withdrawn. The connection between German imperialism, international finance, Illuminism, Bolshevism, and certain sections of British socialism is thus apparent. Is Germany, then, the secret power behind the thing we call Bolshevism? Are Illuminism and PAN-GERMANISM one and the same thing? To this hypothesis, two objections present themselves. Firstly, that the spirit of Illuminism and Bolshevism existed, as we have seen in either chapters of this book, long before modern Germany came into existence, and secondly, that Germany herself is not entirely free from the contagion. For although the danger of Bolshevism in Germany has been doubtless greatly exaggerated in order to prevent the Allies from pressing their demands for disarmament and reparations, nevertheless, Bolshevism under its illuminated name of Spartacism cannot be regarded as a movement entirely staged for the deception of Europe. Moreover, just as in the countries of the Allies it has shown itself, under the guise of pacifism, savagely anti-national and pro-German, so in Germany, as also in Hungary, it turned pacifism to the opposite purpose by professing sympathy at moments with the Allies. It is clear, then, that besides pan-Germanism, there is another power at work, a power far older that seeks to destroy all national spirit, all ordered government in every country, Germany included. What is this power? A large body of opinion replies, the Jewish power. Chapter 15. The Real Jewish Peril. In considering the immense problem of the Jewish power, perhaps the most important problem with which the modern world is confronted, it is necessary to divest oneself of all prejudices and to inquire in a spirit of scientific detachment whether any definite proof exists that a concerted attempt is being made by Jewry to achieve world domination and to obliterate the Christian faith. That such a purpose has existed amongst the Jews in the past has been shown throughout the earliest chapters of this book. The conception of the Jews as the chosen people who must eventually rule the world forms indeed the basis of rabbinical Judaism. It is customary in this country to say that we should respect the Jewish religion, and this would certainly be our duty were the Jewish religion founded, as is popularly supposed, solely on the Old Testament. For although we do not consider ourselves bound to observe the ritual of the Pentateuch, we find no fault with the Jews for carrying out what they conceive to be their religious duties. Moreover, although the Old Testament depicts Jews as a favored race, a conception which we believe to have been superseded by the Christian dispensation, whereby all men are declared equal in the sight of God, nevertheless it does contain a very lofty law of righteousness applicable to all mankind. It is because of their universality that the books of Job and Ecclesiastes as also many passages in the Psalms and Isaiah and the minor prophets have made an undying appeal to the human race. But the Jewish religion now takes its stand on the Talmud rather than on the Bible. The modern Jew, one of its latest Jewish translators observes, is the product of the Talmud. The Talmud itself accords to the Bible only a secondary place. Thus, the Talmudic treatise Suporing says, the Bible is like water, the Mishnah is like wine, and the Gemara is like spiced wine. Now, the Talmud is not a law of righteousness for all mankind, but a meticulous code applying to the Jew alone. No human being outside the Jewish race could possibly go to the Talmud for help or comfort. One might look through its pages in vain for any such splendid rule of life as that given by the prophet Micah. He hath shewed me, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. In the Talmud, on the contrary, as Drach points out, the precepts of justice, of equity, of charity towards one neighbor, are not only not applicable with regard to the Christian, but constitute a crime in anyone who would act differently. The Talmud expressly forbids one to save a non-Jew from death, to restore lost goods, etc., to him, to have pity on him. How far the Talmud has contributed to the antisocial tendencies of modern Judaism is shown by the fact that the Karaites, living in the south of Russia, the only body of Jews which takes its stand on the Bible and not on the Talmud, of which it only accepts such portions as are in accordance with Bible teaching, have always shown themselves good subjects of the Russian Empire, and have therefore enjoyed equal rights with the Russian people around them. Catherine the Great particularly favored the Karaites. Thus, even the Jews are not unanimous in supporting the Talmud. Indeed, as we have already seen, many Jews have protested against it as a barrier between themselves and the rest of the human race. But it is in the Kabbalah, still more than in the Talmud, that the Judaic dream of world domination recurs with the greatest persistence. The Zohar indeed refers to this as a fait accompli, explaining that the Feast of Tabernacles is the period when Israel triumphs over the other people of the world. That is why during this feast we seize the lulab, branches of trees tied together, and carry it as a trophy to show that we have conquered all the other peoples, known as populace, and that we dominate them. God is, however, asked to accord these other peoples in a certain share of blessings, so that occupied with this share they shall not participate nor mingle with the joy of Israel, when he calls down blessings from on high. The situation may thus be compared with that of a king who, wishing to give a feast to his special friends, finds his house invaded by importunate governors demanding admittance. What then does the king do? He orders the governors to be served with beef and vegetables, which are common food, and then sits down to table with his friends and has the most delicious dishes served. But this is nothing to the feasting that is to take place when the Messianic era arrives. After the return of the Jews from all nations and parts of the world to Palestine, the Messiah, we are told in the Talmud, will entertain them at a gorgeous banquet, where they will be seated at golden tables and regaled with wine from Adam's wine cellar. The first course is to consist of a roasted ox named Behemoth, so immense that every day it eats up the grass upon 1,000 hills. The second of a monstrous fish Leviathan. The third of a female Leviathan boiled and pickled. The fourth of a gigantic roast fowl known as Barjukne, of which the egg alone was so enormous that when it fell out of the nest it crushed 300 tall cedars and the white overflowed 80 villages. This course is to be followed up by the most splendid and pompous dessert that can be procured, including fruit from the tree of life and the pomegranates of Eden, which are preserved for the just. At the end of the banquet, God will entertain the company at a ball. He himself will sit in the midst of them, and everyone will point him out with his finger, saying, "Behold, this is our God. We have waited for him, and will be glad and rejoice in his salvation." The 18th century commentator, whose summary of these passages we quote, goes on to observe, "But let us see a little after what manner the Jews are to live in their ancient country under the administration of the Messiah. In the first place, the strange nations which they shall suffer to live shall build them houses and cities, till them ground, and plant them vineyards, and all this without so much as looking for any reward of their labor. The surviving nations will likewise voluntarily offer them all their wealth and furniture, and princes and nobles shall attend them, and be ready at their nod to pay them all manner and obedience, while they themselves shall be surrounded with grandeur and pleasure, appearing abroad in apparel, glittering with jewels like priests of the unction, consecrated to God." In a word, the felicity of this holy nation in the times of the Messiah will be such that the exalted condition of it cannot enter into the conception of man, much less it be couched in human expression. This is what the rabbis say of it, but the intelligent reader will doubtless pronounce it in the paradise of the fools. It is interesting to notice that this conception of the manner in which this return to Palestine is to be carried out has descended to certain of the modern colonists. Sir George Adam Smith, after watching Zionism at work in 1918, wrote, "On visiting a recently established Jewish colony in the northeast of the land, round which a high wall had been built by the munificent patron, I found the colonists sitting in its shade gambling away the morning, while groups of fellaheen at a poor wage did the cultivation for them. I said that this was surely not the intention of their patron in helping them to settle on land of their own. A Jew replied to me in German, 'Is it not written, the sons of the alien shall be your plowmen and vine dressers?' I know that such delinquencies have become the exception in Jewish colonization of Palestine, but they are symptomatic of dangers which will have to be guarded against. The fellaheen may, however, consider themselves lucky to be allowed to live at all, for according to several passages in the Kabbalah, all the goyim are to be swept off the face of the earth when Israel comes into its own. Thus, the Zohar relates that the Messiah will declare war on the whole world, and all the kings of the world will end by declaring war on the Messiah. But the Holy One, blessed be He, will display His force and exterminate them from the world. Then, happy will be the lot of Israel, whom the Holy One, blessed be He, has chosen from amongst the goyim, of whom the Scriptures say, 'Their work is but vanity, it is an illusion at which we must laugh. They will all perish when God visits them in His wrath.' At the moment when the Holy One, blessed be He, will exterminate all the goyim of the world, Israel alone will subsist, even as it is written, 'The Lord alone will appear great on that day.' The hope of world domination is therefore not an idea attributed to the Jews by anti-Semites, but a very real and essential part of their traditions. What then of their attitude to Christianity in the past? We have already seen that hatred of the person and teaching of Christ did not end at Golgotha, but was kept alive by the rabbis and perpetuated in the Talmud and the Toldat Yeshu. The Kabbalah also contains passages referring both to Christ and to Mohammed, so unspeakably foul that it would be impossible to quote them here. But it will be urged, the Jews of Western Europe today know nothing of the Kabbalah. This may be so, yet imperceptibly the Kabbalah has molded the mind of the Jew. As a modern Jewish writer has declared, Kabbalism has contributed to the formation of modern Judaism, for without the influence of the Kabbalah, Judaism today might have been one-sided, lacking in warmth and imagination. Indeed, so deeply has it penetrated into the body of the faith that many ideas and prayers are now immovably rooted in the general body of Orthodox doctrine and practice. This element has not only become incorporated, but it has fixed its hold on the affections of the Jews and cannot be eradicated. It is thus not in the law of Moses, thundered from Sinai, not in the dry ritual of the Talmud, but in the stupendous imaginings of the Kabbalah, that the real dreams and aspirations of Jewry have been transmitted through the ages. Belief in the coming Messiah may burn low, but faith in the final triumph of Israel over the other nations of the world still glows in the hearts of a race nurtured on this hope from time immemorial. Even the free-thinking Jew must unconsciously react to the promptings of this vast and ancient ambition. As a modern French writer has expressed it, assuredly sectarian freethinkers swarm who flatter themselves on having borrowed nothing from the synagogue and on hating equally Jehovah and Jesus. But the modern Jewish world is itself also detached from any supernatural belief, and the messianic tradition, of which it preserves the cult, reduces itself to considering the Jewish race as the veritable Messiah. Some color is lent to this statement by an article which recently appeared in the Jewish press, in which it is explained that, according to the teaching of the liberal Jewish synagogue, the beautiful passage is in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah concerning the man of sorrows acquainted with grief, usually supposed by Christians to relate to the promised Messiah, are interpreted to modern Jewish youth as relating to Israel and signifying that Israel's sufferings were caused by the sins of other nations, who thus escaped the suffering they deserved. Consequently, Israel has suffered for the sake of the whole world. How this amazing pretension can be maintained in view of the perpetual denunciations of the Israelites throughout the whole of the Old Testament is difficult to imagine. On their entry into Canaan, they were distinctly told by Moses that the Lord of their God had not given them this good land on account of their righteousness or their uprightness of their hearts. Long afterwards, Daniel declared that all Israel had transgressed the law of God. Nehemiah showed that on account of their rebellion and disobedience, they had been delivered into the hands of their enemies. Isaiah spoke of the iniquities of Judah in burning words. Ah, sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. Wash make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil, learn to do well, etc. Thus, even the word of God itself is powerless to mitigate the immense megalomania of the Jewish race. It is doubtful indeed whether by the majority of Jews the Bible is now regarded as divinely inspired. The 10 Commandments which we gave to mankind is a phrase typical of the manner in which Israel now arrogates to itself the sole authorship of the Scriptures. The deification of humanity by the Freemasons of the Grand Orient finds its counterpart in the deification of Israel by the modern Jew. It is here that we must surely see the cause of much of the suffering the Jews have endured in the past. No one, of course, would justify the cruelty with which they have frequently been treated. Nevertheless, to maintain there was no provocation on the part of the Jews would be absurd. A race that has always considered itself entitled to occupy a privileged position amongst the nations of the world must inevitably meet with resentment. And in a primitive age, where population resentment is apt to find a vent in violence, shocking to the civilized mind. Moreover, to represent the Jews as a gentle, long-suffering people, always the victims but never the perpetrators of violence, is absolutely contrary to historical fact. In the dark ages of the past, the Jews showed themselves perfectly capable of cruelties not only towards other races but towards each other. One of the first pogroms recorded in the Christian era was carried out by the Jews themselves. The Jewish historian Josephus describes the reign of lawlessness and barbarity that was inaugurated about the middle of the 1st century A.D. by the band of assassins known as the Sicarii, who infested the country round Jerusalem and, by means of little daggers that they wore concealed beneath their garments, slew men in the daytime and in the midst of the city, especially at the festivals when they mixed with the multitude. During one night raid on the small town of Engadi, they massacred more than 700 women and children, and Josephus goes on to say, somehow, indeed, that was a time most fertile in all manner of wicked practices among the Jews, insomuch that no kind of villainy was then left undone, nor could anyone so much as devise any bad thing that was new if he wished. So deeply were they all infected, both privately and publicly, and viewed with one another who should run the greatest lengths of impiety towards God, and unjust actions towards their neighbors, men in power oppressing the multitude, and the multitude earnestly endeavoring to destroy men in power, It is futile, then, to maintain, as do the Jews and their friends, for the pro-Jew is frequently, plus loyalist, qui le roi, that all the faults of the modern Jew are to be attributed to bitterness engendered by persecution. Judaism has always contained an element of cruelty which finds expression in the Talmud. It is from the Talmud, not from the Mosaic Law, that the inhuman methods of Jewish slaughtering are derived. The Talmud likewise gives the most horrible directions for carrying out capital punishment, particularly with regard to women, by the methods of stoning, burning, choking, or slaying with the sword. The victim condemned to be burnt is to have a scarf wound around his neck, the two ends pulled tightly by the executioners, whilst his mouth is forced open with pincers and a lighted string thrust into it, so that it flows down through his inwards and shrinks his entrails. It will be said that all this belongs to the past. True, the practice here described may be considered obsolete, but the spirit of cruelty and intolerance that dictated it is still alive. One has only to study the modern Jewish press to realize the persecution to which Jews are subjected from members of their own race, should they infringe one fraction of the Jewish code. If, then, the modern Jew is the product of the Talmud, it is here that we must see the principal obstacle to Jewish progress. It is said that Isaac Disraeli, the father of Lord Beaconsfield, gave as his reason for withdrawing from the synagogue that rabbinical Judaism, with its unyielding laws and fettering customs, cuts off the Jews from the great family of mankind. Such a system is indeed absolutely incompatible not only with Christian teaching, but with the secular ideas of Western civilization. The attitude it adopts towards women would be in itself sufficient to justify this assertion. The Jewish daily prayer, "Blessed be thou, O Lord, our God, King of the universe, that thou hast not made me a woman," is a ludicrous anachronism in the present age. According to the Talmud, a service can take place in the synagogue only if 10 persons are present, which number ensures the presence of God in the assembly. Drock explains, however, that these persons must all be men. If, then, there were 9 men and 1,000,000 women, there could be no assembly, for the reason that women are nothing. But there arrives on the scene only one small boy of 13 years and a day. At once there can be a holy assembly, and, according to our doctors, it is permitted to God to be present. When, therefore, we say that we must respect the Jewish religion, we cannot, if we know anything about it, mean that we respect that portion of it which is founded on the rabbinical traditions of the Talmud and the Kabbalah, but only that ethical law set forth in the Old Testament, to which right-living Jews have faithfully adhered and which is largely in accord with Christian teaching. Let us not forget that rabbinical Judaism is the declared and implacable enemy of Christianity. Hatred of Christianity and of the person of Christ is not a matter of remote history, nor can it be regarded as the result of persecution. It forms an integral part of rabbinical tradition, which originated before any persecution of the Jews by Christians had taken place, and has continued in our country long after all such persecution has ended. It is here that we cannot fail to detect the origin of much of that virulent anti-Christian teaching that is being disseminated in our midst today. This teaching will be observed to follow 3 lines, of which the course has been traced throughout this book. These consist in desecrating the Christian tradition by declaring that Christ was either A, a myth, B, a purely human teacher endowed with superior virtue and knowledge of natural laws, C, a crazy fanatic or a malefactor. The first 2 theories are, as we have seen, those held by secret societies. The last is essentially Jewish. It is true that there is now a movement amongst the more enlightened Jews to recognize Jesus as a great teacher. So far, unfortunately, this is met by bitter hostility from the rest. And in the current Jewish press, contemptuous and even blasphemous references to Christ and the Christian faith frequently occur. The fact that here in England for nearly 300 years, the Jews have been allowed to dwell in peace and carry out their religious rites unmolested, that they have been admitted to society, to Masonic lodges, and to all offices of state, have met with increasing tolerance and favor, has done nothing to moderate that hatred of Christianity inculcated throughout 19 centuries of rabbinical teaching. Thus, for example, under the heading of What Christianity Has Meant, we read in a modern Jewish periodical, "We are thinking of what Christianity as an institution has meant to us Jews. The 20 centuries of its existence have been coeval with the long-drawn tragedy of the Jews' dispersal among the nations. What kindliness and consideration we have received at the hands of Christianity has for the most part been tendered with the lure of the baptismal font. To the extent to which Christianity's embodiment, the Church, has been puissant, has the Jewish tragedy deepened. Only when and where the Church has been weak has life been tolerable for the Jew. Hatred of the Jew, anti-Jewish outbursts, and anti-Semitic campaigns are traceable to nothing so surely as to antipathy to the Jew, which has been inbred by Christianity. There is thus precious little about which the Jew has for rejoicing and gladness in the institution of Christianity, etc. The most cursory study of history would reveal the falseness of this contention. Antipathy to the Jew began long before the Christian era. In Egypt, Persia, and Rome, he became, whether just or not, the object of suspicion to rulers. The reason given by Pharaoh for oppressing the Israelites was that if they were allowed to grow too powerful, they might join themselves to the enemy in time of war. The emperors of Rome regarded them as a turbulent element. Mohammed declared, "Their aim will be to abet disorder on the earth, but God loveth not the abettors of disorder." Meanwhile, the antipathy shown by the people in every country was mainly based on economic grounds. It was not simply the possession of wealth, which according to the socialist creed should justify any amount of hatred, but the manner in which it was acquired and the arrogance with which it was displayed that roused popular feeling against the Jews. An Arab faqih, Abu Ishaq of Elvira, thus warned his master of the growing power of the Jews in Spain in the middle of the 11th century AD. The Jews, contemptible outcasts, have become great lords, and their pride and arrogance knows no bounds. Take not such men for thy ministers, but abandon them to curses, for the whole earth crieth out against them. Ere long it will quake, and we shall all perish. Turn thine eye to other lands, and behold how the Jews are treated as dogs and kept apart. I came to Granada, and there I beheld the Jews reigning. They had parceled out provinces and the capital between them. Everywhere one of these accursed rule. They collected taxes and made good cheer. They were sumptuously clad, while your garments, O Muslims, were old and worn out. All the secrets of state were known to them, yet it is folly to put trust in traitors. While believers are the bread of poverty, they dine delicately in the palace. How can we thrive if we live in the shade, and the Jews dazzle us with the glory of their pride? In medieval France, the chief cause for complaint against the Jews is that of not working with their hands, but of enriching themselves by excessive usury. In the 15th century, the Strasbourg preacher Geiler asks, "Are the Jews above the Christians? Why will they not work with their hands? Practicing usury is not working. It is exploiting others whilst remaining idle." Such quotations as these might be multiplied ad infinitum. To attribute the persecution of the Jews to Christianity is therefore ludicrous. That in a less enlightened age, the Church should have adopted rigorous measures, although no more rigorous than their own laws demanded, against those Jews who practiced magic and witchcraft must appear deplorable to the modern mind. But so must many other phases of medieval life. Why then hark back perpetually to the past? If the Jews were persecuted in a less enlightened age, so were many other sections of the community. Catholics were persecuted. Protestants were persecuted. Men were placed in the stocks for minor offenses. Scolding women were ducked in the village pond. But if all these cruelties of the Dark Ages are to be remembered and perpetuated on the plan of a tribal blood feud, what peace can there be for the world? The disastrous results of this tendency were seen in the Irish intellectuals, nourished from infancy on the story of Ireland's wrongs, who instead of sanely facing present problems, unhinged their minds by brooding on historic grievances, thereby sealing their own doom and plunging their country into ruin. So too the enraged feminists, harking back to injustices that had long ceased to exist, embittered their lives by proclaiming themselves the eternal enemies of man. Emerson, the prophet of sanity, declared, "The only ballast I know is a respect to the present hour." It is for lack of this ballast that the Jews have become victims of a fanaticism in which Christians, from a mistaken idea of kindness, have frequently encouraged them. In reality, nothing is more cruel than to encourage in the minds of a nervous race the idea of persecution. True kindness to the Jews would consist in urging them to throw off memories of past martyrdom and to enter healthfully into the enjoyment of their present blessings, which are the direct outcome of Christian civilization. Let us consider what Christianity has in reality done for the Jews. If so much is to be said about the persecutions they have endured, what of the extraordinary indulgence shown them as the result of Christian respect for the Bible? For hundreds of years, Christian school children have been brought up on Old Testament history, and Christian congregations have listened sympathetically to the story of Israel's sufferings and hopes of final restoration. All the support lent to Zionism arose from this tradition. Christianity, then, so reviled by the Jews, has been their greatest protection. If Christianity goes, the whole theory that the Jews were once the chosen people goes with it, as far as Gentiles are concerned, and the Jewish race, divested of its halo of divine favor, will have to be judged on its own merits. In our country, the chosen people theory has in fact been carried to the point of superstition, a superstition immensely advantageous to the Jews, which consists in interpreting the passages of Scripture containing the promise made to Abraham, "I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee," as meaning that favor shown to the Jews, who form merely a fraction of the seed of Abraham, brings with it peculiar blessings. In reality, it would be easier to show by history that countries and rulers who have protected the Jews have frequently met with disaster. France banished the Jews in 1394 and again in 1615, and did not readmit them in large numbers till 1715 to 19, so that they were absent throughout the most glorious period in French history, the Grand Cecil of Louis XIV. Whilst their return coincided with the Regency, from which moment the monarchy of France may be said to have declined. England likewise banished the Jews in 1290, and it was during the 3.5 centuries they remained in exile that she was known as Merry England. The fact that their return in force in 1664 was followed the next year by the Great Plague, and the year after by the Great Fire of London, would not appear to indicate that the Jews necessarily bring good fortune to the land that protects them. The truth is, of course, that kindness to any portion of the human race brings its own reward in the form of moral improvement in the individual or nation that performs it. But no more benefit attaches to philanthropy when exercised towards the Jew than towards the Chinaman. I would urge then that the Jewish problem should be approached neither in the spirit of superstitious pro-Semitism, nor in the bitter spirit of anti-Semitism, but with a sanity worthy of an enlightened age. To quote again the words of Bernard Lazare, let us inquire what part the Jew, considering his spirit, his character, the nature of his philosophy and his religion, may now be taking in revolutionary processes and movements. Is there then any evidence that there exists amongst Jewry today an organized conspiracy having for its objects world domination and the destruction of Christianity, such as the famous protocols of the Elders of Zion suggest? The theory of a Jewish world conspiracy does not, of course, rest on the evidence of protocols. To judge by the pains of joy that rang through the press after the publication of the Times articles, one would imagine that with the so-called refutation of this one document, the whole case against the Jews had collapsed, and that the anti-Semites must forever be silenced. But the arguments of the Jews and their friends go further than this. Not only do they claim that there is no Jewish conspiracy, but no world plot of any kind. This contention they had indeed maintained from the beginning, and Mr. Lucien Wolff, in his earliest refutation of the protocols, derided the exponents of the secret society danger as vehemently as he derided the perfidious author of the Jewish Peril. It will in fact always be noticed that references to the Illuminati meet with almost as much resentment from the Jewish press as allusions of a directly anti-Semitic character. Baruel, who refused to incriminate the Jews, and de Mallet, who never referred to them at all, are denounced by Mr. Lucien Wolff no less as scaremongers than Gougenot, de Mousseau, or Shabote. To suggest that any hidden hand has ever been at work in the world is to raise immediately a storm of Jewish protest. Yet intelligent Jews must be aware that whether secret societies have contributed as much to past revolutions as these writers believed, their existence and their very real influence is not a matter of surmise, but of historical fact. No one ever warned the British public more distinctly of the danger they presented, or of the role the Jews were playing in them than Disraeli, whose famous words have been quoted so frequently in this connection. The world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. What is this but a clear recognition of the hidden hand? Why, then, is Disraeli not included with Barruel and Robison and Desmarais and de Musso in Mr. Wolfe's list of scaremongers? Is it because Disraeli pointed the moral that, Jews being so dangerous, they should be employed? If, then, leading Jews persist in vilifying everyone who reiterates the warnings uttered by so eminent a member of their race, it is inevitable that they should come to be suspected of having some interest in suppressing further revelations. Setting all such evidence as the protocols completely aside, let us examine the reasons for believing in the existence of a Jewish world conspiracy. Now we know for certain that the five powers before referred to, Grand Orient Masonry, Theosophy, Pan-Germanism, international finance, and social revolution, have a very real existence and exercise a very definite influence on the affairs of the world. Here we are not dealing with hypotheses, but with facts based on documentary evidence. We know in each case the names of many of the leaders, their methods of organization, their centers of direction, and the aims they are pursuing. But with regard to the Jewish power, we cannot proceed with the same certainty. We cannot cite the names of the leaders or the centers of direction. We cannot produce documentary evidence as to their methods of organization or their final aims. The very existence of such a power, in the sense of a united and organized body of Jews working for the destruction of Christianity and the existing social system, is still a matter of speculation and not of known fact. Investigations into the activities of such groups as the B'nai B'rith, Pol Zion, the Jewish Bund, and the Welterband, or Jewish International Union of Socialists, might, however, throw much light on this question. The custom of printing their pidgin German, known as Yiddish, in Hebrew characters provides the Jews with more or less secret code by means of which their ideas and aspirations are concealed from the great mass of the Gentiles. Whether then the Jewish power is unified or not, Jews are to be found cooperating with, if not directing, all the five powers of which the existence is known. Thus, Jews have long played a leading part in Grand Orient Masonry and predominate in the upper degrees. As we have already seen, Freemasonry is already said to be subversive in Roman Catholic countries. It will also be noticed that in countries where Freemasonry is subversive, Jews are usually less conspicuous in the revolutionary movement than in countries where Freemasonry is either non-existent or constitutional. Thus, in France, the Masonic peril is much more generally recognized than the Jewish peril. In Italy, the Freemasons have been banned by Mussolini, but the Jews are not regarded by him as a particular danger. In Portugal, it was the Freemasons rather than the Jews who made the recent revolutions. In Hungary, however, the revolutionaries were principally both Jews and Freemasons. On the other hand, in England, Germany, and America, where Freemasonry is not subversive, the Jewish question is more apparent. All this would suggest that either Freemasonry is the cover under which the Jews, like the Illuminati, prefer to work, so that where the cover is not available, they are obliged to come out more into the open. All this would suggest that either Freemasonry is the cover under which the Jews, like the Illuminati, prefer to work, so that where the cover is not available, they are obliged to come out more into the open, or that Grand Orient Masonry is the directing power which employs Jews as agents in those countries where it cannot work on its own account. The preponderance of Jews in the ranks of Aurora has already been indicated, and also the influence of the Jewish Kabbalah in the teaching of Theosophy and Rosicrucianism. But it is important that the latter point should be further emphasized in connection with the craze for occultism that is spreading through society. Ragon has said, The Kabbalah is the key of all occult sciences. Therefore, in this field of experiment, the Gentile must always be at a disadvantage with the Jew. Indeed, Mr. Waite, who certainly cannot be suspected of anti-Semitism, goes so far as to suggest that the gift of ceremonial magic was the answer of Jewry to Christendom as a counterblast to centuries of persecution. It would be well if every Gentile who has been tempted to dabble in occultism were to realize this source of inspiration. The role of Jews in social revolution, and particularly in Bolshevism, hardly needs comment. Yet, since the Jewish press has chosen to deny this last and very obvious fact, and still persists in setting down to prejudice or anti-Semitism, a mere statement of facts, it may be well to quote here a few official statements on the subject which admit of no denial. First of all, it must be remembered that the founder and patron saint of Bolshevism was the Jew Karl Marx, and that it was the anarchist Bakunin, not the Duke of Northumberland, who described him as his following in the Internationale as the German Jew Company and the Red Bureaucracy. It was therefore not surprising that when the Red Bureaucracy, avowedly founded on the doctrines of Marx, came to be set up in Russia, it should have been largely led by Jews. This is what the official British White Paper has to say on the matter. Extract from report from the Netherlands minister at Petrograd on the 6th of September 1918, forwarded by Sir M. Findlay at Christiana to Mr. Balfour. I consider that the immediate suppression of Bolshevism is the greatest issue now before the world, not even excluding the war which is still raging. And unless, as above stated, Bolshevism is nipped in the bud immediately, it is bound to spread in one form or another over Europe and the whole world, as it is organized and worked by Jews who have no nationality, and whose one object is to destroy for their own ends the existing order of things. Mr. Alston to Lord Curzon, quoting statement from British Consul at Ekaterinburg, January 23, 1919. The Bolsheviks can no longer be described as a political party holding extreme communistic views. They form a relatively small privileged class which is able to terrorize the rest of the population, because it has a monopoly both of arms and of food supplies. This class consists chiefly of workmen and soldiers, and includes a large non-Russian element, such as the Letts and Estonians and the Jews. The latter are especially numerous in higher posts. Lord Kilmarnock to Lord Curzon, quoting information given by Frenchmen from Petrograd, February 3, 1919. The Bolsheviks comprised chiefly Jews and Germans, who were exceedingly active and enterprising. The Russians were largely anti-Bolshevik, but were for the most part dreamers incapable of any sustained action, who now, more than ever before, were unable to throw off the yoke of their oppressors. Mr. Alston to Lord Curzon, forwarding report from Consul at Ekaterinburg of February 6, 1919. From examination of several laborer and peasant witnesses, I have evidence to the effect that very smallest percentage of this district were pro-Bolshevik, majority of laborers sympathizing with summoning of constituent assembly. Witnesses further stated that Bolshevik leaders did not represent Russian working classes, most of them being Jews. The Reverend B.S. Lombard to Lord Curzon, March 23, 1919. I've been for 10 years in Russia, and have been in Petrograd through the whole of the revolution. I had ample opportunity of studying Bolshevik methods. It originated in German propaganda, and was and is being carried out by international Jews. The Germans initiated disturbances in order to reduce Russia to chaos. They printed masses of paper money to finance their schemes. The notes, of which I possess specimens, can be easily recognized by a special mark. As one of the results, the writer adds, all business became paralyzed, shops were closed, Jews became possessors of most of the business houses, and horrible scenes of starvation became common in the country districts. In Hungary, where, as has been said, socialism has been propagated by Jews in the Masonic lodges, the outbreak of Bolshevism was conducted under the auspices of the same race. To quote again an official document on this question, the report on revolutionary activities issued by a committee of the New York legislature, headed by Senator Lusk. There was no organized opposition to Balakoon. Like Lenin, he surrounded himself with commissars, having absolute authority. Of the 32 principal commissars, 25 were Jews, which was about the same proportion as in Russia. The most prominent of these formed a directorate of 5, Bela Kun, Bela Varga, Joseph Pogany, Sigmund Kunfi, and one other. Other leaders were Alpari and Samuli, who had charge of the Red Terror, and carried out the torturing and executing of the bourgeoisie, especially the groups held as hostages, the so-called counter-revolutionists and peasants. The same report publishes a list of 76 men prosecuted by the Committee on the charge of criminal anarchy in America at the beginning of 1920, of which the overwhelming majority are seen by their names to be Jewish. These names speak for themselves and are published without comment on the obvious nationality of the majority of the persons concerned. So far, indeed, does the Lusk Committee appear to have been removed from anti-Semitism, that nowhere in its vast report, running to 2,008 pages, is attention drawn to the preponderance of Jews concerned in the revolutionary movement, except in the one passage on Hungary quoted above. The Lusk report must therefore be regarded as an absolutely impartial statement of facts. In view of these official data, how is it possible for the Jewish press to pretend that a connection between Jews and Bolshevism is a malicious invention of the anti-Semites? That all Jews are not Bolsheviks, and that all Bolsheviks are not Jews is of course obvious. But that Jews are playing a preponderating part in Bolshevism, it is absurd to deny. An attempt has been made to show that Jews have suffered as much as the rest of the population in Russia under Bolshevism, and that the Jewish religion has met with the same hostility as the Christian faith. Doubtless many Jews have suffered in Russia, since human violence, once allowed to go unchecked, is liable to express itself in various unexpected ways, and the resentment of the Russian proletariat towards the Jews was bound to break out under Lenin, as under the Tsar. Again, a campaign against Christianity inevitably led in Russia, as in France, to a campaign against all forms of religion, and the Jewish Bolsheviks, being atheists themselves, were doubtless as ready as Lambert of the French Revolution to turn against the believers in the faith they had abandoned. Yet the Jewish religion suffered to the same extent as Christianity, or that any organized campaign was conducted against it by the government, is effectually disproved by the lamentations of professing Jews on the death of Lenin. Indeed, as is generally recognized, the fall of the Soviet government must mean the downfall of the Jews from the position of privilege they now occupy. That in our own country Jews are playing a part in the background of Bolshevism is again evident. The Patriot recently published a series of articles giving inside information on the organization of the revolutionary movement in Great Britain, where it was stated the whole plot was directed by a group of 12 men. This group in turn was controlled by 3 of its members. These 3 men, as the key revealed, were all Jews. So also was the fiend in human form whose psychological perversion produced this plot, and who was one of the group in America consisting of 4 Jews and a Jewess, which controlled an outer revolutionary group of 18. The Irish Republican Brotherhood also maintained close relations with a ring of revolutionary Jews in America. Incidentally, it is curious to notice that the language employed in some of the correspondence that has passed between members of an inner group bears a strong resemblance to that of Weishaupt and his fellow Illuminati. Jewish influence in the less extreme forms of socialism in this country is no less apparent. If the Labour Party is solidly pro-German, it is also solidly pro-Jewish. Whilst loudly proclaiming pacifism and pressing for the reduction of armaments, it has never uttered a word of protest against the employment of British troops to defend Jewish interests against the Arabs in Palestine. The blessed word Mesopotamia may be freely mentioned in connection with the withdrawal of troops from military adventures, but never the word Palestine. Again, the free admission of aliens, and particularly of Jews, into this country has always been one of the principal planks in the Labour platform. Even the Jewish capitalist meets with indulgence at the hands of our socialist intellectuals, who, whilst inveighing against British owners of property, never include Jewish millionaires in their diatribes. This may perhaps throw some light on the question frequently propounded. How can one believe that Jews advocate socialism, since they stand to lose everything by it? The fact remains that many Jews do advocate it. After the recent accession of the Labour Party to office, the Jewish World observed, "The result of the general election in England is regarded as very gratifying by the Hebrew and Yiddish press. The Hebrew journals in Palestine, as well as the Hebrew and Yiddish organs in Europe and America, express satisfaction at the return to Parliament of men who have repeatedly assured the public of their intention to adhere to the Balfour Declaration." A further reason is advanced by the Jewish Courier for rejoicing at the downfall of the Conservative government, namely that the election results have wiped out anti-Semitic remnants in England, for the Conservative government does include several members who are far from favorably disposed towards Jews. The indulgence shown to the Jews and the honors piled on them by conservative statesmen therefore availed nothing to the conservative cause, and the welfare of the whole country was subordinated to the interests of the Jews alone. It is difficult at first to understand how the program of the Labour Party, even when combined with ardent pro-Semitism, could however be in accord with the interests of the Jews, who have never displayed any hostility towards the capitalist system, which socialism sets out to destroy. Indeed, we find the same Jewish paper which rejoiced at the advent of the present government to office, offering birthday congratulations to the richest Jew in this country, whose wealth, it goes on to observe with some complacency, amounts to no less than 12 million sterling, and is constantly increasing, apart from the interest that it brings by the huge profits of the concerns in which he is interested. It would seem, then, that in the eyes of Jewry, all capitalists are not to be regarded as monsters who should be mercilessly expropriated. But in considering the war on capitalism, it is essential to bear in mind that capitalists are of two kinds: national industrial capitalists, largely Gentiles and usually men of brains and energy who have built up flourishing businesses, and international loan-mongering capitalists, principally, though not exclusively, Jews who live by speculation. Whilst the former, social unrest may prove fatal, to the latter any disturbances may provide opportunities for profit. As M. Georges Bateau has expressed it, "From the strictly financial point of view, the most disastrous events of history, wars or revolutions, never represent catastrophes. The manipulators of money and the wary businessmen can make profit out of everything, providing they know beforehand and are well informed. It is certain that the Jews dispersed over all the surface of the earth are particularly favorably situated in this respect." It is significant to notice that the capitalists most attacked by the socialists and pacifists are not those who make profit out of wars and revolutions, but those who contribute to the prosperity of the country and provide work for millions of people. Here, then, the Jews and the socialists seem to find a point of agreement. It is evident, at any rate, that many rich Jews consider that they have nothing to fear from the threatened capital levy and other features of expropriation. Are we not irresistibly reminded of the passage in the Protocols, where incidentally the capital levy is specifically mentioned? Ours they will not touch, because the moment of attack will be known to us, and we shall take measures to protect our own. But let us consider further how the socialist plan for the nationalization of all the means of production, distribution, and exchange might be reconciled even with the interest of Jewish industrial capitalists. The more we examine this magic formula, which is to transform the world into a paradise for the workers, the more we shall see what it approximates to the system of supercapitalism, of which, as Werner Sombart has shown, the Jews were the principal inaugurators. Socialists are fond of explaining that capitalism began with the introduction of steam. In reality, of course, capitalism in the sense of wealth accumulated in private hands has always existed since the first savage made his store of winter food. What socialists really mean by capitalism is the modern system of industrialism, which tends to concentrate all the means of production and distribution in the hands of individuals or groups, who, if they happen to be unscrupulous, are able, by systematic sweating of the worker and the bleeding of the consumer, to conduct operations on so large a scale as to crush all competition by the home worker or the small tradesman. Obviously, however, with the growing demand of the workers for better conditions of life and the increasing support lent to them by enlightened public opinion, this possibility cannot continue indefinitely. And unless a violent convulsion takes place, the time will come when great industry magnates will have to content themselves with moderate profits on their outlay. Thus, although at first sight it might appear that the super-capitalist must desire to maintain the existing order of things, if he is far-seeing, he must realize that profiteering under present conditions must soon cease. It is therefore conceivable that even the Jewish industrial capitalist may see in the nationalization of industry a preferable alternative to the limitation of profits under private enterprise. The same financial acumen and skill in management, which has enabled him to control rings and trust in the past, would ensure him a place at the head of nationalized industries, which in effect would be nothing but gigantic trusts nominally under state control, but really, like all state enterprise, is in the hands of a few men. Under socialism, the position of these trusts would be rendered impregnable. For whilst under the present system any individual or group may set out to break a trust, no such competition would be possible in a state where private enterprise had been made illegal. The men in control of nationalized industries would therefore be able to exercise absolute authority both over the worker and the consumer. Further, if the worker can be persuaded to accept the ultimate scheme of communism, which is compulsory labor in return for no monetary remuneration, but merely a daily ration of food and the other necessities of life, whenever state officials decide that he requires them, the directors of labor, like the overseers in a slave plantation, will be able to, as in Russia, impose any conditions they please. The Jews may well hope to occupy these posts, not only because of their aptitude for organization on so large a scale, but because their international relations would facilitate the sale or barter of goods between countries. The cohesion which exists amongst them would speedily lead to the monopolization of all the higher posts by members of their race. It is idle to dismiss such a possibility as a chimera. This is what happened in Russia and is happening in Germany today. Here, then, we may find perhaps the inner meaning of a remark attributed to a prominent member of the Labour Party, that under socialism a certain well-known Jewish capitalist might well be worth £10,000 a year. Lenin expressed much the same idea when he said that Russia, Soviet Republic, might require 1,000 first-class specialists to direct the work of the people, and that these greatest stars must be paid 25,000 rubles each, or even 4 times that sum, supposing it were necessary to employ foreign specialists for the purpose. But the Jewish capitalists doubtless see further that in England, as in Russia, the condition of things would be merely a temporary phase, and that the institution of socialism, by dispossessing the present Gentile owners of wealth and property, would pave the way for a Jewish and German plutocracy. In Russia, wealth has not been altogether destroyed. It has simply changed hands, and a class of new rich has sprung up which meets with no hostility from the professed advocates of equality. Those Jews who see in the Christian intelligentsia the main obstacle to their dream of world power, therefore naturally find in the promoters of class warfare their most valuable allies. For the Christian intelligentsia is the sole bearer to the enslavement of the proletariat. Most of the movements to redress the wrongs of the workers from Lord Shaftesbury onwards have arisen not amongst the workers themselves, but amongst the upper or middle classes. Once these were swept away, an iron bureaucracy would have the workers at their mercy. I do not say that this is the plan, but I do say that such a hypothesis provides a reason for the otherwise unaccountable indulgence displayed by socialists everywhere towards wealthy Jews, and at the same time for the huge funds the socialists appear to have at their disposal. If big financiers are not at their back, I repeat, where does all the money come from? It seems unlikely that it can be derived from the British owners of wealth and property whom the socialists are openly out to dispossess. The only body of financiers which can therefore be suspected of contributing towards this end is the body known as international finance, which is mainly, though not exclusively, Jewish. The influence of the Jews in all the 5 great powers at work in the world, Grand Orient Masonry, Theosophy, PAN-GERMANISM, international finance, and social revolution, is not a matter of surmise but of fact. Let us now examine what part they are playing in the minor subversive movements enumerated in an earlier chapter. Freud, the inventor of the most dangerous form of psychoanalysis, is a Jew. In this connection, the eminent American neuropsychiatrist, before quoted, writes, "Not only the Freud theory of psychoanalysis, but a considerable quantity of pseudo-scientific propaganda of that type has for years been emanating from a group of German Jews who live and have their headquarters in Vienna. From its inception, psychoanalysis has been in Jewish hands. There are not a half a dozen physicians in the whole world recognized as authorities in this field, whose names are identified with this movement who are not Jews. This may have been an accident, but nevertheless it is a fact." I have already referred in an earlier chapter to the question of degenerate art defined in a circular to the New York Herald as the deification of ugliness. The originators of this cult are here described as a group of Satan worshippers in Paris, and the dealers by whom the movement was propagated as Germans. But we note amongst the lenders to the exhibition at which these works of art were displayed several Jewish names. Of one well-known Jewish artist, a critic has written, "Were these works the product of a man who had imperfect control over his material, who in stumbling towards the light dwelt inevitably upon much darkness, who sought for beauty and found ugliness, who looked for purity and found filth? Even then one might be silent and hope for better things to come. But here, apparently, unless my whole reading is ludicrously wrong, he delights in deformity and glories in degradation. He brings to the world an art of a new gospel, a black gospel, a gospel in which everything is to be inverted and distorted. Whatsoever things are hideous, whatsoever things are of evil report, whatsoever things are sordid, if there be any unhealthiness or any degradation, think on these things." What better resume could be given of that tendency to perversion denounced by the prophet Isaiah in the words, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness." An organ of the Jewish press, with that sense of solidarity which always rallies Jews to the defense of their compatriots, however culpable, immediately detects in the critic's expression of opinion the insidious work of anti-Semitism. A more enlightened Jew, Mr. Frank L. Emanuel, however, having come to the support of the Gentile critic, the Jewish journal is obliged to admit the justice of this contention that it is lamentable to think of the undue proportion of young Jews who have joined the revolutionary or sham modern art movement in this country. The same influence will be noticed in the cinema world, where, as already been pointed out, history is systematically falsified in the interests of class hatred, and everything that can tend, whilst keeping within the present law, to undermine patriotism or morality is pressed upon the public. And the cinema trade is almost entirely in the hands of the Jews. In the drug traffic, Jews are playing a prominent part both here and in America. An eminent New York doctor writes to me as follows: "Members of the Federal Narcotics Squad attached to the Treasury Department and having the function of enforcing the provisions of the Harrison Act have long been convinced that there is a direct relationship between radicalism and narcotism. From 7 to 10 years ago, this was thought to be a manifestation of pan-German propaganda. Activity was and still is a greater on the part of the distributors and peddlers than it is to be accounted for by the large profits, according to their story. Curiously enough, the traffic largely stopped for several weeks following the signing of the armistice. In one instance, 7 regardedly licensed physicians of the East Side, all Jews, were arrested in succession during the summer of 1920 for illegitimate use of narcotic prescriptions, and every office raided had large quantities of radical literature. Such associations are not uncommon. As to the distribution, a recent investigation by Hearst's magazine definitely revealed the fact that illegitimate distributors were almost invariably of the Jewish race, and that the peddlers were exclusively Jewish and Italian. Enough, then, has been said to show that, whether as agents or as principals, Jews are playing a part in all subversive movements. A Christian Jew, no renegade to his race, but deeply concerned for their future development, said recently to the present writer, "The growing materialism amongst Jews has made them the most destructive force in the world. The only hope for them is to accept Christianity. At present, they are the greatest danger that Christian civilization has to face." The recognition of all these facts does not, of course, imply the belief that all Jews are destructive. Undoubtedly, there are good and loyal Jews, particularly in France, where the Sephardim predominate, who have absolutely identified themselves with the country of their adoption and are sincerely opposed to Bolshevism. But these isolated individuals carry little weight compared to the massed forces of subversive Jewry. The same thing was observed in America, where a report privately communicated to the present writer in 1923 stated, "It appears not without significance that radical literature is never anti-Semitic, but on the contrary, manifestos issued by the Executive Committee of the Communist Party are often emphatically pro-Jewish. So far as I know, there is not one exclusively Jewish organization in the United States which is openly and consistently fighting radicalism. Conservative Judaism, loyal to the United States and its institutions, are conceived by its founders as unorganized and inarticulate. When, therefore, the Jewish press protests at the injustice of associating Jews with Bolshevism, it may be legitimately answered, what has Jewry done collectively to disassociate itself from Bolshevism? What official protests has the Jewish press uttered against any subversive movement except when Jewish interests were threatened? Has it not, on the contrary, denounced all patriotic efforts to oppose the forces of destruction whenever such efforts necessitated the exposure of the corrupt elements in Jewry? But these tactics have not been confined to the Jewish press alone. The general press of this country, over which the Jews exercise an increasing control, have followed the same policy. This process of penetration began long ago on the continent. As early as 1846, an English missionary to the Jews in Berlin wrote, "Independently of the 15 exclusively Jewish journals of Germany, 4 of which have been made their appearance since the beginning of the present year, the daily political press of Europe is very much under the domination of the Jews. As literary contributors, they influence almost every leading continental newspaper, and as controversy seems to be their native air, and they bring into the field mental energies of no ordinary stamp, they find no lack of employment, and if any literary opponent ventures to endeavor the arrest, the progress of Judaism to political power, he finds himself held up to public notice and exposed to attack after attack in most of the leading journals of Europe." Such was the lot of a Roman Catholic priest of Prague, who lately wrote a pamphlet entitled Gute Rat für Zeit der Not, directed against the advancing power of Judaism. And such is my conviction of the extent of the participation the Jews take in the everyday literature of Germany, that I never pass by a crowded reading room. But what I think I see standing behind the scenes, a Jew, causing new ideas to rise and stir and develop themselves in the unsuspecting mind of the Gentile. Do we not see the same methods being pursued with still greater vigor today? It would not be an exaggeration to say that there is hardly a periodical in this country, with the exception of the Patriot, that dares to speak out freely on questions in which the interests of Jews are involved. The fact is that the whole educational, as well as the whole political and social world, is permeated with Jewish influence. Every man in public life, every modern politician, to whatever party he belongs, seems to find it de rigueur to have his confidential Jewish advisor at his elbow, just as in the Middle Ages a prince had his Jewish doctor always at hand to mix his potions and ensure him long life. This appears to be owing not only to the utility of the Jew in financing projects, but to the almost universal belief in the superior intelligence of the Jewish race, which the Jew has succeeded in implanting in the Gentile mind. But the time has come to ask, is the Jew really the superman we have been taught to consider him? On examination, we shall find that in the present, as in the past, his talents are displayed principally along 2 lines, financial and occult. Usurers in the Middle Ages, financiers today, the Jews have always excelled in the making and manipulating of wealth. And just as at the former period, they were the great masters of magic, so at the present time they are the masters of the almost magical art of gaining control over the mind both of the individual and of the public. Yet, in the realms of literature, philosophy, painting, sculpture, politics, and even science, Jews will be found frequently occupying the 2nd or 3rd ranks, and only very seldom the 1st. Heine may be cited as a poet of the 1st order, Spinoza as a philosopher, Disraeli as a statesman, But it would be difficult to prolong the list. On the stage and in music alone can the Jews be said to have proved absolutely the equals of their Gentile competitors. The fact is that the Jew is not usually a man of vast conceptions, nor is he endowed with great originality of mind. His skill consists rather in elaborating or in adapting other men's ideas and rendering them more effectual. Thus, the most important inventions of modern times have been not made by Jews, but have been frequently improved by them. Neither James Watt, Stephenson, Marconi, Edison, Pasteur, nor Madame Curie were of the Jewish race, and the same might be said of all nearly the greatest men who have lived since the dawn of our civilization. Napoleon was not a Jew, nor Shakespeare, nor Bacon, nor Sir Isaac Newton, nor Michelangelo, nor Leonardo da Vinci, nor Galileo, nor Dante, nor Descartes, nor Molière, nor Emerson, nor Abraham Lincoln, nor Goethe, nor Kant, nor even Machiavelli. Thrown on their own resources, what civilization were the Jews able to create? Whilst Egypt, Greece, and Rome have left immortal monuments, what monuments has Palestine bequeathed to the world? The Jews then provide a high average of cleverness, but have they ever, during the last 2,000 years, produced one mighty genius? Moreover, against this high average of intelligence must be set an equally high average of mental derangement. On this point we have the evidence of the Jewish Encyclopedia. The Jews are more subject to disease of the nervous system than the other races and peoples amongst which they dwell. Hysteria and neurasthenia appear to be most frequent. Some physicians of large experience among the Jews have even gone so far as to state that most of them are neurasthenic and hysterical. Tobler claims that all the Jewish women in Palestine are hysterical, and Raymond says that in Warsaw, Poland, hysteria is very frequently met with among both Jewish men and Jewish women. The Jewish population of that city alone is most exclusively the inexhaustible source for the supply of hysterical males for the clinics of the whole continent. As regards Austria and Germany, the same neurotic taint of the Jews has been emphasized by Kraft, Ebbing, etc. In New York, it has been shown by Collins that among 333 cases of neurasthenia, which came under his observation, more than 40% were of Jewish extraction, etc. The same American neuropsychiatrist already quoted attributes the predominance of Jews in the revolutionary movement in America largely to this cause. Anarchists have been developed largely from the criminal classes, and a belief in anarchy per se is a psychopathic manifestation. A student of anarchy, therefore, would not only be obliged to cover the field of criminology, but his more significant and important background, psychopathology. Some anarchists are actually insane, while others show marked psychological deficiencies. Under our laws, as they are now framed, they cannot be restrained unless they commit acts of violence. As it is, our asylums are filled with this class, and that introduces another phase of the matter. Our asylum insane are largely recruited from the Jewish race, at least recruited in tremendous disproportion to their number in the population. The fact that the revolutionary movement is so largely made up of Jewish elements furnishes an interesting confirmation of what I've said. The Jewish World, recently commenting on the generally admitted fact that the percentage of mental disorders among Jews is much greater than among non-Jews, asks, is the cause inherent? That is to say, is there a racial disposition towards degeneracy, or is it the result of the external conditions and causes? The writer goes on to refer to an article in the Zukunft, which supports the view that the terrible experiences of the Jews in the Middle Ages have affected their nervous system, and therefore that the cause of mental derangement amongst them is not due to racial disposition, is not an ethnic principle, but is the result of the tragic lot of the Jewish people. It might perhaps be traced more surely to the habit of brooding on that tragic lot. At any rate, it is curious to notice that the two symptoms recognized in the first stages of general paralysis of the insane, the mania that is the object of persecution and exalted ideas, known in France as the folie de grandeur, are the two obsessions that the Talmud and the Kabbalah, with their dreams of world domination, under an avenging Messiah, have inculcated in the mind of the Jew. But whatever are the causes of this neurosis, it is surely undesirable that a race which exhibits it should be allowed to control the destinies of the British Empire, or indeed of any country. If all the Jewish women in Palestine are hysterical, presumably many of their menkind suffer from the same disability. which certainly does not promise well for the luckless Arab who is to live beneath their sway. How much of the trouble that has occurred already in Palestine may be attributed to this cause, it is impossible to know. The increasing number of Jews in positions of authority in England presents, however, a far greater subject for alarm. Jews and Arabs are at any rate both Semites and may be expected to have certain ideas in common. But to place a highly civilized Aryan race under Semitic control is another matter. The time has come for every Briton to ask himself whether he seriously desires to see the traditions of his country, those great traditions of honor, integrity, and justice, which have made the name of England great, replaced by Oriental standards. I do not say that there are no honorable and upright Jews, but I do maintain that the spirit of fair play, which is the essence of the British character, is not the characteristic of the Jewish race in general. The complete absence of this spirit shown in the attempts of agitators to suppress free speech during elections cannot be attributed to English working men whose sporting instinct is highly developed and testifies to the alien character of the so-called labor movement. If England loses the spirit of fair play, she will have lost her most priceless national heritage. Conservatism, which has always stood for these great traditions, allows itself to be hypnotized by the memory of Disraeli and accepts his dictum that the natural tendency of the Jews is to conservatism, hence the advisability of placing Jews in control of its interests. The late Mr. Hindman saw further when he warned us that those who are accustomed to look upon all Jews as essentially practical and conservative, as certain, too, to enlist on the side of the prevailing social system, will be obliged to reconsider their conclusions. The causes of the recent debacle of the conservative government are still obscure, but the fact remains that it was precisely at a moment when conservative organization had passed largely into Jewish hands that conservatism met with the most astounding disaster in the whole of its history. If the manner in which conservative propaganda was conducted at this moment was an example of Jewish efficiency, it might be well to consider whether, a future occasion, the task should not be confided into the hands of simple Britons. The only effectual way of combating socialism is to show up the alien influences behind it. As long as the working man believes it to be the outcome of a genuine British labor movement, he will turn a deaf ear to all warnings, and anti-socialist propaganda will merely serve to drive more recruits into the socialist camp. But let him once suspect that he is being made the tool of foreign intrigue, and all his national feeling will assert itself. We have only to ask him whether he wants his work taken from him by the import of alien goods, his housing accommodation appropriated by alien immigrants, finally to make him understand who are the people behind the scenes advocating a policy so disastrous to his true interests, in order to gain his support. The Secret Service has overwhelming evidence on this last point, which under a conservative government might have been made public, but unseen influences in high places have ordained its suppression. The slogan, "Britain for the Britons," that would form the strongest counterblast to the false slogans of socialism, has been barred from conservative platforms, and the very word alien avoided lest it should offend Jewish susceptibilities. Thus, out of deference to the Jews, conservatism allows its most powerful weaponry to rust in its armory. In reality, these tactics avail nothing to the conservative cause. The great weight of Jewry would never be thrown into the scale of true conservatism. Only insofar as conservatism abandons its patriotic traditions and comprises with the forces of internationalism will it win any considerable Jewish support. We have but to follow the commitments on current politics in the Jewish press in order to realize that the only standard by which the Jews judge any political party is the measure in which it will confer exclusive advantages on their own race. The Jewish question, therefore, does not turn on whether the Jews shall be accorded everywhere equal rights with the rest of mankind, but whether they shall be placed above the law, whether they shall be allowed to occupy everywhere a privileged position. Nothing less will satisfy them, and any attempt to oppose this claim will always be met by them with the cry of persecution. Further, this position of privilege represents to a section of Jewry merely a stage on the road to world domination. For if, as we have seen by documentary evidence, this plan has always existed in the past, it is likely that it has been abandoned at the very moment which seems most propitious for its realization. The trend of present events and the tone of the Jewish press certainly do not warrant any such conclusion. To sum up, then, I do not think that the Jews can be proved to provide the sole cause of world unrest. In order to establish this contention, we should be obliged to show the Jews to have been the authors of every past social convulsion in the history of modern civilization, to discover their influence behind the heretical sects of Islam and behind the Bavarian Illuminati and the anarchists of Russia. In the absence of any such conclusive evidence, we must therefore recognize the existence of other destructive forces at work in the world. But this is not to underrate the importance of the Jewish peril. Although the existence of an inner circle of Masonic elders remains problematical, Jewry in itself constitutes the most effectual Freemasonry in the world. What need of initiations or oaths or signs or passwords amongst people who perfectly understand each other are everywhere working for the same end? Far more potent than the sign of distress that summons Freemasons to each other's aid at moments of peril is the call of the blood that rallies the most divergent elements in Jewry to the defense of the Jewish cause. The old complaint of the French merchants already quoted would thus appear to be justified, that the Jews are particles of quicksilver, which at the last slant run together into a block. One must therefore not be deceived by the fact that they often appear disunited. There may be, and indeed is, very little unity amongst Jews, but there is immense solidarity. A Jew named Moro, referring to the persecution of the converted Rabbi Drak by the Jews, observes, "What can the wisest measures of the authorities of all countries do against the vast and permanent conspiracy of a people, which, like a network as vast as it is strong, stretched over the whole globe, brings its force to bear, whatever an event occurs that interests the name of Israelite?" It is this solidarity that constitutes the real Jewish peril, and at the same time provides the real cause of anti-Semitism. If, in a world where all patriotism, all national traditions, and all Christian virtues are being systematically destroyed by the doctrines of international socialism, one race alone, a race that since time immemorial has cherished the dream of world power, is not only allowed but encouraged to consolidate itself, to maintain all its national traditions, and to fulfill all its national aspirations at the expense of other races, it is evident that Christian civilization must be eventually obliterated. The wave of anti-Jewish feeling that during the last few years has been passing over this country has nothing in common with the racial hatred that inspires the anti-Semitism of Germany. It is simply the answer to a pretension that liberty-loving Britons will not admit. Those of us who, sacrificing popularity and monetary gain, dare to speak out on this question have no hatred in our hearts, but only love for our country. We believe that not only our national security, but our great national traditions are at stake, and that unless England awakens in time, she will pass under alien domination, and her influence as the stronghold of Christian civilization will be lost to the world. Conclusion. We have now followed the course of associations working throughout 19 centuries to undermine social and moral order, and above all, Christian civilization. We have also seen that although on the one hand the unholy spirit of destruction, and on the other the natural spirit of revolt against oppression, have always existed independently of any organization. It is to secret societies using and organizing these forces that the revolutionary movement has owed its success. Further, we have considered the possibility that behind both open and secret subversive societies, there may exist a hidden center of direction. And finally, we have observed that at the present time many lines of investigation reveal a connection between these groups and the Grand Orient, or rather, with an invisible circle concealed behind that great Masonic power. At the same time, this circle is clearly not French in character, since everywhere the activities of world revolution are directed against France and England, but seldom against Germany and never against the Jews. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no subversive movement in the world today is either pro-French, pro-British, or anti-Semitic. We must conclude then, if one power controls the rest, it is either the pan-German power, the Jewish power, or what we can only call Illuminism. This last hypothesis is one that deserves serious consideration. In the light of our present knowledge, it does not appear impossible that if an inner circle of world revolution exists, it consists of a purely international group of men whose aim is that of Weishaupt, the destruction of the present system of society. That such an aim can be seriously entertained is shown by the fact that it is openly proclaimed by a whole school of writers and thinkers, ranging from gentle idealists to ferocious anarchists who, whilst widely differing as to methods and the ultimate ends to be attained, are agreed on the common purpose expressed by Rabbaud de Saint-Etienne in the words, "Everything, yes, everything must be destroyed, since everything must be remade." It is idle to say that so insane a project can present no danger to the world. The fact remains that an increasing number of people regard it with perfect equanimity. The phrase, "all civilizations have passed away," "ours will doubtless pass away likewise," is continually to be heard on the lips of apparently sane men and women, who, whether they advocate such an eventuality or not, seem prepared to accept it in a spirit of complete fatalism and to put up no resistance. The point they ignore is that when civilization existed only in isolated spots on the Earth's surface, it might pass away in one spot only to spring to life in another. But now that civilization is worldwide, the dream of a return to nature and the joys of savagery conjured up by Rousseau and Weishaupt can never be realized. Yet, if civilization in a material sense cannot be destroyed, it is none the less possible to take the soul out of it, to reduce it to a dead and heartless machine, without human feelings or divine aspirations. The Bolsheviks continue to exist amidst telephones, electric light, and other amenities of modern life, but they have almost killed the soul of Russia. In this sense, then, civilizations may pass away, not as the civilizations of the ancient world passed away, leaving only desert sands and crumbling ruins behind them, but vanishing imperceptibly from beneath the outward structure of our existing institutions. Here is the final goal of world revolution. If, then, one inner circle exists, composed of Illuminati animated by a purely destructive purpose, it is conceivable that they might find support in those Germans who desired to disintegrate the countries of the Allies, with a view to future conquests, and in those Jews who hope to establish their empire on the ruins of Christian civilization. Hence the superb organization and the immense financial resources at the disposal of the world revolutionaries. On the other hand, it may be that the hidden center of direction consists in a circle of Jews located in the background of the Grand Orient, or perhaps, like the early 19th century Illuminati, located nowhere but working in accord and using both Pan-Germans and Gentile Illuminati as their tools. On this point, I think it would be dangerous at present to dogmatize, but that the problem is capable of elucidation I have no doubt whatever. If the secret services of the world had chosen to coordinate and make public the facts in their possession, the whole plot might long since have been laid bare. A department for the investigation of subversive movements should have had a place in every ordered government. This might have been created by the recent conservative government in England, but the same mysterious influence that protected the enemy during the Great War has throughout prevented disclosures that would have enlightened the country on the real nature of the peril confronting it. In the present state of European politics, the only course open to those who would save civilization is to act independently of governments and form a counter-organization in each country, with unofficial bureau of information maintaining relations with each other, yet each retaining its national character. As far as this country is concerned, I am convinced that only a great national movement can save us from destruction, a movement in which men of all classes and above all the working class will take part. Fascismo triumphed in Italy because it was not, as it has been absurdly represented, a reactionary movement, but because it was essentially democratic and progressive, because by appealing to the noblest instincts in human nature, to patriotism and self-sacrifice, it rallied all elements in a disorganized and disunited nation around the standard of a common cause. One cannot bring about any great movement without first kindling a sacred fire in the hearts of men. One cannot move masses of people merely by appealing to self-interest. They must have a cause to fight for, a cause that is not entirely their own. Socialism, whilst enlisting a large proportion of its following by appealing to their baser instincts, has nevertheless, by its false ideals and promises, been able to kindle a fire in many generous hearts, and to persuade deluded enthusiasts that they are working for the welfare of humanity. The only way to combat socialism is to create counter-enthusiasm for a true ideal. Yet even Mussolini found that purely secular ideal was not enough, and that the spirit of religious fervor was necessary to defeat the spirit of materialism and destruction. For behind the concrete forces of revolution, whether pan-German, Judaic, or Illuminist, beyond that invisible secret circle which perhaps directs them all, is there not yet another force, still more potent, that must be taken into account? In looking back over the centuries at the dark episodes that have marked the history of the human race from its earliest origins, strange and horrible cults, waves of witchcraft, blasphemies, and desecrations, how is it possible to ignore the existence of an occult power at work in the world? Individuals, sects, or races fired with the desire of world domination have provided the fighting forces of destruction. But behind them are the veritable powers of darkness in eternal conflict with the powers of light. Appendix 1. Jewish evidence on the Talmud. The denunciation of the Talmud by the Jew Pfefferkorn in 1509 and the ex-rabbi Drach in 1844 have been quoted in the course of this book. Graetz, however, in his History of the Jews, quotes an earlier incident of this kind. In the 13th century, a converted Jew and former Talmudist, Donin, who on his baptism assumed the name of Nicholas, presented himself before the Pope, Gregory IX, and brought charges against the Talmud, saying that it distorted the words of Holy Writ, and in the Aggadic portions of it there were to be found disgraceful representations of God, that it contained many gross errors and absurdities, further that it was filled with abuse against the founder of the Christian religion and the Virgin. Donin demonstrated that it was the Talmud which prevented the Jews from accepting Christianity, and that without it they would certainly have abandoned their state of unbelief. Again, he stated that the Talmudical writings taught it was a meritorious action to kill the best man among the Christians, that it was lawful to deceive a Christian without any scruple, that it was permitted to Jews to break a promise made an oath. These Graetz describes as lying charges. The Jews were accordingly ordered by the Pope to hand over all their copies of the Talmud to the Dominicans and Franciscans for examination, and if their judgment should corroborate the charges of Nicholas Donin, they were to burn the volumes of the Talmud, June 9th, 1239. In France, Graetz goes on to relate that the priest-ridden and weak-minded Louis IX, that is to say, St. Louis, pursued the same course. The Talmud was put on its trial. 4 distinguished rabbis of North France were commanded by the king to hold a public disputation with Nicholas, either to refute the imputations leveled against the Talmud or to make confession of the abuse against Christianity and the blasphemies against God that it contained. It is impossible to imagine a fairer decision, and the Queen Mother, Blanche de Castile, was careful to assure the first witness summoned that if the lives of the rabbis were in danger, she would protect them, and that he was only required to answer the questions that would be asked of him. Now, there would have been nothing simpler than for the rabbis to admit honestly that these offensive passages existed, that they had been written perhaps in moment of passion in a less enlightened age, that they recognized the indelicacy of insulting the religion of the country in which they lived, and that therefore such passages should henceforth be deleted. But instead of adopting this straightforward course, which might have put an end forever to attacks on the book that they held sacred, the rabbis proceeded to deny the existence of the alleged blasphemous and immoral expressions, and to declare that the odious facts related in the Talmud concerning a Jesus, the son of Pantheras, had no reference to Jesus of Nazareth, but to one of a similar name who had lived long before him. Graetz, who admits that this was an error and that the passages in question did relate to the Jesus of the Christians, represents the rabbis as being merely mizzled on the question. But the king, who was not mizzled by the rabbis, ordered all copies of the Talmud to be burnt, and in June 1242 these were committed to the flames. The Talmud, however, continued to exist, and it was not until 1640 that, as we have already seen, the offending passages against Christ were expunged by the rabbis as a measure of expediency. Now that they have been replaced, no further attempt is made to deny that they refer to the founder of Christianity. As far as I'm aware, they are not included in any English translation of the Talmud, but may be found in an English version of Dr. Gustav H. Dahlmann's book, Jesus Christus in Talmud, 1891. 2. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Contrary to the assertions of certain writers, I have never affirmed any belief in the authenticity of the protocols, but I've always treated it as an entirely open question. The only opinion to which I have committed myself is that, whether genuine or not, the protocols do represent the program of world revolution, and that in view of their prophetic nature and of their extraordinary resemblance to the protocols of certain secret societies in the past, they were either the work of some such society or of someone profoundly versed in the lore of secret societies, who was able to reproduce their ideas and phraseology. The so-called refutation of the protocols, which appeared in the Times of August 1922, tends to confirm this opinion. According to these articles, the protocols were largely copied from the book of Maurice Joly, Dialogues aux Enfers entre Machiavelli et Montesquieu, published in 1864. Let it be said at once that the resemblance between the two works could not be accidental. Not only are whole paragraphs almost identical, but the various points in the program follow each other in precisely the same order. But whether Nihilus copied from Joly or from the same source whence Joly derived his ideas is another question. It will be noticed that Joly, in his preface, never claimed to have originated the scheme described in his book. On the contrary, he distinctly states that it personifies in particular a political system, which has not varied for a single day in its application since the disastrous and, alas, too far off date of its enthronement. Could this refer only to the government of Napoleon III, established 12 years earlier? Or might it not be taken to signify a Machiavellian system of government, of which Napoleon III was suspected by Joly at this moment of being the exponent? We have already seen that this system is said by M. de Mazières in his book De Machiavelli et de l'influence de sa doctrine sur les opinions, les mœurs et la politique de la France pendant la Révolution, published in 1816. To have been inaugurated by the French Revolution and to have been carried on by Napoleon I, against whom he brings precisely the same accusations of Machiavellism that Joly brings against Napoleon III. The author of The Prince, he writes, was always his guide, and he goes on to describe the parrot cries placed in the mouths of the people, the hired writers, salaried newspapers, mercenary poets, and corrupt ministers employed to mislead our vanity methodically. All this being carried on by the scholars of Machiavelli under the orders of his cleverest disciple. We have already traced the course of these methods from the Illuminati onwards. Now, precisely at the moment when Joly published his Dialogues aux Enfers, the secret societies were particularly active, and since by this date a number of Jews had penetrated into the ranks, a whole crop of literary efforts directed against Jews and secret societies marked the decade. Eckert, with his work on Freemasonry in 1852, had given the incentive. Crétineau, Joly followed in 1859 with L'Église romaine en face de la Révolution, reproducing the documents of the Haute Vente Romaine. In 1868 came the book of the German anti-Semite, Goetisch, and in the following year, on a higher plane, the work of Gougenot de Mousseau, Les Juifs, les Judaïens et la Judaïsation des peuples chrétiens. Meanwhile, in 1860, the Alliance Israélite Universelle had arisen, having for its ultimate object the great work of humanity, the annihilation of error and fanaticism, the union of human society in a faithful and solid fraternity, a formula singularly reminiscent of the Grand Orient philosophy. In 1864, Karl Marx obtained control of the 2-year-old International Working Men's Association, by which a number of secret societies became absorbed, and in the same year Bakunin founded his Alliance Sociale Démocratique, on the exact lines of Weishaupt's Illuminism, and in 1869 wrote his Polémique contre les Juifs, mainly directed against the Jews of the International. The 60s of the last century, therefore, mark an important era in the history of the secret societies, and it was right in the middle of this period that Maurice Joly published his book. Now, it will be remembered that amongst the set of parallels to the protocols quoted by me in World Revolution, 2 were taken from the sources above quoted, the documents of the Haute Vente Romaine and the program of Bakunin's secret society, the Alliance Sociale Démocratique. Meanwhile, Mr. Lucien Wolff had found another parallel to the protocols in Godesh's book. The protocols, Mr. Wolff had no hesitation in asserting, are in short an amplified imitation of Godesh's handiwork. And he went on to show that Nihilus followed this pamphlet very closely. The protocols were then declared by Mr. Wolff and his friends to have been completely and finally refuted. But alas for Mr. Wolff's discernment, the Times articles came and abolished the whole of his carefully constructed theory. They did not, however, demolish mine. On the contrary, they supplied another and a very curious link in the chain of evidence. For it is not remarkable that one of the sets of parallels quoted by me appeared in the same year as Joly's book, and that within the space of 9 years no less than 4 parallels to the protocol should have been discovered. Let us recapitulate the events of this decade in the form of a table, and the proximity of dates will then be more apparent. 1859, Crétineau Joly's book published containing documents of Haute Vente Romaine, parallels quoted by me. 1860, Alliance Israélite Universelle founded. 1864, First Internationale taken over by Karl Marx. Alliance Sociale Démocratique of Bakunin founded. Parallels quoted by me. Maurice Joly's Dialogue au Enfer, published. Parallels quoted by Times. 1868, Godesh's Biarritz, parallels quoted by Mr. Lucien Wolff. 1869, Gouguenot's de Mousseau's Les Juifs, etc. Bakunin's Polémique contre les Juifs. It will be seen then that at the moment when Maurice Joly wrote his dialogues, the ideas they embodied were current in many different circles. It is interesting, moreover, to notice that the authors of the last 2 works referred to above, the Catholic and Royalist de Mousseau and the anarchist Bakunin, between whom it is impossible to imagine any connection, both in the same year denounced the growing power of the Jews, whom Bakunin described as the most formidable sect in Europe, and again asserted that a leakage of information had taken place in the secret societies. Thus, in 1870, Bakunin explains that his secret society has been broken up because its secrets have been given away, and that his colleague Nechayev has arrived at the conclusion that in order to found a serious and indestructible society, one must take for a basis the policy of Machiavelli. Meanwhile, Gouguenot de Mousseau had related in Le Juif that in December 1865 he had received a letter from a German statesman saying, "Since the revolutionary recrudescence of 1848, I have had relations with a Jew who, from vanity, betrayed the secret of the secret societies with which he had been associated, and who warned me that 8 or 10 days beforehand of all the revolutions which were about to break out at any point of Europe. I owe to him the unshakable conviction that all these movements of oppressed peoples, etc., etc., are devised by 6 individuals who give their orders to the secret societies of all Europe. The ground is absolutely mined beneath our feet, and the Jews provide a large contingent of these miners." These words were written in the year after the Dialogues aux Enfers were published. It is further important to notice that Joly's work is dated from Geneva, the meeting place for all the revolutionaries of Europe, including Bakunin, who was there in the same year, and where the first Congress of the Internationale, led by Karl Marx, was held 2 years later. Already, the revolutionary camp was divided into warring factions, and the rivalry between Marx and Mazzini had been superseded by the struggle between Marx and Bakunin. And all these men were members of secret societies. It is by no means improbable, then, that Joly, himself a revolutionary, should during his stay in Geneva have come into touch with the members of some secret organization, who may have betrayed to him their own secret or those of a rival organization they had reason to suspect of working under the cover of revolutionary doctrines for an ulterior end. Thus, the protocols of a secret society modeled on the lines of the Illuminati or the Haute Vente Romaine may have passed into his hands and been utilized by him as an attack on Napoleon, who, owing to his known connection with the Carbonari, might have appeared to Joly as the chief exponent of the Machiavellian art of duping the people and using them as the lever to power which the secret societies had reduced to a system. This would explain Maurice Joly's mysterious reference to the political system, which has not varied for a single day in its application since the disastrous, and alas, too far off date of its enthronement. Moreover, it would explain the resemblance between all the parallels to the protocols from the writings of the Illuminati and Mirabeau's Project de Revolution of 1789 onwards. For if the system had never varied, the code on which it was founded must have remained substantially the same. Further, if it had never varied up to the time when Joly wrote it, why should it have varied since that date? The rules of lawn tennis drawn up in 1880 would probably bear a strong resemblance to those of 1920, and would also probably follow each other in the same sequence. The differences would occur where modern improvements had been added. Might not the same process of evolution have taken place between the dates at which the works of Joly and Nihilus were published? I do not agree with the opinion of the Morning Post that the author of the protocols must have had the dialogues of Joly before him. It is possible, but not proven. Indeed, I find it difficult to imagine that anyone embarking on such an elaborate imposture should not have possessed the wit to avoid quoting passages verbatim, without even troubling to arrange them in a different sequence, from a book which might at any moment be produced as evidence against him. For contrary to the assertions of the Times, the Dialogues of Joly is by no means a rare book. Not only was it to be found at the British Museum, but at the London Library, and recently I was able to buy a copy for the modest sum of 15 francs. There was therefore every possibility of Nihilus being suddenly confronted with the source of his plagiarism. Further, it is conceivable that a plagiarist so unskillful and so unimaginative would have been capable of improving on the original. For the protocols are a vast improvement on the Dialogues of Joly. The most striking passages they contain are not to be found in the earlier work, nor, which is more remarkable, are several of the amazing prophecies concerning the future which time has realized. It is this latter fact which presents the most insuperable obstacle to the Times' solution of the problem. To sum up, then, the protocols are either a mere plagiarism of Maurice Joly's work, in which case the prophetic passages added by Nihilus or another remain unexplained, or they are a revised edition of the plan communicated to Joly in 1864, brought up to date and supplemented so as to suit modern conditions by the continuers of the plot. Whether in this case the authors of the protocols were Jews, or whether the Jewish portions have been interpolated by the people into whose hands they fell, is another question. Here we must admit the absence of any direct evidence. An international circle of world revolutionaries working on the lines of the Illuminati, of which the existence has already been indicated, offers a perfectly possible alternative to the learned elders of Zion. It would be easier, however, to absolve the Jews from all suspicion of complicity if they and their friends had adopted a more straightforward course from the time the protocols appeared. When some years ago a work of the same kind was directed against the Jesuits, containing what purported to be a secret plan of revolution closely resembling the protocols, the Jesuits indulged in no invectives, made no appeal that the book should be burnt by the common hangman, resorted to no fantastic explanations, but quietly pronounced the charge to be a fabrication. Thus the matter ended. But from the moment the protocols were published, the Jews and their friends had recourse to every tortuous method of defense, brought pressure to bear on the publishers, succeeded, in fact, in temporarily stopping the sales, appealed to the Home Secretary to order their suppression, concocted one clinching refutation after another, all mutually exclusive of each other, so that by the time the solution now pronounced to be the correct one appeared, we had already been assured half a dozen times that the protocols had been completely and finally refuted. And when at last a really plausible explanation had been discovered, why was it not presented in a convincing manner? All that was necessary was to state that the origin of the protocols had been found in the work of Maurice Joly, giving parallels in support of this assertion. What need to develop a good case in a web of obvious romance? Why all this parade of confidential sources of information, the pretense that Joly's book was so rare as to be almost unfindable when a search in the libraries would have proved the contrary? Why these allusions to Constantinople as the place to find the key to dark secrets, to the mysterious Mr. X who does not wish his real name to be known, and to the anonymous ex-officer of the Okhrana, from whom by mere chance he brought the very copy of the dialogues used for the fabrication of the protocols by Okhrana himself, although this fact was unknown to the officer in question? Why, further, should Mr. X, if he were a Russian landowner, orthodox by religion and a constitutional monarchist, be so anxious to discredit his fellow monarchists by making the outrageous assertion that the only occult Masonic organizations such as the protocols speak of, that is to say, a Machiavellian system of an abominable kind, which he had been able to discover in southern Russia, was a monarchist one? It is evident, then, that the complete story of the protocols has not yet been told, and that much yet remains to be discovered concerning this mysterious affair. The end. This has been an audio recording of Secret Societies and Subversive Movements. Nesta H. Webster. Read by Graham Dunlop. Edited by Darren Grimes.
Truth or dogma.